Has the
Okay, Morley girl, hold on.
level of requiring the stopping of an interview. Bear with me. All right, I'm going to look at this Harris v. State. It is a 123 Southern 3rd 925. In that case, as in this case, the officer issued a Miranda warning to the defendant. The defendant signed the acknowledgement of the Miranda warning. The defendant answered all questions. At the end of the interview, the defendant asked, "Can I ask a lawyer for legal advice?" The officer responded, "Yes, you can get a lawyer anytime you want to." And the defendant responded, "Okay." And then the defendant sat down and started writing a statement. Court concluded that the statement of "Can I ask for a lawyer for legal advice?" was not a invocation of his right to defendant's right to an attorney, and the statement that was given after that was admissible. The Harris case goes on to say at paragraph 26, additionally, Harris argues that he was incurably prejudiced by the jury's hearing his request for an attorney, yet we cannot see how. The statement was not an implication of guilt. Throughout the interview, Harris denied injuring the person. Case appears to be consistent with the matter in this case. The court has found that there was not a request for an attorney made or invocation of the right to an attorney made, and therefore there is no statement given after that.
Today's actually a really exciting day because we got to unfold one of these units right in
the fact that those statements made. The exact wording was, I've forgotten that quick. Do I need a lawyer? Is not a request for an attorney, and I'm going to let I believe it's 58. I'm going to let S58 be played in its entirety. All right, and I'll give you an opportunity to make any further record if you like.
It had been tendered, I think. It had been tendered.
It had been admitted with the understanding that that the state was not going to stop the tape prior to that point, and was going to go ahead and substitute a new S58 for it. So with just the requirement that they stop it and then substitute a redacted S58 is where we stand at now. So S58, court's ruling S58 can be played in its entirety.
All right. I guess I'm asking procedurally, did he tender witness for cross? We just gonna play the rest of the tape? Where are we? That's it. Right, just play the rest of the tape.
You want to play is that where we stand? That we had
tendered him, and yeah, play the rest of the tape.
I'm gonna let the committee play in the remainder of S58. I don't think we even got it close to that point. We didn't.
We were right there.
Yeah. You were getting right there. Yeah. Okay.
That's while he's setting that up, can counsel approach it?
Please do.
Yes, Sharonda. She said people fail to realize that one word can change the whole conversation. He said, do I need an attorney? He asked he basically asked, like, can I ask for legal advice? Like, he didn't necessarily invoke his privilege to an attorney to basically shut down the interrogation. So at this point, it sounds like the judge has ruled that they're going to be able to use the videos. Well, thank you, Fancy. I appreciate that. They say, hey, Marley. Okay. Say hey. Okay. I'm still here with y'all, but I am doing Saturday things. So I'm keeping my eye on the chat, and we can't kind of speed up or fast forward through anything because we are live, but I am around. So if you throw something in the chat, I'll likely see it and respond. But I kind of got to get this room together, girls. Yeah, it really don't. It really don't. And the big girls are gone, so it's just me and the little people.
Yesterday, it was very tightly zoomed in. The camera operator was panning over to see that laptop there. It was the very edge. It was about, I would say, maybe a second or so where you could see, I believe it was just one juror sitting at the very end there. As soon as that person was on there, camera operator panned back to the left. It was inadvertent and very brief. If necessary, we can scrub that video, but if scrub that portion to the extent possible anyway. All right, and just make sure where we stand, okay, in future moving forward. All right. What time is it getting to be? We on 9:15. In the court system, 15 minutes late, 30 minutes early. Y'all give me one minute break, and I'll be back. We'll get you. Get me lined up. Kevin and me, no, come up here for a second. All right, if everybody except Dana is ready. You have been on vacation 2 or 3 days.
I've been in other counties.
All right, you would, I should do it. Good morning, everyone. I hope everybody had a good evening. They said you good. Good. Don't take a call. Bring it to my attention. You've heard this one about Greenwich time, Universal time, and we also got court time. We're at 20 minutes late, usually means about 30 minutes early. Come down to it. I promise when we keep you back there that we're not just sitting around drinking coffee and eating donuts. We're out here working, trying to make this thing go as smoothly as possible and keep you all trying to jump up and down as much as you have to. We're getting some of those issues drawn forward. We worked after all that yesterday afternoon. Trying to get that done.
I think it's a great idea. House sitters get somewhere to stay, and we, the house owners, get someone to look after our home and our animals.
I think it makes it a very equal relationship.
Yeah.
We're both giving something and we're both getting something. I can't see any downside, to be honest with you. It's mutually beneficial. Everybody wins.
Is that okay? Detective Fortner, I think yesterday at the portion of the interview with Tim Harrington at CID on July the 22nd, 2022, we were at the point where he was talking about the route he took or the route that he described that he took that morning
Yes, sir.
after he went to Walmart.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was in Exhibit 61. All right. Now, just for the jury, the where we are on the interview with Tim Harrington at CID in Exhibit 58, just tell the jury about how much time is left in that interview with him.
At this point in time, I'd say approximately 2 to 5 minutes roughly.
Not much longer, right?
Not much longer at all. No, sir.
All right. And we had stopped at that point.
Yes, sir.
All right. And if you could just describe what you're about to do and why.
I want to move into Mr. Harrington, move in closer and really discuss the information that he provided us. Tim said he ran from from Lafayette Place, which would have took him down Anderson, turned on Anchorage Road, down to Old Sardis, up McElroy, by Rockets, going up Molly Bar Road to Highland Square, and then back to Molly Bar Trails, which you saw him on video leaving at 7:34. We never see Tim go by Rockets. But we see Jay Lee's car. So I want to discuss further with him how he really got to Molly Bar Trails.
Going to confront him.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you, and I'm giving you a chance, okay? How did you get from a bad place to model trip? We ain't been working on this, and I haven't, how did you do this? That's what I'm saying, I think, the best thing like right there, trying to I was trying to say you could get the I don't know.
I'm done. Now, I'm done playing the video. Yes, sir. All right, so at this point, yourself and Detective Baker are going to end the interview
Yes, sir.
and leave the room.
Yes, sir.
And that was in response to Tim Harrington's statement when confronted about, hey, you got to tell us, how you were able to make that run.
Your Honor, we just asked him, was that a responsible question?
What was his response?
Tim's response to how did you get from Lafayette Place to Molly Bar Trails was him asking on the paper, is this where I need a lawyer?
Okay. Did that answer the question that you posed to him?
No,
Was it responsive to the question you posed to him?
no,
Okay. And you ended the interview at that point?
yes.
Okay. All right. Now then, after that, the investigation proceeded into other search warrants
Yes.
that were conducted. Were you aware of search warrants to Tim Harrington's parents' house in Grenada?
Yes, I was.
Search warrant of Tim's car, Tim Harrington's car,
Yes, I was.
search warrant of the box truck.
Yes, I was.
And that box truck was part of the moving company
Yes, it was.
with Tyson King and Timothy Harrington.
Yes, they were business partners.
And the search warrant for the contents of Tim Harrington's phone, as well as his MacBook.
Yes, I was.
Court's indulgence. Into the witness.
Take over. everything for setting the meeting. All right. We know the story anyway.
Your Honor, at this time, the defendant counsel on behalf of the defendant moved for mistrial based on officer's testimony as to what his interpretation was, what Mr. Harrington said, and the statement was, I need an attorney, and at this time, contemporaneous with that comment, Your Honor, we move for mistrial.
I'll give it a second.
Your Honor, the exhibit was introduced already that has the statement that Tim Harrington made. That was the basis of the court's ruling. Witness testified, I think I need an attorney, which was not consistent with what's already in evidence. And I believe the defense can clarify that.
I'm gonna give the state an opportunity to clarify what was actually said.
And I will state that the
Over
defense,
the objection of the state, other defense.
that at the time it was said, the defense didn't object.
Well, I've got a contemporaneous objection.
He would wave his hands and everything else.
Your Honor, I'm kind of concerned about drawing it, if you're gonna get into, I don't know how to.
I'll say this, I'm gonna deny your motion for mistrial. I'll let you and or the state, clarify what was said on the video.
Well, I think,
State to do it, I'll let you do it. If you want, you do it. Somebody's gonna clarify what was said on the video.
well, it speaks for itself, I think, but
But
anyway.
if you don't,
I don't know how to handle it, to be
I
honest
don't
with you.
either.
I've already run into the ringing the bell twice problem 2 or 3 times.
I'm just saying that I'm denying the motion for mistrial. I'll let anybody who
And-
wants to, talk about this issue and play and ask the witness if they want to, what was really said. And I'm not giving you any guidance on what you want me to do. But if you want to, I'll let you. If you want the state to deal with it this time, I'll
I'm
let
gonna
you.
let them deal with it.
All right. Do you have any objection at this time for the state, bringing the jury back in? Ask, the state has, tendered the witness. I'm gonna let them, if there's no objection, reopen it for the limited purposes of, did he say, want an attorney, or ask the question, do I want one, or do I, exactly what was said anyway?
Yeah, I hate to object to it, but I mean, I have to. The reason is because primarily I think if you leave it alone, don't clean it up, the tape's out there for them to listen.
I'm
I don't want them.
I'm denying your, motion for mistrial at this time. What's the state's wishes? And I'll,
I just wanted to clarify, the defendant said, I think, do I need an attorney? I'm asking what the issue, because of what the detective said on the, I'm just clarifying.
I missed something in there
I
anyway.
was just clarifying, Your Honor, what was going on, because I know that
The witness asked a question, it boiled down to this, the witness asked a question, the witness made a statement.
State wishes to clarify it with the witness
All
before
right, I'm gonna
tendering.
give you that
the-
opportunity anyway. Bring the jury back in. Oh. Mr. Horan,
was, I'd asked you a question about his response. Did you tell the jury exactly what he said to you on the exhibit?
I don't know if it's exactly word for word what he said, but if it can be replayed, I can tell him exactly word for word what Tim Harrington said.
All right, let's play that portion.
I was trying to say to you, I don't need to get this up. I said, okay. How did you get from a bad place? How did you get there? I wanted to talk to you. I'm giving you a chance, okay? How did you get from a bad place to Monica Trail? We ain't been working on this, I don't have it. How did you do it? That's what I'm saying. I think with that thing like writing that,
What he said on that exhibit, was that his exact response?
Yes.
Tend to the witness, Sean.
You ready to cross examine?
I'm glad we got that cleared up. Shane, what's your official position now? You director?
Emergency Management Director.
Director.
City of Oxford.
At that time, you were,
Lieutenant for the Oxford Police Department Criminal Investigation Division.
Tell me whether or not you were over this entire investigation, or were you just assisting as far as Oxford PD? Did everyone answer to you? It sounds like from your direct examination that basically they're reporting to you, giving you reports, things of that nature. Is that a fair statement?
So the Lieutenant over Investigations supervises the Oxford Police Department Criminal Investigation Division. At that time, it's investigators or detectives, a sergeant, and then myself.
Okay. So my understanding is that UPD initiated missing persons investigation on the 9th of July, correct? Then they reached out to y'all even during that time frame on the 9th, maybe some phone calls to some folks, and sometime around the 10th of July, y'all actively began investigating with UPD, correct?
Yes, so
Okay.
we got involved on the 10th of July.
Okay, so on the 10th of July, after y'all had received, and I assume you're aware of the fact you've summarized a bunch of other stuff that you were familiar with, that Ms. Lee made phone calls during that time frame about Jay Lee being missing, correct?
Yes, the mother of Jay Lee made phone calls up to UPD to let him know he was missing, which I think in turn initiated the welfare check and moved.
And likewise, she reported to y'all that she had reached out to a number of Jay Lee's friends trying to locate him as well, right?
I did hear that, yes, sir.
Yes. And one of those names, I'm just gonna go through some of them, maybe one or two of them, that she reached out was Jose Reyes, some of the other ones. She reported to you or to y'all that she had reached out to those individuals that she knew to be his friends in the Oxford area.
That's fair.
A number of people.
I don't know all the names, sir. Jose Reyes does. I do recognize that name.
Right. And what I mean is she just basically was reporting to y'all, he's gone, she was concerned about him, and that she represented to y'all that she'd reached out to other people looking for her son.
Absolutely. I think in the case, the mother wanted to first let the police know, hey, my son's missing, and hey, here's some people that are he's familiar with, friendships with, and all that, to try and see if we could track down Jay Lee.
And that was well in advance of any UPD or OPD notice of any missing person at that time.
Mr. Rayner, you're referring to like, press releases?
Any release of any information, press release or otherwise, it was a missing person. It was, at that point in time, it was not technically a criminal investigation, right?
The mother reached out before any press releases were, or any kind of, media, information was put out. Yes, sir.
And it came to your attention that she had contacted her daughter or the family members. Her daughter had called people at Oxford, right?
Like I previously stated, I mean, she was probably trying to contact as many people as she
Sure.
could.
As expected.
As expected, it was.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but y'all assisted pretty early on in the game in this investigation with UPD.
We began working with UPD on July 10th.
July 10th.
Yes.
Wasn't any contact with UPD until that time.
I can't say there wasn't any conversation between anybody from UPD contacting anybody on the 9th once they first known about it. I sent Detective Ryan Baker and Detective Mike Burks to go meet with the University Police Department Criminal Investigation Division on July 10th.
Okay. And again, I'm not trying to say that university's right here in town, right in the middle of town almost.
Sure.
Town's kind of grown around the university, hasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And y'all in constant contact with them. Anytime they have a report of a missing person, they're gonna call y'all to see whether or not, I mean, they're laying in the, it's Friday night. You know what happens up here on Friday night? A lot of bars open. Y'all come in and say, well, let's see if somebody just drank too much right here in town. Is that right? That's how y'all do it. Y'all work with them. Y'all work closely with UPD about looking for people that may not have shown up on these missing person reports.
Yes, sir.
So when you got involved in the investigation, can you tell me the date that y'all had your first debriefing where all the officers got together?
That would have been July 11th. UPD and OPD met at the Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay, that started, but you were familiar with the first executed search warrant was July the 10th. Based what you testified about previously about the search warrants being executed. Is that right? July the 10th?
Can you, would you tell me which search warrant you're referring to?
Well, I was asking you have any reports that reflect that the first search warrant was July 10th on anything, whether it would be cell phone records or anything. Well, tell me what the first search warrant you were familiar with based on your notes that was executed in this case.
I'm not sure which search warrant was executed first.
Okay. My recollection is based on what my understanding is that there's counsel for the state went over a few of the search warrants, but apparently 71 total search warrants were executed in this case. You can't disagree with that, correct?
Mr. Rand, I don't know the exact number off the top of my head.
They indicated on direct examination that there was a search warrant of my client's cell phone records. You're familiar with that, right? Cell mark, the dump. Y'all got a dump on, Brian Baker got a dump on our client's cell phone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. My approach with maybe a little personal information here, Judge. I'm gonna try to be careful.
All right, be careful and, just talk more about whether there need to be redaction or not. Okay?
It's gonna need to be some redaction.
Just don't give out any personal information, and since the exhibit will be a public record at some point, just redacting.
And Your Honor, I would like to see whatever.
I'm sorry.
Show the witness
I'm sorry.
before he shows the.
That's the mark for ID.
It has, John.
What number is that?
62.
All right, go ahead.
Director, I've given you an exhibit 62 for identification purposes. Recognize that particular exhibit?
It's a text message between,
Hold on one second. Those are Cellbrite extraction records that y'all got from the dump of Tim Harrison's phone. Fair statement?
yes,
Okay. Look at it for me if you would, please.
Okay.
Okay, and the text messages on both pages are what were received by, there's part of that sale, right?
yes.
I'm moving into those. And it is July, the time reference that we're concerned about in this case. Fair statement?
Can I see it one more time?
Any objections, petitions?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I don't know what it says, so I don't know. Let me look at it.
Judge, I'll ask
Who-
a few
who-
more
let me ask
questions.
you, who text message between?
Your Honor, I can explain. Testimony was talking about
Hang on, don't do
text
that.
messages from the Mr.
From who to who?
I'll-
If you-
Harrington, one of his workers, that night in question.
Okay, I'm going to, let me look at it. That makes the most sense. I didn't know if you covered who it was between.
Well, I wasn't gonna go there.
You don't have to get into that, but I thought I might have missed something.
No. July 8th.
We'll withdraw our objection.
All right, that makes it easy on me.
Yeah. From Mr. Harrington and an individual, I'm not going to give his cell number or anything like that. But, if you would, at the date and time of this particular text message, as indicated from the Cellbrite extraction, the date and time that it occurred. Could you do that for me?
Oh, sorry, I'm
The
reading,
date
say
and
it
time
one
that it
more time.
occurred. Go through the text string.
Starting at this one right here, sir?
Please, yeah,
Okay.
everything on that page.
This is from, again, I won't mention the phone number, but this is from C Love. The date and time is 7/8/2022. And you want the time as well, Mr. Rand?
Yes.
Okay, it's 1 a.m. and 28 seconds.
Okay, what's the content of that message?
I'm probably gonna leave around 9:30.
Okay, who was that from and who was that to?
From C Love to, it says other, but this is Timothy Harrington's cell phone dump, so that would be Timothy Harrington's phone number.
And the next message?
This is from Timothy Harrington to C Love. I'm gonna be there around 7. If you want, you can leave it in the truck, so you ain't gotta get up, but IDK if it's unlocked.
Okay, next message.
This is from C Love to Timothy Harrington. Okay, bet, I will put them in the truck and leave the door unlocked.
Your investigation revealed previous viewing of the Cellbrite records, that conversation was referencing some screws that would need to be delivered to an Emily Watson. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
Okay. And that's, that messaging right there up to that point in time, that's what they're talking about based on your investigation, what you have viewed in other Cellbrite records.
yeah, they're talking about screws.
Yeah, all right, go to the next one. Go ahead.
Read it?
Yes,
Okay. This is from C Love to Timothy Harrington. I put them in the truck, bro.
all right. And response going back.
From Timothy Harrington to C Love, appreciate it.
Is that That it?
That's it, yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about,
Can you hold on to it? I just reference in case you have questions.
oh, yeah, sure. Let's talk to you a little bit about the cell phone. Now, that's a message back and forth from devices based on what your investigation revealed. Is it cell phone back and forth, is that right?
Text message back and forth.
Text message back and forth, whatever.
Mhm. Yes, sir.
But as far as, any other messaging app or anything like that, that appears to be coming from cell phone. These messages, based on what
Yes.
the extraction shows.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, no one to it. I'd like to have you look at sheet 63. Now, Judge, I want to be clear, my understanding is what the court's previous ruling is that we're going to introduce some of these records and extract some of the content. I can't jump pages without introducing the entire document unless they stipulate. So you understand? I understand we're going
You
to
talking about for the redaction of personal information?
personal information and other messages in between two messages that may not be relevant. I got to get to one day to the next day.
I'm gonna let you introduce it all, but then we're gonna be doing some redacting something. And I'm gonna say, if it's admissible, I'll let you, I don't know what it is, but
Right.
On all these documents, if you have to introduce a whole package to
Get it up.
get it all in, we'll work with you, okay? That redaction will probably have to be post-trial anyway. Everybody good over here? I'll let y'all for anything for ID. Go ahead.
That's what I'm trying to get done at this point. I want to look at it. Director, I want you to look at D63. It's pretty obvious what it is. It appears to be self-right extraction that was performed on behalf of your agency by, I believe, Mr. Detective Baker, correct?
It does say Celebrite, and Detective Baker does do Celebrite.
All right, Celebrite is an extraction tool pretty commonly used as to providing y'all, it's an investigative to first statement.
That's about all I know about it.
And also that use that information considered to be accurate, right?
Yeah.
Never had anybody come into court and say, hey, look, this stuff didn't say what it says, right?
It's just, yeah.
All right. I want you to, I'm going to move introduction at this time, Your Honor, with the understanding that portions of it may need to be.
Let's first talk about the admissibility of it. Is any objection to its admission anyway?
It depends on what it is. Some of the statements may be hearsay, and there may be lack of relevance. So I'm not sure which specific statements he's referring to.
I'm going,
Here's what I'm going to do, Judge. I'll pull out the pages that are relevant, make them, now that he's identified the whole report, I'll pull out the pages that are relevant.
let's start. I'm just gonna mark the entire report. Is Mr. Harrington's phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, be pulling out, I'm gonna mark the entire report as for ID only,
All right, thanks.
and then we'll go from there.
All right.
And if you have particular pages that you wish to question.
Just pull them out, Judge.
We'll sign them
Pages
different numbers.
12, 13, 17. Director, I'm sorry. Are you familiar with the content of the timeframes relevant to this particular case as far as 12/8 extractions on a particular date in question where you previously testified that Mr. Lee disappeared? You're familiar with those extractions, the content of those extractions, correct?
From what platform?
From the Cellbrite records in this particular exhibit.
Those are Celebrite records of Timothy Harrington, not Jay Lee.
Correct. I'm talking about the time frame that Jay Lee disappeared based on your investigation.
Yes,
You're familiar?
yes, the time frame, yes.
I'll make sure.
And what's the last number you got for ID?
63.
63, okay, I wasn't sure how many you marked for ID earlier.
Now I'm going to introduce a clean copy of the notes, have you make reference to it, like to have it next exhibit marked for identifications.
It'd be D64.
Yes, it is.
Are there gonna be additional
I'll do
pages?
them all at one time.
That's what I was gonna ask if you would, please.
I'll do all the pages at one time instead of doing them ahead of time.
How many pages you gonna have there?
Three pages, Your Honor.
3 pages?
That last page.
Probably
And they're all gonna be 64.
60.
Are you gonna have another 60? About 64
65,
and
this will be
60?
65, 66, and 67.
Okay, that's what I was.
3 different pages. Now it's gonna keep the record clean. Last page number is page 8. You ready?
I am, if everybody else is. Go on and start with your examination. If there's an objection, we'll deal with that.
Please review, excuse me, please review the 65, 66, and 67. Tell me whether or not those are consistent with your understanding of what the Celebrite extraction was as to the dates and times messaging on that particular instance.
Appears to be something that Celebrite would have generated.
All right, go to the bottom of the page. It has page 2 on it,
Okay, I'm there.
entry 12.
12?
Entry 12 on that page.
Okay.
And it appears to be, don't identify Ms. Watson's contact information, anything like that. Please provide the message from Ms. Watson, Timmy Harrington about getting the screws and what time that transmission occurred.
Hey, Tim, could I come grab those screws from you today or tomorrow? Message was sent July the 7th, 2022. And it shows 9:28:15 a.m.
Okay. All right. And that went from, what local time was that message sent?
Sorry, what?
Local time was that message sent?
It says on number 12, it says 9:28:15 a.m.
Okay. All right, and the next message, number 13, identify the sender on that message and the receiver on that particular message. Just quotations, I think, isn't it?
No, the one you handed me here, number 2, doesn't have the name. It just says owner. But I believe it's referenced in this other one you let me. I think.
Okay.
Can I look back at this one to make sure it's the same person?
Yeah.
And it's not, so I don't know if this is, it just says, hey, or.
The next message.
So number 13?
Yes.
Okay. hey, Tim, could I grab those screws from you today or tomorrow?
And that's basically the same as message 12, correct? 12 inch.
Yes.
Okay. All right, go to message 17 on page 2
Okay.
and identify content of that message, beginning with date, like you did on the other ones, the date, time, and the entry information. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I got those a second. Go to the next exhibit.
Go back to this.
No, the exhibit I gave you, I thought I gave you all this.
So go to number 66.
Yeah, 66, that's right.
So you don't want me to read 17?
Let me see. Correct. Number 65, you identified the message from, hi, Tim, could I come get these screws? And it basically repeated itself again, correct? That's the same message, is what I'm saying, right?
Yes.
All right, that's exhibit number D65. Fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. On D66, the message from Laura Reed, L. Reed, identified, 67. Can you identify the message that came in from L. Reed, I believe?
67. Number 67 says, appreciate it.
Okay. Who was that from? Is that consistent with, that's consistent with the other entry, correct? Talked about on the text message.
Yes, it's consistent with this right here. It's consistent with this right here in the green. Says appreciate it from Timothy Harrington to C. Love.
Okay, and that's consistent with Cellbrite extraction that you got on,
Number 67, yes.
okay, let me see. As far as these Cellbrite records and your extraction report, you were able to look over all these reports and identify the messages to be correct, not only the text messages from individuals, but also some other messages that weren't text. Fair statement?
Ask it one more time.
This cell phone gave you records of both text messages and Instagram messages or Snapchat.
It
Right?
gave Instagram, Snap. It give whatever's in the phone, it provides it.
Gotcha. All right, again, go to D65, the message 17, and identify without numbers the message to and from conversation with Mr. Harrington.
Hey, Tim, this is Laura Reed. I have a king size bed. I would like to move from Grenada to Batesville and then bring a different king bed from the Batesville house back to Grenada. Do you have anyone available to do this in the next week? To do this, wait a minute, let me read it again. Do you have anyone available to do this is the next week?
What's the date of that message?
The date is July the 7th, 2022.
Okay. Thank you. Put that down. D65, I believe. If you would, I want to show these in a little bit. Would tell me I want to make sure the jury, as far as this information in the box pertaining to any message, that's just data that for purposes of the computer, I mean, that's the phone information. That really doesn't have anything to do with the messaging and all.
Can you
this.
let it go? I'll
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
tell you.
All that googly-gook on there, that really doesn't have anything, any relevance, correct?
As you said, the googly gook, I don't know what it means.
I got you.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that if we redact that information off of an exhibit, it won't affect the veracity or the integrity of the message itself. It'll be fine. The message is what it is, right?
The message is what it is. I don't know what all those numbers and letters and.
It's not relevant to your evaluation of the message.
It may be relevant to somebody else. It's not relevant to me.
I got you. Appreciate it. All right. Exhibit 67. That's, what page number is that? At the bottom right in that exhibit.
Number 8.
All right, the message, 57 to 67, do you see that on that page?
57 to what number?
The message 57 to 67 on that particular page.
Yes, 57 to
See
67.
that? See those messages?
Yes.
Give us the content of those messages, please, between Timmy Harrington, and it says Love on there, but you learned that to be Kadarius Love, an individual that worked with him, right, during the course of the investigation.
I don't remember if that's Kadarius is actually his first name. I don't recall that if that's exactly his first name. So
Remember, it's the-
C Love, I'm familiar with who C Love is. I just don't remember if his name's actually Kadarius.
Right, but you learned that he was an individual that worked for Timmy and or Tyson King, or one of the two.
Yes.
Okay. All right, give us those messages, if you would.
All right. What's up, bro? Yeah, he gave me both of the tool bags. Bet I'm gonna need to get it in the morning before you leave. Bet what time? What time you go to work? Question mark. I'm gonna probably leave around 9:30.
Hold
I'm
on
a-
1 second. So the jury understands, start with the first message and say who the sender was and who the receiver was and who said what. I know it's kind of quick. We're used to reading them, but other people may not. We want to make sure the original sender was who.
The first message, number 57, and starting at the top up here, is C Love, and it's two individuals.
What time?
It was on July 8, 2022 at 12:58:36 a.m.
That's in the morning.
Yes.
That's in the morning of July the 8th, almost 1 o'clock. Fair statement?
Yeah.
All right. And Love is sending a response back to Tim about the screws, his Watson screws that need to be taken to her the next morning.
So repeat what you just said.
They're talking about getting together
For the
for the
screws.
screws, right? We talked about previously.
Yes. Yeah.
Sure. All right, go ahead.
You may read the message now?
Sure.
All right. What's up, bro? Yeah, he gave me both of the tool bags.
All right. Who said, make a reference about the bags?
What's up, bro? He gave me both of the tool bags. That is from C Love.
Okay. And the next response?
The next response, because there's 3 individuals in here, and I don't remember Timothy Harrington's phone number off the top of my head. I don't want to say Tim sent this or this other individual, and I don't know who this other individual is right now.
But you will say, you understand that if you look at that message, it's at least Tim Harrington, and I represent to you Tyson King's number is also on there.
Okay.
You can't disagree. Your investigation.
Yes, no. But if you want me to say who sent the message, I can't say whether this is Tyson or Tim because I can't remember both their phone numbers off the top of my head.
Fine.
Will you be okay if I say just, it ain't C Love that sent it?
Yes.
Okay. This come from either Tyson King or Timothy Harrington. Bet I need to get it in the morning before you leave. Message sent 7/8/2022, 12:59:09 a.m.
That's right after the previous message being sent, basically, right?
Yes.
All right, keep going.
This is from C Love to Tyson King, Tim Harrington. Bet what time? Question mark. Sent 7/8/2022 at 12:59 and 21 seconds a.m.
All right, continue on.
From either Tim or Tyson, what time you go to work, ? Sent 7/8/2022 at 12:59 33 seconds a.m.
Okay,
Next message from C Love to Tyson and Tim. I'm gonna probably leave around 9:30. Sent 7/8/2022 at 1 a.m. and 25 seconds.
all right. Does that complete the conversation on that particular page?
No, it continues on. That was only number 61, and there you got to go all the way down to 67.
All right, keep on.
From either Tim or Tyson, I am be there around 7. If you want, you can leave it in the truck so you ain't got to get up, but IDK if it's unlocked.
Okay, so that's a message from Tim Harrington to Love, making that statement.
Wait a minute, say it one more time.
That's a message, the same stream from Timothy Harrington's phone. I'm gonna be there around 7. If you can leave it in the truck so you ain't gotta get up. But I don't know if it's unlocked.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
Okay, that was at 1:01:55 a.m., fair statement?
Yes, number 62 is at 1:01:55 a.m.
All right, and then you have a response next from Love to Harrington.
Okay, bet. I will put them in the truck and leave the door unlocked.
Right.
7/8/2022 at 1:04:20 a.m.
All right, what's the next?
We got to move on July 19th.
All right, that's a message from Timothy Harrington to Tyson, telling him that they have a move on the 19th. What it appears to be.
Okay. Yeah. And it's sent 7/8/2022 at 1:10:05.
All right. And after that, without a response from Tyson, T. Harrington's phone says Oxford to Batesville, right?
Oxford to Batesville, 7/8/2022, 1 a.m., 1:11:13 seconds a.m.
This is all, again, on July the 8th, in the early morning hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, and then Love chimes in and says to Harrington, what does he say?
I put them in the truck, bro. 7/8/2022 at 1:20:58 a.m.
All right, thank you. Y'all, I'd like to have these things. I'm gonna give them to you. 65, 66, and 67. And this time.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, that's 65, 66, 67.
Director, I want to ask you whether or not, in addition to those particular messages, the Sailbright extraction also will provide you other information for media platforms, right?
It's like you previously mentioned, Instagram, Snapchat, and other stuff. Yes, sir.
And as part of that, your responsibilities, I assume that you did that in this particular case. You looked at on the Sailbright, you and Mr. Baker, Detective Baker, y'all looked at additional messaging applications. Is
that
Yes, we
right?
would have looked through different ones.
To have this exhibit marked. For identification.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure
Page 9 on exhibit number 68, I believe.
That's what it says on the bottom here.
All right, identify, again, that's the same type of record, right? Cellbrite records you've previously identified appear to be in proper form. Is that right?
I was reading it. I'm sorry, Mr. Rand. Please say it one more time.
That appears to be the same Cellbrite records we've identified previously.
This appears to come from Celebrite, yes.
All right, on that particular exhibit, please go to line 68 through 70 and tell me, it appears, as I understand it, there are 3 incoming blank messages from, and I'm not going to give Mr. Lee's account on the record, but it appears to be an account that y'all have identified has been associated with Jay Lee. Fair statement?
If you'll bear with me, let me read them real quick.
Take your time.
Yes.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'll try to speed this up a little bit. There were 3 incoming blank messages from Jay Lee at 2:54:35 a.m. from Jay Lee to Timothy Harrington. Correct?
Yes, sir. I don't see, I don't see any message, here like in the other ones.
It'll be blank.
I can't say it'll be blank. Again, you talked about the.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm not as good as some of these young folks. There's messages sent. It doesn't say it's a blank message, but it's fair to say that the recipient, who is Mr. Harrington, does not respond. Correct? For that.
So you say the messages on 68, 69, and 70 are all the same time. It's 7/8/2022, 2:54:35. 69 says 2:54:35, and number 70 says 2:54:35. It's they're all the same time, sir.
Is it one message or 3? It appears to be 3, but is it one message based on your experience of reading these things, or is it, can you tell?
I cannot specify whether this is because, no, sir, I can't, because then the next one, number 71, says 7/8/2022 at 2:54:35. So number 68 through number 71 on the document you handed me all has the same date and same time. So I can't tell if they're different ones or they're all, I don't know how it reads it and parses it is what I'm saying. I'm not in the internals of how it does it. I don't know.
It's a fair statement that Mr. Lee apparently sent a message, whether it was 3 times or at least 1 time, to Mr. Harrington at 2:54:35 a.m. And on that particular message, there's no response from Mr. Harrington's, any number associated with Mr. Harrington, correct?
There's something from Jay Lee to Tim Harrington, and as I move down,
Hold on, I just want to go to that message first.
okay.
On that particular message, there was no response.
I do not see one, no, sir.
Okay. The next message on that page that you see, it appears on my list. What is the next message you see at I think it's 2:44 a.m. You see that message?
Yes.
All right. And who is that from?
Jay Lee to Tim Harrington.
And what was said from Jay Lee to Tim Harrington at that time?
You in Oxford, ?
So up until this point in time, in that evening, the first time that any communications ever occurred that evening between Jay Lee and Tim Harrington, or the first someone talking to somebody, is at 2:44 a.m. when Tim Harrington gets a message from Jay Lee at that time. Fair statement?
7/8/2022, line number 72 at 2:44 a.m. says you in Oxford from Jay Lee to Tim Harrington.
You see any response the next minute, the next 30 minutes, the next 40 minutes, the next hour that my client ever responded to that message?
Not within the next, no.
All right. So make it clear to this jury, my client never responded to any inquiries about whether or not you're in Oxford from Mr. Jay Lee.
Not on this, no.
Okay. Now, you have the video that's been introduced in the evidence, and you're familiar with the video that shows at 4 o'clock, Jay Lee leaves his apartment dressed, right? In a robe, bonnet, and some slippers.
All right, Jay.
You looked at that video?
Objection. Misstatement of facts.
All right, I'll rephrase my question. If you viewed the video as to when, it speaks for itself, when Jay Lee leaves his apartment at Campus Walk, apartment D302, wearing a gold bonnet, a silver robe, gray and blue slippers, you agree with me that's 4 o'clock a.m.?
I'm not going to agree with you. I'd love to see the video I'd love to see the video and we look at the video to get my times accurate. I'm going to testify to something that I can't remember offhand the timestamp.
Assuming video represents it's around that time, 4 o'clock, something around those times, do you see any messaging at all from Timmy Harrington to Jay Lee, inviting him over, asking him to come by yourself, bring anybody? If you found anything based on your investigation, at any point in time between 2:54 a.m. and 4 o'clock a.m. that my client invited Jay Lee over to his place?
Tim Harrington in that interview tells us that Jay Lee came over there.
He did tell you he came over there, but that's it. I'm not saying that. I'm saying whether or not he came to get any proof, he was unannounced. He was unannounced.
On this, you want on this?
On any medium, any platform. Send a pigeon over there. Carrier pigeon. You have any evidence whatsoever?
That Tim Harrington invited him over?
The first time.
Not that I see on here.
So it's safe to assume Jay Lee wasn't inveigled at that time, was he? You know what embezzlement means?
If you'll just give me the definition, yeah.
Explain what embezzlement means. He wasn't coached over there.
Objection, Your Honor.
Calls for, he's asking for a
Just ask him, was he coached?
I think you work with the coach.
Jay Lee asked Tim Harrington if he was in Oxford.
Tim Harrington didn't respond to that text. Okay. You don't know if Mr. Harrington was asleep. Right? He asked.
You turned and I couldn't hear you. Please say that again.
He didn't respond to this.
But you said something else though.
He wasn't asleep or anything like that. You don't know what he was doing during that time, do you? Mr. Harrington.
Mr. Harrington during 4:36. I'm sorry. Let me go back up. During 2:54 a.m. I don't know if Tim Harrington was asleep.
No, I didn't say 64. I said the time when he did not respond at 2:54 a.m. You don't know what Mr. Harrington was doing.
Not at 2:54 a.m. I don't. No.
We're talking about the first time that Mr. Harrington didn't respond, right?
Not that I see. No.
Okay. And my understanding is, based on what's been introduced by the state, is at 4 o'clock, he leaves, and at some point in time around 4:30, he returns. You've been deep into this investigation.
Are you talking about Jay Lee or Tim Harrington?
Jay Lee,
sir?
right.
Jay Lee, yeah.
Sometime around 4:30, he returns back to his car.
Okay.
You don't disagree with that, do you?
Around 4:30. I don't have the specific time, but no.
Okay. All right. So go to what page number do you have?
I got page, it looks like 9 on the
All
bottom.
right, go to line 74.
Okay. Do you mean read line 74?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So 74 is,
What time?
7/8/2022 at 4:36:44 a.m.
Who's the sender?
It's gonna be, Jay Lee,
All right. Who's the receiver?
Tim Harrington,
And this time is what?
4:36:44 a.m.
All right.
And it says, I just wanted to be able to say, I had you be DL again. There's an emoji, fun to have been the first guy. Another emoji, experiment over.
All right, that's a message from Jay Lee to Tim Harrington, 4:36:44. I just wanted to be able to say, I had you. Be the DL again. Fun to have been the first guy, experiment over, with 2 emojis embedded in that statement. Fair statement?
Yes.
Okay.
And then number, do we continue?
What number? Yes.
Okay, number 75 says on the date 7/8/2022, 4:53 a.m. Also, I noted on
Hold
your,
on. From who?
from Jay Lee to Tim Harrington.
Right?
Also, I noted on your floor, so you should get that up, BTW. And the nude was fake too. Okay, back to block now.
Okay. Back to block now is a statement that Jay Lee made to Tim Harrington, right?
Yes, and Tim Harrington admitted in the interview that he was blocked by Jay Lee.
Right. But Jay Lee's saying back to block now, right? And during the course of your investigation, Director, y'all interviewed a number of people that knew Jay Lee and other individuals that y'all asked about conversations and connections with Jay Lee. And in some of those interviews, they referenced the fact that they were blocked by getting an argument with somebody, and they blocked somebody because they got an argument with somebody, didn't want to talk to them anymore, right? Basically, I blocked him. That's not uncommon. You see, I've gone through all these messages. It's all over the place where people blocking each other.
Sure, I block scam calls all the
Kind
time.
of like hanging.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, go to that message that you just referenced from Jay Lee to Timmy Harrington on the back to block now, and tell me the time frame between 4:53:00 and the next message that you made reference to that's already been introduced in the evidence. There's a Snapchat. You're familiar with the Snapchat message that's been introduced by another exhibit at 5:17 about who TF is this. Are you familiar with that particular message?
Yeah. If you could if you could show me the conversation.
I think it's D38. Make sure. Because I'm not going to get these things out of order, I hope.
38.
I believe so. Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Yeah, I just wanted to get close. All right. I'm referencing State's Exhibit 28. I'm going to slide this down so I can slide it back in there. I'm going to show you this Exhibit 28, if I can approach it. What I'm referencing is this already been introduced. It's been shown up on computers where it says who the TF is this.
Okay.
That's a message from Jay Lee, Sucker for Jay. And what apparently, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm kind of new at this Snapchat stuff.
Me too.
But what happens is if I want to send you a message, kind of an invite, if you accept it, pops up on the screen and you touch it and you open it up. If you want to accept that red eye, like we're going to get talking, it's red eye, right?
Okay. Yeah. Red eye 24.
Touch on that screen there. If you don't care who red eye is, you don't want to talk to them. Or it's kind of like if I get a call from a solicitor or a bill collector, you know, when I'm behind on my credit card, I don't want to talk to them. I'm going to get to them next week. I don't answer. So in order to Sucker for Jay Lee, right?
Yes.
For him to say,
Yeah, I was not expecting this curveball today. So
he's got to send that message who the TF is this.
yeah, I'm gonna talk to you, Red Eye. Basically, I'm willing.
Sound like you asked him, who is this?
Right, he did.
Yeah.
Who is he?
Yeah.
And then the conversation starts.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yes.
All right. So that's how that went down, so the jury will understand. Now, are you familiar with, you reviewed those conversations that occurred between those two individuals, Mr. Lee and Mr. Harrington? You reviewed those, correct?
Are you referring to the Snapchat messages?
Yes.
Yes.
That's just reference, I'm sorry. Right?
Yes.
Look over them through me look through them again. Can we approach? I think there's a page on there that would be on here.
did he say that, Fancy? Because I thought he said he wanted to be the first. And he wanted to say that he had him. I missed that. I didn't hear him say that he was glad. I'm gonna go back and listen to it. I don't want us to miss anything. But yeah. So it just kind of seems like the state just really didn't present the beginning of the conversation. They went straight for the parts that they supported their theory. So I'm curious to see how they clean this up on redirect. Okay, I'll go back and listen to it. Facts, genuine. It seems like at the end of the day, Tim may be the last person who've had contact with Jay Lee, seen him, spoke to him, and his digital thread ends with him. So I think it doesn't negate that. I think it just does bring in that just some mixed content, right? It's painting. I feel like they're trying to paint the full picture, which they should do as a defense team. So there was something else that I wanted to say. I'm kind of distracted right now, so I'm trying to think of it. Oh, I mean, and then the fact that he was lying about it doesn't look good. It definitely looks like he has something that he's hiding. Oh, I want to hear it too. Okay, I'll take it back. I'll take it back to re-listen. And good morning. We got 97 people watching from either Twitter or YouTube. Thank you for joining us on this Saturday. Make sure you hit the like button and the subscribe button. If you don't have a membership, I encourage you to get one. They are not required, but they are appreciated. I mean, absolutely. And I guess this witness will be up here for a while because he's only addressed the text messages and the interrogation. I don't even know if the defense is going to talk about. I mean, I guess he tried to talk about the car a little bit, but he really hasn't gotten into the fact that Tim drove that man's car and parked it somewhere and was seen running away from it and picked up by somebody else who got pulled over with him in the car and has testified to picking him up and dropping him back off at his apartment. So, they've yet to talk about the Google searches on his phone around strangulation. Also the apartment complex where he dropped Jay Lee's car off at. There's several things that have not been discussed, but I fully anticipate the defense to put on their own case in chief. Just because we heard the defense talking about witnesses, and then we also heard how he intends to recall Jay Lee's friend, the one who was on the phone with him when he left out of the house. So just very interested to see how this is going to play out. As mentioned, I don't really know how many more witnesses the state.
So what is ClickUp? ClickUp is an all-in-one productivity software where you can manage everything and anything.
But I can imagine they don't have very many, right? Because there's not a body, there's not a crime scene. So I can imagine them having a lot. They've called the detectives to talk about the investigation. They've called his mother just to talk about who he was and their relationship.
Make it record. I'll be here.
Okay. Judge, it's already introduced. She's got a bunch of other messages on here on other dates, but it's already introduced. I don't know how to find it. I'm just gonna ask him to read portions of it, yes. Yes. Yes, sir.
If it's been introduced together, if it's introduced together.
All right. There'll be a bunch of stuff in the court file. You're ready.
Are y'all ready? Let's, well, I don't know if Jerry's ready yet or not. Anything else we need to put on the record before the jury comes back in?
Can't think of anything.
I'm gonna, our bailiff's is back in there with me. I gotta run back here, man. I'm gonna tell the bailiff, Frank, about when they're ready. Would you like you? That's what I can tell her. asked y'all this morning about what your thoughts were on tomorrow. Did you have a consensus opinion? Heck, no, we don't work on Sunday.
No.
I'm not committing at this time. I got something to get done today, but I will take y'all's preference into heavy consideration, okay? All right. You may resume your cross-examination.
28, I think. Sometimes they call you Shane, sometimes they call you Director.
Whatever works for you.
We've known each other a while.
Yeah.
Shane, I want you to look, it's kind of confusing. I know we're going to try to line it up later, but you have messages different, going back and forth from Snapchat, Instagram, FaceTime, and all that stuff.
Yes, sir, we've looked at a lot of different
A lot of
things.
different moving parts on these conversations between these individuals. So we'll try to work our way through it. But if you look at 28, now can I approach from this side? And that message on there, that who the TF is this, comes from Jay Lee to Mr. Harrington. And that date, that time is what time? It appears to be 5/17/09.
So it's in UT, so it's in UTC time.
Yeah, I want you to just, you've done this a lot, just plow through UTC and get the local time. You don't mind.
All right. So it's 5/17/09, Friday, July 8th. And Sucker for Jay, who TF is this?
Okay, and that's 5/17/09, the message after we got to the on block now, which is happening earlier through the other exhibits, but it from 5:43 a.m. the next message comes from Jay Lee to Harrington, who the TF is this, and that's as a response to apparently Jay Lee opening up or accepting the red eye message to him to communicate. Fair statement.
Yeah, after who TF is this, there's a question mark on the next one.
Right. The next one is question mark, and that's a minute later.
Yes.
All right. Now, go to page, I'll give you this exhibit. Get it done this way. I'll show you. Do it like this, start going back and forth, right, Shane? Going back and forth, different messaging apps, we have to go through it separately on different pages, right?
Yesterday.
All right. All right, had this marked for identification. Page 13 in your packet.
Ms. Sharan, may I hold on to this in case you reference it
I don't
again?
mind.
Okay.
You're gonna need it.
All right.
I'm gonna move for introduction.
69, Dana.
Yes, sir.
Go get it. Go ahead. They said, now for the record, they don't object to D 79 being admitted. My understanding. I want to direct you to, I believe, the conversation that begins, or at least some activity Page 13, 107, 108, 110, and 112, and 113 on that particular page. If you would, go do the outgoing, originating, all that kind of stuff you've done before, the date and time. This is the same date, same time frame, right? We're talking about.
So number 107, call log outgoing 7/8/2022, 5:19, 39 a.m. From Tim Harrington to Jay Lee.
Okay, go to the next.
108, call log outgoing 7/8/2022, 5:19:50 a.m. Call outgoing from Tim Harrington to Jay Lee.
All right.
Number 109, well, it just says log entries. Same time as the outgoing call, so I don't know what it says FaceTime, the same as the other two, which were FaceTime as well. There's no information on this one, on number 109. Number 109,
All right, what time is that?
the same time as the outgoing call to Jay Lee, so it's number 108 says 7/8/2022 at 5:19:50 a.m. This number 109 just says log entry 7/8/2022, 5:19:50 a.m.
Okay. Does it indicate a length of time on that particular entry?
On 109,
Yes.
there's nothing, I mean, no.
All right, go to the next.
110, call log outgoing, again, this would be FaceTime, 7/8/2022, 5:20:04 a.m. From Tim Harrington to Jay Lee.
All right. And any indication of connection there?
Say it again.
Any indication that there's any activity on that particular call?
No, it says 0000004 or 6 zeros across to there.
All right, go to the next entry, and I believe that's going to be line 113. Is that right?
113, call log outgoing 7/8/2022, 5:23:33 a.m.
Duration.
2J 14 seconds, source Snapchat.
Okay. And that is, that's a phone call connection between Harrington and Jay Lee at that time.
Yes.
All right. Now, you still have 28 with you, right?
Do what?
You still have 28 with you, correct? Exhibit 28.
I got 68, 60. Oh, yeah, I do right here.
All right. I'm trying to see if we missed anything. Okay. Give me the 28 if you don't mind. Okay. All right. Go to I think it's already been introduced into evidence. If you look at 28, the state introduced item 124 into evidence pertaining to how long does it take to strangle someone? And the previous testimony was that the Gabby Petito, or portions of that, type in what was it automatically added some language to that. You familiar with that?
Are you saying somebody else testified to that, or I did?
No, someone else testified that start typing that in, it adds certain parts of the conversation does it automatically. Those records reflect that according to previous testimony. You agree with that? If you looked at that particular aspect of it?
When you start typing it in, how long does it take to strangle someone?
Yeah.
I think it pulls up where you can click on how long does it take to
Okay.
strangle someone, Gabby.
Yeah, all right.
I don't
So,
know if it auto-populates in the sentences.
Auto-populate.
As he's typing, I don't know if it auto-populates it.
yeah, but the previous testimony that occurred on this particular entry. Those
On-
records reflect that.
On this day?
Yeah.
7/8/2022?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and as to that particular entry, can you show me, you look at line 125, if you, I'm gonna give you page 14. Already been introduced as an exhibit, maybe it's quicker for me to just do my own.
125
Hold on
on,
one second.
oh, not 125 on this one?
You have 125 on there?
Yeah, 125 on this one says I misspelled something. Okay, I'll do it.
Okay. All right. After the 124 entry, you're familiar with the fact that there's Instagram activity immediately after that, correct?
Immediately after what, sir? Immediately after what? While there's,
After the search of 557, you see the next entry, 55707 on that exhibit, page 14.
Mr. Rand, you may have to come up here and show me what you're looking at. I don't know what you're looking at.
Look at 126. It's on my list at 125. I'm sorry. Look at 126. Instagram activity. See that on there? Page 14.
Are you referring to the Excel spreadsheet?
You have a page 14 on Snapchat, on your Celebrite. You have a page 14?
I got a 13 and a 9 sitting up
I
here.
don't have this marked. It's been previously introduced, but I'm going to introduce it.
Okay.
David introduced it, previously, but it's a different entry I want to make reference to. I move for introduction at this time, Your Honor. Look at entry 126, please.
126?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. I want to ask you a couple questions about that particular entry. That represents a Instagram activity by Mr. Harrington at that time, correct?
That appears so.
All right. Give me the time of that particular activity.
5:57:07 a.m.
All right. And the search related to what we talked about, the previous search was 5:57. So 7 seconds after he's on Instagram, talking with somebody, doing something on Instagram, right? That's correct.
5:57. How long does it take to strangle someone? Gabby Petito is at 5:57 a.m. And then what you just referenced, number 126,
right,
is at 5:57:07.
All right. and it ends on 5:57:13, right?
Yes, 5:57:13.
So the Google search or the typing in part, he's on Instagram no more than 7 seconds after that search. Fair statement?
That's what it shows here.
You had to type it in the 7 seconds.
Yeah.
All right. Now, my understanding is that based on your information, after that, it's 5:57, at 5:58, excuse me, Jay Lee has a phone conversation with Khalid Fears, right?
You're saying Khalid Fears called Jay Lee at 5:58?
Yeah.
I don't know what time that phone call exactly
Whatever
took place.
the previous testimony is, that's somewhere around that time.
Okay, I'll go with that.
Okay. All right. And I want you to go back to, I'll give you another, to page 515, page 15, I believe. Move your introduction at this time.
All right, 71, you did it.
Your Honor, I'm going through all this, hoping to cut out some other witness testimony. You know, trying to go through all this. Thank you. Look at item 128.
Okay.
There's at 5:58, search that Timmy Harrington searched at that time. Can you identify that item?
128, I can.
Okay. All right. And what was the search on that?
Does pre-workout boost testosterone?
Okay.
7/8/2022 at 5:58 a.m.
All right. And does it? Okay. All right. And that was search item at 5:57 that Mr. Harrington did, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, look at item number 132. It appears to me to be a message to Emily Watson. We talked about her earlier about dropping the screws off. That apparently Bob and some moves that P&T did for Miss Watson, correct?
Yes.
That's what that's about.
Yeah, it's dropping screws off.
Look at 132.
Good morning. I can drop the screws off right now. Instant message outgoing 7/8/2022 at 7:59:53 a.m.
The time of that was?
7:59:53.
These are the Celebrite records.
No,
Oh,
medium.
oh, the medium. Hold on, Judge, don't make me lie.
Instagram, Snapchat.
Hold on, it's got listed on here. I'm trying to get back to it. That's a text message, I believe. I think that's a text message.
But if you reference it, D71.
Yes,
Okay.
it's still on the same exhibit. May I proceed, John? No problem. Page, again, page 15. 137 in the notes. What's it say in that?
haircut, talk to Miss Janet, drop off clothes to cleaners.
And that is an entry at what time?
8:08 a.m. on 7/8/2022.
All right. I think it might be the last one, Judge.
Me and the jury are sitting back what going overtime pay today anyway.
I move for introduction. No objection, right? That's correct. You see the exhibit 16? I mean, that, page 16, that's exhibit 72.
Yes.
Can you give the jury the benefit of the messages 139 and 14?
139 incoming, 7/8/2022, 8:11:52 a.m. Okay, great.
And that is, what time was that?
8:11:52.
Who is that from?
I got so many papers here. If I had to guess, it's from
Ms. Watson.
Ms. Watts. Yeah.
Okay. And 139 and 14. Did you read both of them?
Oh, 140. Yeah. Instant message outgoing 7/8, 8:29, 38 a.m. I'm pulling up now from Tim Harrington to I believe Ms. Watson.
Okay. And that is at 7 what?
7/8/2022 at 8:29:38 a.m.
Page 16, correct?
Uh,
Bottom right corner, is that 16?
yes, 16.
All right. All right, I'm gonna move away from that. May have some more, but I'm gonna move away at this time. Get those in the stack if you don't mind. John, I like to, I'm gonna make sure I got them all introduced. Earlier ones. Got them all, Shane?
I got a lot of it.
Let me look at it if you don't mind.
They're just in different orders.
I understand. I'm gonna put them in order. Okay. Your Honor, at this time I move for introduction of 70 that hadn't been introduced. Has?
So 63, 64, 68.
I move for introduction of those at this time.
Go back to that one.
What'd you say, Your Honor?
That's not what I have to say, to have the objection 63, 64, 68.
Hold on one second. 64, I withdraw introduction. That's that's the one that's marked up.
63 is, I think, the big deposit from the phone, it's a big phone bill.
Withdrawal on 63 and 64.
68, I think, is one or two pay portion of that big bill.
All right, that's right, we'll move introduction 68.
Look at this, what you think about 64, okay?
63 and 64.
Where are they?
64.
Any objection to 64?
No objection.
All right.
So 64 is the one that's marked up that he's withdrawn. No objection.
All right, Detective, talk a little bit about some of the activities as far as investigation and things that were or were not found as a result of the investigation. I'd like to show the video that references what we talked about, leaving up, I believe it's campus walk video, S5. Now, I'd like to have it shown at this time.
All right. I would coordinate that. Everybody good?
Double chart. I don't know if they're gonna be able to see that screen in that light.
Can you move it this way, just?
Remember, if it's not audio, it's no audio. That's right. I can see it on, it's no audio. Thank you. Yeah. Before we started, you've seen this video, have you not, Shane? I assume you haven't been involved in this, right?
Of Jay Lee walking out of his apartment. Yeah.
All right. Would you describe obvious what But Jay Lee has on,
Looks like some sort of slippers, a robe of some sort, and maybe some kind of bonnet on his head,
Okay.
or something to keep his hair together.
okay. All right, do you have access, you have all the evidence submission forms, in this case, access to them? Are you familiar with all the submissions? Any?
I don't have them with me
Okay.
here, no.
You play that. That's enough. Yes, I'm done with that. The next video on there, we won't play, shows Jay Lee getting in his car and leaving. My understanding is, according to what's been testified to, at 5:58.
Okay.
All right, so as far as, I'm done with you. Any, and y'all searched Mr. Harrington's apartment.
University Police did.
I mean-
I'm sorry, we searched, OPD searched Harrington apartment, UPD searched Jay Lee.
UPD did Jay Lee's.
Mhm.
You didn't have anything, you never went back to Jay Lee's apartment or anything?
No. I never set foot in Jay Lee's apartment.
Okay. As far as Mr. Harrington's apartment, as a result of a search warrant, at the time that you did that search warrant, you were familiar with what Mr. Lee had on when he left his apartment?
The slippers, the robe, and the bonnet, I guess what they classified as.
And I'm gonna try to speed this up because there's a lot of exhibits y'all took out of his apartment, right?
Sure.
Mr. Harrington's apartment. And my understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, after y'all searched his apartment, y'all took all kinds of did y'all vacuum like, did you sweep, anything like that?
I was not there for the search warrant, and I can't remember what all they did at the search warrant.
It's fair to say that when y'all were searching, I assume y'all had one of these meetings and said, we're going, before y'all go in, the search warrant on his apartment, I believe, was the same day he was arrested, right?
Yes.
Y'all got that search warrant. It was in your hand before you ever interviewed, not you, but you're aware of it, before you ever walked in there and talked to Mr. Harrington, knocked on his door.
Before I knocked on his door, Mr. Harrington let us in. Yes.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, I know we're familiar with all these terms and stuff that the jury may not be, may or may not be. You're looking for whatever evidence you can find at that scene that will help you determine whether or not Jay Lee's been there, or any evidence at that time of some type of criminal activity that would support your investigation, right?
Yes, sir. Anything to further the investigation.
And none of the evidence that you've gotten back from any laboratory pertaining to any bonnet materials consistent with this bonnet that we saw, consistent with the robe that Jay Lee had on, or consistent with the slippers that he had on. You can't tell this jury that not one strand of fiber was found in Mr. Harrington's apartment.
Like previously asked, what we searched for. So there was no bonnet, no robe, no slippers that Jay Lee has seen on going out of there. But it should also be said that Jay Lee went missing on July 8th. We didn't execute that search warrant until July 22nd, which is 14 days later.
I didn't ask you if you found a bonnet or a robe or slippers. I asked you if you found any fiber or any trace evidence of any of those items ever having been in his apartment or left in his apartment.
No fibers of any kind.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you got there, Mr. Harrington's apartment was about like most other kids at Ole Miss at his age, pretty much a mess, wasn't it?
There was clothes out. I think he said he was moving or getting ready to move.
And also, as a result of that search, you were able to determine that, well, first of all, let's say when you walked in there and you had that interview with him that you talked about initially, showed on tape, y'all hopped him up, spun him around, put the handcuffs on him, right?
No, sir. I walked over to Tim Harrington, walked behind him and asked him if he would stand up on his own and walk to that officer. Nobody ever spun him around, did anything like that aggressive like you're referring to.
No, I'm not saying you were aggressive, but you just kind of helped him, spun him around. He was handcuffed.
Yeah, we asked him to turn around and place handcuffs on him.
And you asked him previously, hey, look, can we look at your phone? He complied.
He handed his phone to Detective Baker.
He complied with it. Then you asked him for the passcodes to his computer. He complied. And his cell phone, right?
Yes.
Cooperative.
Cooperative.
All right. And the search began at that time. How many officers were present? The ones that you were waving out the hallway, stay back, they came on in at that time, right?
There was only one officer that I recall in the hallway that I was waving off to tell go back. There were not multiple officers in the hallway, just one. And how many people went into the room off the top of my head, unless we play the video, I can't tell you the exact number. I don't want to get it wrong.
All right. Give me the names of the officers that you remember being there.
Detective Mike Burks would have been one. He had the search warrant.
He had the search warrant. He's the one that's responsible for the warrant, get the warrant from the judge, right?
Yes.
Y'all had a meeting earlier that day to discuss on how that was going to go down, right? It's in the report that y'all had a meeting before y'all went to Mr. Harrington's apartment, right?
It's in my report.
In a report that's been provided to me that y'all had one of these meetings.
I haven't seen the report you're referring to.
All right, anyway, did y'all have a meeting before y'all came over?
I'm sure it was discussed, yes, sir.
So y'all come over there, do the warrant, Mike Burks. Can you give me the names of all the other ones that were there? Do you remember?
I told you I couldn't even count. I can't tell you the exact number of people there. I remember a few people from the video yesterday. If you want to pull the video up, I'll see if I can identify them. But right off the top of my head, Mike Burks was there to teach with OPD, Jake Abel and Alcohol Bureau, ABC, whatever that stands for. I believe Kayla Beast was there. Detective Scott Hollowell. Man, it's fuzzy. I don't remember after that.
Okay.
Just thinking in my head, if we play the video, I'll be happy to name some.
Herod there, Carver there,
Who?
Herod Campbell.
I don't remember if Cam was there or not. I think Detective Rachel Carver, I don't know if she initially walked in the door or if she came down after the execution search. She does come to the apartment.
So I want to run through this kind of quickly. Y'all searched his apartment and the items that you took out of there, cut to the chase on this, you found no trace evidence on any of those items in his apartment that indicated that there was any blood, correct? No blood,
No blood,
no urine,
no urine,
no DNA,
no DNA,
no saliva,
no saliva,
no evidence of an assault.
the room had clothes around it. I can't,
No broken chairs.
you're asking about trace evidence and DNA evidence now, not whether, you know.
And the items, out of any item that you took out of that apartment, you agree with me, Director, day one, it's a pretty massive investigation, wasn't it?
All right, you talking about day one of Jay Lee missing?
Yeah.
Anytime a missing person case comes, yes, we want to try and locate that person. So yeah, we bring him in.
And so what evidence do you have? Trace evidence, physical evidence that Jay Lee didn't leave that apartment alive and well.
Repeat it one more time for me.
All right, what evidence do you have that Jimmy Lee didn't leave but trace evidence, physical evidence there at the scene, saliva, things that you talked about,
So-
tell this jury on the scene, what evidence you have
Gotcha.
that shows Jay Lee's life ended in that apartment?
We don't have any DNA evidence from Jay Lee in that apartment, but Mr. Hand showed me some Instagram messages and we read some of them out. And one of them was, I nutted on your floor. You should probably clean that up. That was on July the 8th. We executed this search warrant on July 22nd, 14 days later.
Wait a minute now. I'm a little confused about the train here on what happened. Because my understanding is that the second part of the messaging that took place between Mr. Harrington and Jay Lee was that Jay Lee was going to come over there, right? And do something.
When you keep turning, I'm missing half of it when you turn.
All right, listen to me.
Yeah.
That message was in response to the first time that Jay Lee apparently made the comment. That was between the visit between 228 and 403, correct?
Okay,
He's
so
referencing,
so you're saying it's the first time Jay Lee came over?
yes,
Okay, I'm tracking.
the message that contained the comment, you better clean that up because I nutted on your floor.
Was between, so you're saying it was, just so I'm clear, it was Jay Lee comes over, he gets back to his apartment, he tells Tim, I nutted on your floor, you should probably clean that up. And then Jay Lee goes back to Tim's apartment. That's what you're saying. Okay, yeah.
Caleb Fears. Caleb Fears told you, right? I'm going back over there.
Yes, Khalid Fears, I'm going back over to see someone.
Right. Do something, him to do something that hadn't been done before.
And that's what Tim described in the interview of he was gonna give oral sex to Jay Lee.
That was the second time, right? So that comment that Jay Lee said the first time doesn't necessarily mean that's true, correct? Because he says he'd already gotten his, according to what Caleb Fears said, on the first visit over there.
So is it?
Caleb Fears said in his statement, he had already gotten his in the conversation that's on that video. I've already gotten mine. I'm going over there.
Okay, so Jay Lee tells Fears he already got his.
That's right.
So when we interviewed Tim and Tim says that, when Jay Lee first came over, he gave him oral sex, so it's possible Tim lied, it's the other way around?
No, I'm saying that the comment that Jay Lee may not be true about that on the floor. That's possible, isn't it? On the first visit.
We have to go with what's in the phone and
All right.
in the Instagram messages and
We're
all.
talking about a lot of possibilities here, aren't we? Director?
Well,
About a lot of possibilities, right? Things happen during this whole time frame, right?
Yes, you say, you've asked me,
Not probabilities, but possibilities.
you've asked me about possibilities,
Right,
yes.
possibility. I want to get back to, you say there's something about him saying that he did something on the floor. You can't necessarily represent to this jury that ever occurred between those two individuals. Mr. Harrington didn't respond to that aspect of it, right? So we don't really know, do we?
I'd have to go back and review what you handed me, but if I'm not mistaken, it's going back to block now. And that's when Tim Harrington turns to Red Eye 24 and reconnects with him.
All right, let's just pass that. Again, let's get back to say that you switched from whether or not there was any evidence at the scene to say that apparently you ejaculated on the floor, but you didn't find any evidence of that. But you didn't find any evidence that there had been any cleaning agent on the floor or in the apartment whatsoever, right?
You asked if there was any evidence that was found, and I wanted the jury to understand that that message was sent, and Jay Lee tells him, you should probably clean up.
Okay. Did he tell him to clean up anything else over there?
I don't think there's any message about any clean up anything else. He specifically said, I noted on your floor to it. In the Instagram message, he discusses nerding on the floor. Jay Lee does to Tim Harrington. You should probably clean that up. And that was on July the 8th, 2022. We executed the search warrant on July 22nd, 2022.
All right. So, where's Dr. You not representing to this jury that my client used any agent to clean the floor or anything like that, are you?
I didn't
find any evidence of that.
I never said that, sir. All I told the jury is Jay Lee told Tim Harrington, you should probably clean that up. That was on July 8th. We did not go speak to Tim Harrington until July 22nd. That's 14 days from July 8th when Jay Lee.
Let's stick around in that part. What's it called? Apartment? Lafayette Place?
Lafayette Place.
That's where Mr. Harrington's apartment was, right?
Yes.
It was at the time.
Yes, at the time.
All right. So time frame that you're talking about, we've seen all these videos. This traffic is busy over there in the summer times, like every day, summer at that apartment complex, right? How many units are there in the Fed?
So, how many units are there? I'm not sure how many units are there.
Well, I mean, it's a lot.
It's a lot. I'll give you that. I don't know the number.
All right, and according to your timeline, no doubt that apparently Mr. Lee found his way over after conversing with my client. There's somewhere around 6:03, he sent a text, said open. We don't know what time he actually went in, correct? We just know open.
Yes, right after Tim Harrington searches, how long does it take to strangle someone? There's a message from Jay Lee that says open right around that same time.
Right. Now, that conversation is right after that says open. You don't know, we don't know when the door was open at all, right?
No.
Okay. And the search warrants, you executed on that day, and the next day were the ones that y'all got were, you eventually got for the cell phone, his MacBook, Jay Lee's MacBook, a lock audit on the apartment complex for all the apartments, or lock audit, and close proximity to that time. Let me see what else, if I'm missing anything. And you got DNA from Mr. Harrington, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You got, I'll go through them. I'm gonna make sure I don't miss the ones that are relevant. And also you came to the Harrington's house, where we saw that wheelbarrow, right?
In Grenada, yes.
Yeah, did you go there?
I was there.
All right, and the wheelbarrow DNA samples were taken off of that. Not only DNA samples, y'all cleaned it to see whether or not there was anything else in that wheelbarrow stuck on it, like fiber, clothing fiber, shoe fiber, saliva, all that kind of stuff. I know it's sometime later. I understand all that. But it was in the condition of it was apparently had never been, it wasn't clean, was it? Wasn't like it had been scrubbed out.
I don't recall the exact condition. I mean, it was just a wheel. I don't recall.
Just a wheelbarrow.
Yeah, like if you show me a picture, it may help.
You saw the video, wheelbarrow that was taken. You've seen that video, right?
I've seen it before, yes.
Did you inspect the wheelbarrow at the Harrington house?
Yeah, we saw it. We took it.
All right. And it didn't appear that it cleaned or anything like that, right? Y'all didn't make note in your report that anything was unusual about it, but you did take samples out of it for the purpose of determining whether or not it was used during the course of Mr. Lee's disappearance, right?
Yes, sir.
Found zero.
Found zero. So the wheelbarrow was that Mr. Rand's describing was loaded, unloaded, July the 8th. I don't recall the date of the search warrant at Tim Harrington's parents' house, but it was well after July 8th.
Well, if you didn't expect to get any DNA evidence off of it, why'd you send those samples to the lab?
I think in any investigation, we have to be thorough. If we're not thorough, we're not doing our part. We want to be as thorough as we can. We want to be thorough at Tim Harrington's apartment. We want to be thorough at Tim Harrington's parents' house. We want to be thorough and diligent when we're looking through the phone. Any evidence we can find, we want to find it.
All right. So you also recovered from the Harrington home, you got all the mattresses, all the bedding off of the bedroom, Timmy's bedroom at the house, right?
At his parents' house or his apartment?
Oh.
I'm gonna have to see a list of what all of them were taken. You're going from apartment to a parent's house. I don't remember all the distinctions.
What's the Harrington's house in Grenada?
At the Harrington's house in Grenada, I remember the wheelbarrow and some tools. I don't remember what all items were taken. You'll have to let me see a
Remember whether or
list.
not it was reported to you that all the bedding off of Mr. Harrington's blankets and things of that nature were taken out of the Harrington home?
I just answered that. I cannot tell you if the bedding was taken. If you will show me a list, I'll look at a list, but I remember a wheelbarrow and tools.
All right. Regardless, whatever was taken from the Harrington home produced no trace evidence or anything of value from an evidentiary standpoint, as far as trace evidence.
No, sir.
All right. Let's get to Molly Bar Apartments. Did you go to the scene where JD's car was located at Molly Bar?
I've been over there before.
Were you there when it was recovered from, when at Molly Bar, y'all found out where the location was, where it was parked in spot 43 at Molly Bar?
I remember spot 43. If you show me a picture, I'll be able to confirm it was 43. I don't want to say the wrong number to the jury. But I did see the photos from the tow company with the receipt and all that. Yes, sir.
Did y'all ever, at any point in time, tape off that area where the car was found to consider it a crime scene?
No, we never taped off where that car was taken, where that car was dropped off at. No, sir.
Y'all seen it on TV where they tape it off and all that kind of stuff?
Oh,
Go back and look.
Yeah.
In the parking lot, around the car, anywhere in that area, after y'all began a criminal investigation, did y'all ever go back and look for any trace evidence or anything around that area of his car to see whether or not there may have been some type of struggle there at his car, whether it would be his items, his bonnet, his robe, or his shoes, maybe torn or anything like that? Go do trace evidence examination of spot 43.
We went back, I believe the reason, and Mr. Harrington referenced this in his interview, they towed vehicles out of there, so we know the tow knowledge of the complex. If you don't have that spot specifically for you, I believe what the contract is, what it works, is they'll tow your vehicle out of there because that's not your spot. So 43 must have belonged to somebody else. And so they moved the car out of there, Jay Lee's car out. So we went back and looked later on around there and around Molly Bar Trails, and that area didn't find anything, the bonnet or the robe or the slippers weren't there.
That's what I asked you. Correct? Go out there and try to see whether or not there was any trace evidence at all in that area, Molly Bar, especially, and more importantly, after you got your DNA report back from Scales Laboratory. Let me see if I can find it in here. Thought I had it. September the 5th of 2024, you received a Scales Laboratory report saying no DNA evidence, no trace evidence, nothing from anything involving Timmy Harrington as far as any activity in this department. Did you say, hey, wait a minute, guys, let's all get back together and let's go see if we can find some trace evidence at Molly Bar where his car went? Did you do that, Director?
We went to Molly Bar Trails after knowing the vehicle was there, looked around, looked in the front where the car was parked, looked in the bushes, walked around the buildings, watched the individual run out, went the path he run out, which is identified as Tim Harrington, went down the path he went down the side of the road of Molly Bar.
I'm saying after September the 5th, Director.
After September 5th, what year?
2024. Did y'all go back after the DNA evidence report came back to you and said, oh my gosh, we ain't got any evidence of this young man doing anything in this apartment? Did you go back to the scene and say, wait a minute, let's go back to Molly Bar and see if Timberland Mathis is lying to us, Jose Reyes? I'm not saying they're not even suspects at that time, but we got to find out. Let's go back to Molly Bar. Because my understanding is when y'all went to Molly Bar the first time, according to Mayhem, y'all knocked on a few doors and that was basically it. Objection to the form of question. I'll rephrase. True or not? First part of the investigation was OPD in conjunction with the University Police Department. Went to Molly Bar. According to the report, and I can get them up here and testify, I know you're familiar with it. But they knocked on a few doors. Some people answered, some people didn't. And that was it, as far as Molly Bar.
Knocked on doors, some people answered, some people didn't.
Fair?
Fair.
As far as the Molly Bar location, that's basically the extent of crime scene, if you want to call it that, investigation of Molly Bar.
No, sir. I just told you that we went back out there after we learned the car was there. So yeah, people knocked on doors, talked to people in the neighborhood, but I told you we searched around 43. We searched in the bushes in front of 43. We searched around the buildings. We searched the area that the individual was seen running out of that complex who was identified as Tim Harrington.
All right, fair enough. Again, that was the extent of your investigation. Molly Bar Apartments location before September 5th, 2024, as well as after September 5th, 2024. Correct? That was it.
I do not recall going to Molly Bar Trails after September 5th, 2024.
Talking about your agency, Oxford PD, never went back to Molly Bar to continue your investigation after September the 5th, when you knew you had zero evidence in the apartment.
I do not recall going back to Molly Bar Trails to spot 43 after September 5th, 2024. I do not recall that.
In the 133-page report that we've been provided, you can't tell this jury, this court, or me that y'all ever went back to Molly Bar to continue any investigation that is identified in any report. Of these 22,000 pages of documents that have been provided to us, you can't say that y'all ever went back to Molly Bar after you checked it out. I don't know if it's
Try to shorten it up a little bit.
I don't know if it's referring to the 20,000 pages or the DNA report from Scales. I rephrase my question. September 5th, 2021. Fair to say that you didn't go back and investigate anything at Molly Bar after September the 5th, 2024. 2022, I'm sorry. Because it would have been in a report, would it not?
No, now you said, I think you said September 5th, 2022,
That's correct.
but you've been talking about 2024, so I'm confused on it.
September the 5th, when you got the lab report back, 2022, you got the lab report back from Scales Laboratory, 13-page report, I think.
But you kept referring to it as
Let
a,
me interject anyway. This report, September 5th, 22 or 24, like it's been going.
you've been saying,
I'm sorry, 24, I'm sorry.
There you go.
okay, so will you please refresh, just ask the question again now that the dates are right?
When you got your lab report back from Scales Laboratory,
Yes.
never went back and investigated anything on at Molly Bar Park, right?
What's the date that you're referring to?
September 5th, 2024.
As I previously stated, I do not recall going back to Molly Barn Trails.
Okay. My understanding is that Pure Gold, are you familiar with the fact that some of this DNA evidence was sent to a location called Pure Gold Forensics?
I know it was sent to, I don't know if that's the name, if you'll show me a piece of paper saying that's the name, I know it was sent to a forensic place.
Okay. And I understand that everything y'all got, y'all searched Mr. Harrington's, got a search warrant for Mr. Harrington's car, correct?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And also, y'all got a search warrant for the infotainment system in his car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that report, you got a copy of, placed in your file, correct?
I don't have a copy of any report from the infotainment center up here. You'll have to provide me with that, sir.
So my understanding is, try to get this to the previous witness, but Detective Douglas received a report indicating that there was no evidence of value out of the infotainment system in Mr. Harrington's car. Fair enough?
If that's what you're saying, he said it.
All right. But again, that was reported to y'all, back to you, that nothing out of his car provided any valuable evidence, right?
You're saying that's what Mr. Douglas testified to?
No, I'm asking you to get a report to that effect.
I've not reviewed that data, sir. I know we got it, but I've not reviewed it, so.
All right. And you got a search warrant for the box truck as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And the box truck, y'all took blankets out of the back, right?
Yes, yes.
You searched the bag as far as took samples, DNA samples off evidence for the purpose of DNA, right?
Yes, sir.
And there was no DNA evidence that you got a report of zero evidence showing that Mr. Lee's body was in that box truck, right?
Mr. Lee went missing on July the 8th. We did not get the box truck until July 26th, I believe. And in an earlier document that Mr. Rand handed me, it was referenced in a text message thread between, I believe, C. Love and Mr. Harrington about a move that was supposed to be done on the 19th. That's not the only move they had. They had other jobs, I'm sure. So that box truck was continually used for business, and it was still being used 4 days after Timothy Harrington was arrested.
Okay. But you didn't find any evidence, and you asked that when they pulled these samples, you also investigated whether or not cleaning agents to scrub it down. It didn't appear visually that any of those things had occurred to the box truck, right?
Not that I'm aware of. No, sir.
Part of the investigation, you can determine, you can send samples off to a certain laboratory and several laboratories in the country that will tell you, hey, this is a cleaning agent, Clorox, is a cleaning agent that's been applied to this surface, correct? You can do that, right?
I don't know what all forensic labs can do around the nation. I don't know the specifics of each one versus one. I've seen stuff done on TV, but I don't know about each forensic lab. If there's one out there you're referring to that we sent, that you know of, I'd be happy to hear about it.
I'm asking, you have ever been trained to take samples, DNA samples off of surfaces or fingerprint samples off the surfaces?
I've been trained how to remove fingerprints and do swabs as far as like with the, whatever the swab thing's called.
I understand it. You also been trained, I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, you've got cases where blankets, linen, stuff like that, I think there's been blood, someone been killed in a house or something, when they commingle samples as far as blood and cleaning agents, things of that nature, you're trained, are you not, how to collect that evidence, right?
All I can do is pick up the blanket and put it in a bag. I don't know how to test all that to determine if there's bleach or anything like that.
But you're looking for things like that, someone's cleaning up a crime scene, that's part of an investigation, fair enough?
Yes, we do certain things throughout the investigation. Yes,
You didn't find any evidence, did you, that the box truck had been cleaned during that time? The wheelbarrow had been cleaned during that time? Mr. Harrington's floor had been cleaned during that time with any type of agent or anything didn't appear to be cleaned at all? And you took all those samples, all that evidentiary value out of those 3 locations, and you didn't have, you can't produce any evidence or reports to this jury that occurred, right?
that we didn't collect any DNA from any of those places.
Cleaning agents used to scrub the scene or any location or any evidence. You can't produce that. You're not telling this jury he did that, are you?
No, the only thing I mentioned to him again is with the apartment, Jay Lee said, I noted on the floor, you probably should clean that up. We arrested Tim and took him down for CID on the 22nd. The wheelbarrow was after the 22nd. That I don't know what the purpose of the wheelbarrow, how many times the family uses it or anything like that. And then the box truck, we didn't get until the 26th of July, I believe. And it was being used continually to move whatever jobs they had.
So as far as the submission to Pure Gold, my understanding is that you'll send every piece of evidence to Batesville or Scales Laboratory, and the Pure Gold submissions, they were charged with the responsibilities of putting some filter access through certain evidence to basically make it more refined so you could extract either DNA or blood or saliva out of the items that y'all had submitted to them from what you claim to be a crime scene. Harrington's apartment, right?
We submitted several items to them. I don't know the exact which items went there though.
All right, let's go through them then.
Let me ask you, Mr. Torrey, how much longer this particular line of questions you think it's gonna be? It's lunchtime. If you couldn't post this particular line of questions.
It's gonna be a little bit longer. I'm apparently gonna have to go through all the exhibits, John. I'm sorry.
All right, we're gonna take a lunch break.
All
Okay?
right, thank you.
All right, it's lunchtime. I don't know what y'all got today, but I hope it's good. I didn't get this, but remember what the substance on, talk about the case, only when talk about the case with you.
All right, so we are on lunch. I did miss a little piece of it because I had to take a call. So I am going to go through the chat and see what you guys were talking about. Are we still, it looks like we were still working with the detective. Morley got her little tablet playing. Okay. And then we had a little issue. My Mac went off. Yeah, the cross was super long, Jazz. Like it was going for a while. Oh shoot. He started dancing around some of the questions. Okay, Beta, because I did feel like TH tried to introduce a theory that somebody kidnapped Jay Lee. But that was like that was in his body cam interview when he said that. Oh, y'all felt like the defense was trying to confuse the witness? I absolutely think he had time to clean Yaya because they didn't go see him until the 22nd of July, and the incident happened on the 8th. So they didn't have everything they needed for a while. So he definitely had time to clean any of that stuff. Okay, yeah. Y'all said he danced around some questions. You know what, yeah, and the mistrial motion in front of the witness is a little sketchy because the witness is able to hear everything. So yeah, they're able to readjust their way of answering questions. What's a Molly bar, Joanna? Like pills? They trying to say they was doing drugs? Okay, they were going after his expertise. Hey, y'all, just started. He is guilty in my opinion. Okay, I agree. The state is doing great at presenting what they have, and he has been caught lying several times, just not looking good for him. All right. The detective danced a bit when the defense attorney asked about if they found any evidence of his death at that location. And I think that is the part that's gonna be difficult to find. That's like the monkey wrench in the case, in my opinion, because they don't have a body, they don't have a crime scene. All they know is that his digital footprint just disappears after him meeting up with this person, and this person starts lying, and they're in the he's in his car and things like that. So I'm assuming, and I gotta go back and listen, y'all, because like I said, I had got a pretty important phone call, but it sounds like did they go through scraping the box truck for evidence or his home for any type of evidence? Because I mean, if you think about it, if you strangle somebody, you're not necessarily going to find any blood. So when we talk about DNA, are we looking for like hair follicles and things like that? Like, this is a moving truck. So if they continue to use that, let's say for instance he put Jelly in that box truck and they moved it around, like, it's a moving truck, things are coming in and out of it, so the odds of them finding something that many days later is really slim to none, in my opinion. Because again, we're gonna go with the theory that he was strangled. just based off of his internet search. So I don't know. And I mean, as far as like other DNA trace, I mean, he kind of explained semen being on his floor. Like we kind of got a theory as to why that would be there in his apartment. So I don't know. What y'all think? Because I want to say Jay Lee said something about it being on his floor. I'm pretty confident that he said something about it being on his floor. I mean, this case here is a little. Y'all might have stepped away for break too. All right, my people not responding. So I'm just going to assume y'all taking a little breaky break and I will be back. But I am going to check and see what time they coming back from lunch.
Items that y'all had submitted to them from what you claim to be a crime scene. Harrington's apartment, right?
We submitted several items to them. I don't know the exact which items went there though.
All right, let's go through them
Let
then.
me ask you, all right, how much longer this particular line of questioning you think it's gonna be? It's lunchtime, if you get posted this particular line of questioning.
It's gonna be a little bit longer. I'm apparently gonna have to go through all the exhibits. I'm
All
sorry.
right, we're gonna take a lunch break.
All right,
Okay?
thank you.
So, all right, let's next. I don't know what y'all got to say, but hope you do. I didn't get this, but, remember what the substance don't, talk about the case, only when, talk about the case with you.
Okay, so it didn't really say how long the lunch break is. One thing is for certain, the defense is not defending. Okay, well, I missed a little bit. So honestly, y'all, I'm gonna go back. I'm about to run it back and turn it up and listen a little bit to some of the stuff that I missed. So you're free to stay. I guess for the next 15 minutes or so, that's what I'm gonna do. And then at 1 o'clock, I will check and see if we are back live in court. So I'm gonna see a little bit of what I'm pretty far back too, y'all. I was on that call for a minute. I want to say this is, when he started handing him all the papers is when I kind of got it. I got a little lost.
Oh, after 65, navigating Medicare coverage options can be overwhelming. Plans change.
Tomorrow, you'll have a sensitive opinion. No, we don't work on Sunday.
No.
I'm not committing at this time. I got something to get done today, but I will take y'all's preference into heavy consideration, okay? All right. You may resume your cross-examination.
28, I think. Sometimes we call you Shane, sometimes we call you Director.
Whatever works for you.
We've known each other a while.
Yeah.
Shane, I want you to look, it's kind of confusing. I know we're going to try to line it up later, but you have messages different, going back and forth from Snapchat, Instagram, FaceTime, and all that stuff.
Yes, we've looked at a lot of different
A lot of
things.
different moving parts on these conversations between these individuals. So we'll try to work our way through it. But if you look at 28, now can I approach from this side? And that message on there, that who the TF is this, comes from Jay Lee to Mr. Harrington. And that date, that time is what time? It appears to be 5/17/09.
So it's in UTC time.
Yeah, I want you to just, you've done this a lot, just plow through UTC and get the local time, if you don't mind.
So it's 5/17/09, Friday, July 8th. And Sucker for J, who TF is this?
Okay, and it's 5/17/09, the message after, we got to the, on block now, which is happening earlier through the other exhibits, but it, from 5:43 a.m., the next message comes from J. Lee to Harrington, who the TF is this, and that's as a response to apparently J. Lee opening up or accepting the red eye message to him to communicate. Fair statement?
Yeah, after who TF is this, there's a question mark on the next one.
Right. The next one is question mark, and that's a minute later.
Yes.
All right. Now, go to page, I'll give you this exhibit. Get it done this way. I'll show you. Do it like this, so going back and forth, right? Change, going back and forth, different message, and I actually have to go through it separately on different pages, right?
Yes, sir, they.
All right. All right, head is marked for identification. Page 13 in your back.
Mr. Rand, may I hold on to this in case you reference it again? Okay.
You're gonna need it.
All right.
I'm gonna look for introduction.
69 Dan?
Yes, sir.
Go get it. Go ahead. They said, no, for record, they don't object to B 79 being admitted. I understand. I want to direct you to, I believe, the conversation that begins, or at least some activity, page 13, 107, 108, 110, and 112, and 113 on that particular page. If you would, go do the outgoing, originating, all that kind of stuff you've done before at the date time. This is the same date, same time frame, right? We're talking about.
So number 107, call log outgoing 7/8/2022, 5/19/39 a.m. From Tim Harrington to J. Lee.
Okay, go to the next.
108, call log outgoing 7/8/2022, 5/19/50 a.m. Call outgoing from Tim Harrington to J. Lee.
All right.
Number 109, well, it just says log entries. Same time as the outgoing call, so I don't know what it says. FaceTime, the same as the other two, which were FaceTime as well. There's no information on this one. On number 109. Number 109.
All right, what time is that?
The same time as the outgoing call to J. Lee. So it's number 108 says 7/8/2022 at 5/19/50 a.m. This number 109 just says log entry 7/8/2022, 5/19/50 a.m.
Okay. Does it indicate a length of time on that particular entry?
On 109?
Yes.
There's nothing, no.
All right, go to the next.
110, call log outgoing. Again, this would be FaceTime, 7/8/2022, 5:20:04 a.m. From Tim Harrington to J. Lee.
All right. And any indication of connection?
Say it again?
Any indication that there's any activity on that particular call?
No, it says 00004 or 6 zeros across to there.
All right, go to the next entry, and I believe that's going to be line 113. Is that right?
113, call log outgoing 7/8/2022, 5:23:33 a.m.
Duration.
2J 14 seconds. Source Snapchat.
Okay, and that is that's a phone call connection between Harrington and J. Lee at that time.
Yes.
All right. Now you still have 28 with you, right?
I do what?
You still have 28 with you, correct? Exhibit 28.
I got 68, 60. Oh yeah, I do right here.
All right. I'm trying to see if we missed anything. Okay. Give me the 28 if you don't mind. Okay. All right. go to, I think it's already been introduced into evidence. If you look at 28, the state introduced item 124 into evidence pertaining to how long does it take to strangle someone? And the previous testimony was that the Gabby Petito, or portions of that, type in what was it automatically added some language to that. You familiar with that?
Are you saying somebody else testified to that, or I did?
No, someone else testified that start typing that in, it adds certain parts of the conversation. That does it automatically. Those records reflect that according to previous testimony. You agree with that? Have you looked at that particular aspect of it?
When you start typing it in, how long does it take to strangle someone?
Yeah.
I think it pulls up where you can click on how long does it take to strangle someone.
Yeah, all right.
So I don't know if it auto populates in the sentence.
Auto-populate.
As he's typing, I don't know if it auto populates it.
Yeah, but the previous testimony that occurred on this particular entry. Those records reflect that.
On this day?
Yeah.
7/8/2022? Yes.
Okay. All right. And as to that particular entry, can you show me, you look at line 125, I'm gonna give you page 14. Already been introduced as an exhibit, maybe quick, we just do my own.
125
Hold on
on,
one second.
oh, not 125 on this one?
You have 125 on there?
Yeah, 125 on this one says I misspelled something. Okay, I'll do it.
After the 124 entry, you're familiar with the fact that there's Instagram activity immediately after that, correct?
Immediately after what, sir? Immediately after what? While there's
After the search of 557, you see the next entry, 55707 on that exhibit, page 14.
Mr. Rand, you may have to come up and show them what you're looking at. I don't know what you're looking at.
Look at 126, it's on my list at 125, I'm sorry. Look at 126, Instagram activity. See that on there? Page 14.
Are you referring to the Excel spreadsheet?
You have page 14 on Snapchat, on the cell drive. You have a page 14?
You got a 13 and a 9 sitting
No,
up
I
here.
don't have this mark. It's been previously introduced, but I'm going to introduce it.
Okay.
They had introduced it previously, but it's a different entry. I want to make reference to. I'm moving to introduction at this time now. Look at entry 126, please.
126?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. I want to ask you a couple questions about that particular entry. That represents a Instagram activity by Mr. Harrington at that time, correct?
That appears so.
All right. Give me the time of that particular activity.
5:57:07 a.m.
All right. And the search related to what we talked about, the previous search was 5:57. So 7 seconds after he's on Instagram, he's talking to somebody, doing something on Instagram, right? That's correct.
5:57. How long does it take to strangle someone? Gabby Petito is at 5:57 a.m. And then what you just referenced, number 126,
right,
is at 5:57:07.
Right. And it ends on 5:57:13, right?
Yes, 5:57:13.
So the Google search or the typing in part, he's on Instagram no more than 7 seconds after that search. Fair statement?
That's what it shows here.
You have to type it in 7 seconds.
Yeah.
All right. Now, my understanding is that based on your information, after that, it's 5:57, at 5:58, excuse me, Jay Lee has a phone conversation with Khalid Fears, right?
You're saying Khalid Fears called Jay Lee at 5:58?
Yeah.
I don't know what time that phone call exactly took
Whatever
place.
previous testimony is, that's somewhere around that time.
Okay, I'll go with that.
Okay. All right. And I want you to go back to, I'll give you another two, page 515, page 15, I believe.
Move your introduction at this time. Your Honor, I'm going through all this, hoping to cut out some other witness testimony. I can go through all that. Thank you. Look at item 128.
Okay.
There's at 558, search that Timmy Harrington searched at that time. Can you identify that item?
128, I can.
Okay. All right. And what was the search on that?
Does pre-workout boost testosterone?
Okay.
7/8/2022 at 5:58 a.m.
All right. And does it? Okay. All right. And that was search item at 557 that Mr. Harrington did, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, look at item number 132. It appears to me to be a message to Emily Watson. We talked about her earlier about dropping screws off. That apparently Bob and some moves that E&T did for Ms. Watson, correct?
Yes.
That's what that's about.
Yes, dropping screws off.
Look at 132.
Good morning. I can drop the screws off right now. Instant message outgoing 7/8/2022 at 7:59:53 a.m.
The time of that was?
7:59:53.
These are the Celebrite records.
No,
Oh,
medium.
oh, the medium. Hold on, Judge. Don't make me lie.
Mr. Grant, without check.
Hold on. It's got listed on here. I'm trying to get back to it. That's a text message, I believe. I think that's text. That's a text message.
But you reference D71.
Yes. It's still on the same computer. May I proceed, John? No problem. Page, again, page 15, 137 in the notes. What's it say in that?
Haircut, talk to Miss Janet, drop off clothes to cleaners.
Okay. And that is an entry at what time?
8:08 a.m. on 7/8/2022.
All right. I think it might be the last one, Judge.
I'm getting paid, take it down. Maybe you sit back, what's going on with that page there anyway?
So they actually coming back from lunch. So we are just gonna catch, watch the live feed. I'll go back and catch up on what I missed. So if I have questions, y'all just help your girl out. But we are back to the live feed. And I feel like I know enough about the case that I can just jump in. But keep me honest. Honestly, sisters, I think it's going to go into next week. And I think because I think that the state has pretty much introduced all of their witnesses. That's yet to be determined, but it seems like this guy's like the bombshell witness, and then it sounds like the defense is going to put on a case. So I'm thinking it's going to wrap up next week.
Could we use your house to trial our 24-hour bathroom upgrade system? We're looking for homeowners within valid.
It seemed like they, all right. I don't see how that line of questioning was just helping him though, because you again established that early in the, well, I guess he was saying that he searched, if even if he did search it, he was only on the search results for 7 seconds before he ended up on Instagram. But at the end of the day, if you're looking for a time limit, I don't know what popped up when you say how long does it take to strangle somebody, but if you type that in and it pop up, it ain't gonna take that many seconds to look and see what the answer is and then move on. Because it sounded like he was looking for just, you know what I'm saying, a time. How long does it take? You know, and then based off of the conversation that you highlighted earlier, it really, really sound like.
We need to put on the record before.
Yes, sir, before we started our talk on the street, you said tomorrow would be better. Both today
We'll take it up. Won't you put her in contact by phone with somebody from DA's office?
It's gonna be an option.
All right, we'll see and see we'll see what tomorrow holds anyway, what we're gonna do tomorrow anyway. All right, but right now, give me 1 minute and then I'll be back and we'll get started.
All right, so what I was saying is that it didn't make sense because you basically just highlighted how Jay Lee taunted him about being on the down low before he even came over there, right? He was saying stuff about me wanting to be, I just want to be able to say that I had you first and all these other things. And so now you didn't put it in my mind that this dude probably got motive to strangle you because he don't want you to tell nobody. So I got to go back and listen to the rest of his examination because it just didn't sound good to me. Don't forget the Memphis officers go for a state trial in February, and we waiting to see if Govan going to trial in March for Dolph. Yes, Jen Wynn. So if those come up, we're going to try to watch those too.
Everybody ready? So bring the jury in.
Your Honor,
Don't
do you want to know about plans for Sunday? I know you had inquired to the jury and we had talked.
The jury indicated they wanted to work Sunday. We're gonna talk more, see how this witness goes. Are you going to ask me to take a bus ride tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I understand that the jury is set to be at 10:30 tomorrow.
And now we're gonna object to the bus ride.
I understand that, and I haven't made a decision yet, but if we do take a bus ride, I think it'll be before 10:30. And then we'll see, and then we'll talk more before, I won't bring this jury on in here now, but, and go from there. But, if we do take a bus ride, it'll be before 10:30, in the morning anyway. All right, show the jury in. You get your exhibits like you want them read. You get your exhibits like you want them. Okay. Everybody good on the jury? Must have been y'all left over, it wasn't that. All right, you may continue your cross-examination of witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Director, I want to clear something up a little bit. Y'all received your final report on the DNA September the 5th, 2024, correct? That's my understanding.
I don't know when the final report was received. You referenced that and
My understanding is that things were submitted to the lab immediately after, once retrieved, and lab reports came in periodically as to when things were coming back to y'all.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. The final lab report, I don't know the exact date. You referenced that, but I mean,
Basically, that's just a couple of months ago, but y'all had reports throughout. The final report that got to y'all combining everything was sent September 5th, 2024. I don't want to confuse the jury, correct?
okay.
Also, I want to ask you, as far as I asked you about going back to Molly Bar. Y'all also took the fingerprints out of Mr. Harrington's apartment, right? Y'all did print analysis there?
I don't know.
Baker would be better at telling us that, right?
I don't think Ryan was there either. I think, or Detective Baker, I think Detective Rachel Carver was the one doing that with the other individuals there. Myself and Detective Baker took Tim Harrington back to CID to interview him.
But your understanding is that y'all did print analysis, trace evidence, I should say print analysis. Y'all lifted prints, it's in the reports at Harrington's apartment, right? And the trace evidence that we talked about as far as collecting items for the purpose of trace analysis, right?
Yes, sir.
And you also found in the apartment when you searched Mr. Harrington's phone and his computer, right? We talked about that earlier.
Yes.
So those were done forensic analysis for those two machines, right?
Yes, sir.
And trace analysis for the physical items out of the apartment, right?
Yeah, they would have gathered, collected items. Yes.
Okay. And I want to just kind of, so after y'all recovered those things, it's a fair statement that you didn't make any effort to go back to Molly Bar at any point in time to do any similar type searches of any apartments or anything over there at Molly Bar at any point in time.
I don't recall, I do not believe either that we searched any apartments over there.
Well, in one of the reports, there's a report in OPD, and I don't know if you're familiar with, I hope you are familiar with the fact that during the course of this investigation, y'all went to an apartment that was unlocked. The officers went in shortly after this incident and did a safety search in there because it was open and unlocked, went in, looked around a little bit in Molly Bar Trails Apartments, right?
Okay.
Close proximity. That's not a very big complex, is it?
It's not just one way in, one way out.
Right. But shortly after, and I think it was somewhere around July the 10th or 11th, officers with OPD and UPD, while they were searching out in an area, one of the apartments was open. No one in it, but it was open, and they walked around, looked around, right?
Okay, yes, sir.
And
I don't understand how he's able to testify the facts not in evidence, and the witness responds with, if you say so. If you ask him if he is aware of that, I think he's already responded that if they did, they did, if they didn't, they didn't, but he doesn't know. He wasn't part of it.
he just said he was.
I don't think this witness is the appropriate.
We phrased the question to, ask him, does he know the course of the investigation was this or was it?
I will, Your Honor. I guess I'll find it in here, the two officers that went in there. I'll take you a few minutes. But your understanding is, based on the reports in the file, that during the search of the area, after y'all had found the car, looking around in the area, like you testified about on direct and cross at Molly Bar, that some of the officers, during the course of that search, went into an apartment that was open, basically did their own, they went in primarily because you didn't know if they were going to find any evidence in there, but characterized in the report as a safety search, right? Is that right?
I was not there. If you're saying they did that, I mean,
If there's a report to reflect that.
Then it must have happened.
Okay. All right. You reviewed y'all were meeting, you're going over all the reports and everything on this, but you have not read a report that reflected that.
There's a lot.
I think it's a great idea. House sitters get somewhere to stay, and we, the house owners, get someone to.
We're gonna move on to the final report, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, the exhibit, you're familiar with the, Mr. Harrington's Ford Escape, right? That was seized, identified it on.
Yes, sir.
And, likewise, Detective Douglas was involved in investigating this case as well from UPD, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're familiar with the fact that the entertainment center, we talked about it, the report was sent back reflecting the fact that there was no evidence of value obtained from Mr. Harrington's vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. That report was sent to Mr. Douglas, Detective Douglas, as well as OPD. Fair statement?
Fair statement.
All right. We talked about some things earlier about, you had some other individuals that were of interest to you during the course of the investigation. Timberland Mathis, are you familiar with that individual?
I remember the name.
All right. And I think it may be more appropriate for Detective Baker, but my understanding was that, and it appears to read in the report, I'm gonna try to sum this up so we can all not go through every report, but it appears to be that one of y'all's meetings early on in the investigation, I think around the 11th, that there was an interview with Mr. Mathis and Metro agents. The Bureau of Narcotics was involved in this investigation too, right?
The Lafayette County Bureau of Narcotics.
Yes, their narcotics. And during the course of the interview of Mr. Mathis, he became a suspect. Now, I'm not saying that he had enough probable cause to arrest him or anything like that. All I'm saying, he was a suspect.
He's definitely a person of interest, I'm sure. Again, Mr. Haran, you're referring to stuff on the 11th. I left after the meeting on the morning of the 11th. I'm not sure what time he was interviewed. I wasn't there for that interview.
I'm just asking you whether or not he was a person of interest.
If he's on, I do remember the name, yes, sir.
All right. So during the course of y'all's interview with Mr. Mathis, he gave y'all some information likewise that was troubling to you as far as whether or not he was being honest with y'all about his relationship with Jay Lee. Fair statement?
I don't know, Mr. Horan. I wasn't there for the interview. I had the flu. I was out.
Shane, I don't have to go through every report and everything. After y'all met, after he'd been interviewed, some of the stuff that he told you troubled y'all. Correct.
And he was a person of interest, yes. And there was other, yes.
Some of the things that troubled y'all about what he had told you, it misrepresented to y'all the extent of his relationship with Jay Lee. Fair enough?
Fair enough, yes.
All right. He also, during his interview, gave many signs of nervousness, complained having an upset stomach, didn't have to go to the bathroom, fidgeting with his nails, fingernails, and the table. Mr. Mathis moved around a lot. When Jay Lee's name was mentioned, he would sit straight up, perfect posture. Mr. Mathis constantly changed his story and timeline during the interview. Eventually, Mathis stated he had actually been at Jay Lee's campus walk. Do you remember those content?
We got an objection.
Again,
I'm gonna let you show, before you read it, I'm gonna let you show them to the witness and see if he knows. What he knows.
and before he starts.
I asked him, were those some of the things that made
Hang
him?
on.
Before he begins to read from a report.
It's not a report. It's a summary of a report. He just said that
Hang on, let me hear make
It amounts to testifying on behalf of other people. Mr. Horan is actually testifying and then asking questions about it.
Your Honor,
he is on cross-examination. I'm gonna give you some leeway.
Well,
But
request
some leeway, but I don't.
I'm not going to, Your Honor, I asked him, was he a point of interest? There was concerns about his statement. He was a point of interest. He said yes.
All right.
Then I want to ask him if these some of the things that concerned him. This is a report in their file, the content of which the summary is.
Thank you, Kay Schmidt. I appreciate you gifting memberships. Everybody say thank you to Kay Schmidt. If you don't have a membership, make sure you grab you one. They are not required, but they are appreciated. Thank you. I think the defense is just trying to provide an alternate. I mean, he's trying to introduce the doubt just to say that it could be somebody else and that they had other suspects. But unless he got something else outside of somebody being nervous to talk to the police.
One of the things that we just talked about was some of the concerns that y'all had as an agency, which y'all talked about in the interview of Mr. Mathis, correct?
I don't know what you're reading from. Is it a police report? Because you're saying that you listed out a bunch of things that the concern. Can you go back through that list?
I'm just going to ask you for some of the things that I get it from the report of Ms. McGuire.
Yeah.
But you understand that you had reports y'all got together to summarize the witnesses, people that were points of interest, some of the concerns. talked about some of the concerns you had with Mr. Harrington.
Yes.
Some of the concerns you had with Mr. Mathis was about his timeline. His timeline, correct? Changing his story.
I was not present at that interview, nor have I seen a video of that interview. I can't tell you my opinion
I'll
on it.
rephrase my question.
If you're gonna ask this question about some or document,
I'll let him mark, John.
let him look at it.
Have it marked for identification D73. You ever seen this D73 before? Ever read it? Reviewed the contents of it? Or discussed it with any other individual?
I don't believe I've ever seen this report. This is University of Mississippi Police Department report as notated here.
That's my question. You have gone over that report, Richard Hayden, whoever did that report, or discussed the contents of that report with any of those individuals? You haven't, you say you haven't.
I don't believe I have. I'm not, there's a lot of stuff in here, but as far as referring to that interview you were talking about, I don't recall anything of that interview.
You're not knowledgeable of Mr. Mathis's interview with UPD?
Yes, I'm knowledgeable, but you were asking specific things like nervousness and all of that. I'm not,
Was that reported to you from UPD that he conducted himself in that manner consistent with that report?
okay, you're asking for those specific things. Gotcha.
Yes.
All right.
Not Mr. Mathis.
Just like his name, my television.
Yes, Your Honor. Referencing the part about Mr. Mathis in the report.
Hey, Bernicia. Jim Wynn, thank you. I appreciate your super
It
chat.
jumps around as far as Mathis in different sections, so I'm just trying to,
I understand.
yeah. But are you looking for those specific words about him being
I'm just asking
nervous?
you right now, are you familiar with the content of the report as to whether or not you agree with the statements in the report by the reporting officer? At any point in time, either through a direct conversation or through a group meeting that y'all had, PD, Metro, you're familiar with the contents, the representations made from Mathis to the reporting officer? Yes or no?
I don't recall a lot of this that's in here.
Content of the statement, Mr. Mathis, the interview of Mr. Mathis, his conduct, as well as the statements were made to UPD officers that you have familiar with, yes or no?
He made statements to UPD officers, yes.
And it was part of y'all's investigation. You
Yes.
retrieved that information.
Yes, I went to go talk to him.
All right. In regards to those comments that he made in the course of this interview, the manner in which he conducted himself, and whether or not he made misrepresentations to y'all. He did that, did he not?
Yes.
I say y'all, I'm talking about UPD and OPD, right?
Okay.
Because y'all used the information from UPD for further investigation, right? This was on 7/19 on this report.
Yeah, everybody's working together, yeah.
Got involved in the 11th. Y'all get together, right?
Yes.
We passed that. Is it a fair misrepresentation in that report? Exhibit number 73, consistent with what I asked you previously. Mr. Mathis, you look at the report, you hold it while I ask you these questions.
Yeah, let's.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
73. You look at it. Tell me whether or not exhibit 73. If I'm misrepresenting any statement, please let me know. Well, I believe that his knowledge, not. It's in the report. I'll move on. I'm sorry, Judge. Frustrated. All right. Mr. Mathis stated, first of all, the report indicates that Mr. Mathis seemed to display many signs of nervousness during the interview. Mathis complained of having an upset stomach, needing to have to go to the bathroom, and fidgeting with his hands.
Mr. Rand, you've had 2.5 years to review this. I just now got
Take your
it.
time.
Yeah.
All right.
Tell me, start with the sentence.
I've got a summary.
Okay.
Tell me whether or not that's in the report.
Mr. Mathis has an upset stomach. That's what I'm looking for.
Displayed many signs of nervousness during his interview.
Okay. But
Objection. Ask and answer. I believe the witness already answered that he was aware
I didn't hear that. I thought he wanted to look at it.
I didn't hear it either.
about the interview, not about.
The report, that's a summary of it. Do you see in there where it says Mathis?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mathis complained of having an upset stomach, needing to have to go to the bathroom, fidgeting with his hands, fingernails, and the table. You see that?
hang on. I'm hang on. Bear with me, Mr. Rand. Are you sure this is the right report, Mr. Rand?
All right, look, yes, I believe so.
If you'll find the exact statement you're looking for, I'll be happy. I'm just flipping through it here. I'm looking for upset stomach and nervousness, and I'm not picking up on it, but.
It is, I'm gonna have to.
D73.
I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong one, but no line of question. Have this marked for identification, please. Sorry, some different line of question. 2 pages are D 74. Next 2 pages on the report I showed you earlier, I think. 73. Review that document, see if you can identify the content of information from Mr. Mathis. You were briefed on.
All right, so I'm seeing what you asked me a minute ago. Mathis complained of having an upset stomach, needing to have to go to the bathroom.
I'm sorry. Does that appear to be that report? 74, see that? Above that, I believe it's right above it. It makes comment, you agree with me, that Mathis stated he woke up to get ready for his next shift. He saw which would be 7/9 of 22. He saw the press release that he attempted to call Jay Lee but did not get an answer. You see that?
Yes.
When did you say that press release was done? $11th or 10th? I can't remember.
I know UPD released one. I think UPD released one on July 10th, and then another one was released on July 11th.
So I assume that was part of y'all's concern that Mr. Mathis had provided information about a press release on the 9th, and it didn't come out till the 10th.
Well, but in the last report you handed me that was wrong, I think the date on the interview was 7/19/2022, which would have been 10 days. I mean, it was 10 days.
He just messed up.
It's possible. It's possible I wasn't there, sir.
I got you. It's on the 9th. Okay. It goes on to indicate Mathis moved around and was fidgety when Jay Lee's name was mentioned.
Wait a minute, let me find it, please. Yes, fidgeting with his hands, yes.
Mathis consistently changed his story and his timeline during the interview.
Okay, I found that. Yes.
All right. And then it says eventually Mathis stated he had actually been to Jay Lee's Campus Walk Apartments and he described it.
Okay.
Previously, according to that interview, I don't go into the details. Previously, apparently, he lied to them about a relationship with Jay Lee. Later on in the interview, he admits that he engaged in activity with Jay Lee, correct, basically? So what that interview represents to y'all?
Mr. Rand, you keep saying y'all. I can't.
As an agency, I'm talking about UP and OPD.
He was
Y'all
on the
share
he was a person of interest at one
Right.
time. Yes.
And on down in there.
On the report.
On the report. I'm gonna get to a point down here. Look on there if you see whether or not he represented to your officers there that he had blocked Mathis. Jay Lee had blocked Mathis from his social media before. You see that statement?
Okay.
You see that?
Jay Lee has blocked Mathis from social media before.
Fair enough?
Yes. Yeah, no, that's what's written in the report.
Can you tell me, as you understand it, how it came to be that Mr. Mathis was moved off the list of people of interest?
I can't.
All right. Let me help you a little bit. According to y'all's reports, that during the time 558, let me ask a question.
There's a lot of reports
And we approach, same objection. If he's got it,
Yeah, we have not met Mathis yet, in my opinion. But the state is, I mean, the defense is basically saying that Mathis is somebody that that the victim has blocked before. He never said who he was going to see that he blocked, just that he blocked them. Okay, I'm finna come and get her, Quinn.
You should switch to 1-800-CONTACTS because it's
super easy, so cheap. I save shipping costs. I save doctor office visit fees.
It was cheaper on 1-800-CONTACTS than actually going to the eye doctor.
1-800-CONTACTS always has my exact same brand in stock.
And then they deliver it right to your door.
Or why would you not have your contacts delivered?
It's the future. It's amazing.
1-800-CONTACTS gives us really fast shipping, and
I don't think it ever takes 5 days.
Not even.
It's shipped to you super quick and easy.
Report, but it provide information about activity of Detective Baker.
Yes, this is a University of Mississippi Police Department police report written by Shayla McGuire.
All right, and you've seen that before, reviewed it, is that right?
I've not seen this report till you just handed it to me.
Can you look at it, please? If you're familiar with the content of the report, where it references Oxford Police Department, Detective Baker. They did all the cell right extractions and all that stuff, right?
I'm not, just one more second, I'm almost to the end of it.
What do you say?
I don't know. I mean, so let me look at it for a second.
Okay.
All right, I'm finished, Mr. Horan.
Familiar with that report?
I mean, after reading it, I can tell you what's on the page, yes, sir.
I got it. Can I see it for a second, please?
Yeah.
In that report, correct me if I'm wrong, you identified it. Mr. Mathis was eliminated as a suspect because cell phone extraction from Brian Baker indicated that his cell phone at 5:58, the time of Mr. Lee's disappearance on that report, Mr. Mathis' cell phone was at a location, his apartment, and he was searching some porn. That's the only reason Mr. Mathis was eliminated as a suspect, according to that report, right?
Yes, according to what's on this report, yes. We keep it. Oh.
That report date is July 20th, right?
Wednesday, July 20th, 2022, yes.
Notwithstanding all the things we talked about earlier about Mr. Mathis, how he conducted himself, fidgety, false information provided to police officers, he was eliminated on that date, July 20th, just because his cell phone location or ping location or something.
I don't think it said ping location, Mr. Horan.
Or something, some reason they located because his phone was searching from in his apartment area or something. That was it, basically, according to this report. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Similar to what you just said to me, the phone was at County Road 104 in Lafayette County and appears to be searching pornographic sites.
All right, let's talk a little bit about, so Mr. Mathis basically gave you misrepresentations about, I gave y'all, the agent department and UPD, a lot of misrepresentations about his relationship with Mr. Lee, correct? Based on what
We went over fidgeting, upset stomach, had to go to the bathroom. What misrepresentations?
Well, he first gave information in the report, we went over just a few minutes ago. He lied about having a relationship with Mr. Lee, and then came back later on in the interview, according to the report, that he admitted he had relationship with him. And I think further on in the report, did you finish reading it all?
This one right here. Okay,
Yeah.
what section?
He says, look in there and see what he talks about. As far as, about having relationships. He said he's never had a sexual relationship in Mr. Lee's car. You see that in there?
I'm looking for it now that you said, yeah, let's see. All right.
See that?
This is what I'm gonna read. Can I read this section of it and see if we're on the same page?
Take your time.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Mathis was adamant that he has never been in Jay Lee's car and that Jay Lee has never been in his.
Okay.
Is that what we're referring to?
Correct.
All right.
Now, did y'all ever acquire the fingerprints of Mr. Mathis? Let's start with him to determine whether or not there may be some fingerprints either in Mr. Lee's car or whether or not you took the fingerprints of Mr. Lee and compared them to Mr. Mathis's car or anything like that. You didn't do any of that, did you?
I'm not aware of any fingerprints taken from Mr. Mathis.
Just using him as an example. I'm not trying to point the finger at Mr. Mathis. I'm just saying that was a suspect. Y'all didn't do these things during the course of time that he was giving y'all all this inconsistent information. Fair enough. That's 20.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not saying I'm just saying he gave you the same type of information that Jose Reyes gave y'all.
Okay.
Right? Jose was not honest with y'all at first, right?
Mr. Rand, if you got a report that shows something for me to read, I didn't talk to Mr. Jose Reyes.
I understand that. Did you review the reports? Every report that came in, OPD, kind of running the show, you and Mr. Baker. When they did report, you review them about witness statements and summaries about what they had told and concern that people had.
To the best of my recollection, I think University Police Department talked to Jose Reyes. I don't have access to those police reports.
You did not have?
I don't have access to their system to review those police reports. But
Did you ever review?
I've not looked at any UPD reports. If you'll hand me one by somebody, I'll be happy to look over it though now.
All right, let's move on to Mr. Peters. Just a little bit. From what y'all are telling, from what we know now, that there's a phone call from Jay Lee, Mr. Fears and Jay Lee had communications somewhere around 5:58, right?
Yes, sir, around that time frame.
All right. And do you know whether or not it's 5:58 on a Friday morning, right? Is that right? My date's wrong?
It's July 8th, 2022 on a Friday morning.
When was July 8th? Was it Friday?
If you're asking me when July 8th, 2022 was, I'll need a calendar to go back to. I don't want to say it's a Friday just because you do.
All right. You know who originated that call at 5:58 a.m.?
Whether it was Mr. Fears or Jay Lee, off the top of my head, I do not know who originated that call.
Right? If I represented to you that you got a Snapchat FaceTime call from Jay Lee, prior testimony, you can't dispute that. I mean, we just get past that point.
Yeah.
Regardless of that, 5:58 on that morning, pretty good friends be calling that early in the morning, right? Any of my kids, me at 5:58 in the morning, call me, it better be important. Same with you.
Yeah, 5:58 is a little early, but yeah.
I understand. I promise you, if I call one of mine at 5:58, they're not gonna be happy. But nonetheless, we talked about this conversation and Jay Lee told him he was going out for a hookup with the person whom he had blocked earlier, right? Hookup. That was characterization that he made, right?
He was going to meet somebody that he met previously, yes.
Right. Now, again, it appears that those two individuals have a pretty good relationship between themselves, calling that early in the morning, talk for 3 minutes, right?
I would say they probably did.
And in that conversation, my understanding is that Mr. Fears represented to, and you're familiar with that conversation in pretty good detail because OPD had gotten involved at that point in time, right?
Somewhere around that time, yes, sir.
Right. So that was 5:58 on the 8th morning, good friends. And if you look at, correct me if I'm wrong, if you look at their conversations previously, they had talked earlier that night as well. Because I know you looked at probably all the other Snapchat and all this other stuff I'm not going to go into right now. It's a fair representation that Fears and Lee, they talked earlier that night, they talked the day before, the day before, the day before, right?
I'm sure if they're close friends, they probably did talk a good bit.
Pretty good friends. It sounds like at least on Snapchat or Facebook. And your representation is that Fears contacted through the hotline. On what time and day did he contact y'all?
I don't know exactly what time.
Fair statement, it wasn't until after the press release came out?
Yes, after the press release, I think he contacts and lets us know that he had talked to Jay Lee that morning, and Jay Lee was going to meet with somebody that he met previously earlier in the morning, going back to their place. And then during that phone call, Khalid Fears, between him and Jay Lee, he could see Jay Lee going to some location. It wasn't very far, so.
Okay, but did you find any messages? I'm just curious. I mean, I kind of know the answer, but I'm going to ask you. Any messaging from Mr. Fears that he had reached out to Jay Lee between the time of 6:03 that morning and the time that the press release was out?
I don't recall off the top of my head. You said you have the answer, but I don't recall off the top of my head.
But you've already testified earlier that Ms. Lee come to Oxford, called friends, and in fact, Jose Reyes, according to the reports, he had gone through parking garages, they're looking for Jay Lee in town, right?
Yeah,
That's on the ninth, right?
I think they do come up on the 9th, yeah.
A lot of people.
Yeah.
It's already been established. Jay Lee was amongst his friends, well known amongst all of them, but you're telling me that Mr. Peters reported after the press release that he had talked to Jay Lee that morning at 5:58. That's factual, isn't it?
After the press release, Clear Fears called in. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So Mr. Spears wasn't forthcoming. I'm not saying it. He just didn't reach out to y'all, to the family, and let them know, hey, look, I know everybody's looking for him, but whether or not they were looking for him at all. It's factual that you didn't hear from him until that time.
Right after the press release, we heard from Mr. Fears.
All right. And likewise, during Mr. Reyes's interview, it was reported to you that he was showing signs of deception as well, right?
If you'll let me see what you're, I don't.
Yes or no?
I don't recall. I mean, if you,
You're gonna ask witness about a document, not his document. Let me see.
All right, well. Now, can you tell me, the Walmart situation, when you saw the video at Walmart and what you represent to be a conversation between my client and an attendant, did you go find out who that attendant was and interview that individual?
no, sir.
Is that the only footage that you have at Walmart on that particular day?
No, sir. We have, there's footage of Mr. Harrington driving into the,
I'll retract my question.
Oh.
What we've seen today is basic sum of the footage of the activity, your investigation pertaining to the video surveillance at Walmart, that y'all part of your investigation, right?
I hadn't seen the Walmart video. We watched it yesterday, I think.
You don't have any more, show this jury, any more video that y'all retrieved? Not a trick question.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Do the Snapchat messages, I'm gonna get back to Mr. Spears for just a second.
Yes, sir.
The Snapchat messages between Mr. Spears or FaceTime, Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, whatever, messages represent that it is apparent that Mr. Spears had some type of relationship with Jay Lee or not?
I can't go back and reference old messages between Jay Lee and Fears at this time. If you have something that show me.
I'm asking you, based on your investigation, did it appear that they had a relationship between the two of them prior to July the 8th?
Oh, prior to July, I think they were friends.
Okay. Anything on their messages indicated that they had any types of relationships?
Sharon, I can't tell you that. I didn't go back. I don't recall any of the old. It may have been possible that I did. I just don't recall any of those old messages.
Okay. Yeah. You can't say whether they did or not based on your investigation, basically, right?
Based on, yes, me.
Now, the report on you stated that Molly Bar, that officers did go out there and investigate, knock on doors, and did go in vacant apartments. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Went inside. Fair enough. But you did not do any similar search to any of those apartments or in the area of Molly Bar, consistent with the type of searching that you did inside Mr. Harrington's apartment?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
All right. You viewed the videotape car going in, Mr. Lee's car going in the apartment complex, right?
Yes, sir.
And on that video, it appears to be a number of cars going out, 3 or 4 at least, going out before the individual, Mr. Harrington,
Yeah.
what it's worth, or came out. There are other cars leaving.
Sure.
Did you obtain those tags and interview those individuals that own those cars that may be occupants of Molly Bar Trails to determine whether or not they had seen anything suspicious of Molly Bar Trail?
To the best of my recollection, I think we were able to identify one person and talk to them.
You identify the cars?
I think it was the car and the person that had the car, I believe. That's to the best of my recollection.
Other vehicles, you didn't do all the type of video stuff, watching them go down the street, since you could find out tags, see where they went, or anything. People inside Molly Bar Trails that left from the time that Mr. Lee's car goes in, and benefit of your investigation that Mr. Harrington comes out.
Yes, sir.
None of those vehicles were, individuals that owned those vehicles were talked to, nor were those cars searched, located and searched in any way.
I know you said none of them. I said, I think we did one.
Other than that one.
It could have been more. I'm not sure. To the best of my recollection, one.
Any of those individuals, it said it was 9 minutes between the time that the car was parked.
Yes, sir.
Time that your investigation reveals that Mr. Harrington, based on what your theory is, left the apartment complex, right? 9 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Not very big complex, right?
Not very big complex.
So, did you tie any of the vehicles that came out with any of the apartments that you, tie any of the cars that came out to any of the apartments at Molly Bar at all?
That's what I told you a minute ago. I think we identified one. To the best of my recollection, I think we identified one car and who to being in Molly Bar Trails.
All right. It looked like there were about 3, but that's okay. Did you watch the video for a period all day or 3 hours or 4 hours and get all of those cars and see whether or not any of those individuals had been in any of those apartments or in close proximity to the vehicle of Jay Lee's?
Yeah, we didn't continue. I don't know how much video we actually watched of Molly Bar Trails, so I can't just confirm for you that we watched hours upon hours of video. We did watch video.
You had an officer testify here what he watched and what he reported. right? So he did that as far as down, right?
Yes, to the best of my recollection, I believe it was, Detective Mark Hodges that pulled the
Correct.
video, and then he watched and examined it. So as much video as he watched, again, I don't want to say the wrong thing and tell you we watched hours and hours. I don't know how much.
I'm just saying that was individual. Retrieve time frame.
Yes, sir.
He said a couple hours other than that.
Yes.
Okay, so as far as the, let's say, area around Molly Bar, where y'all found the car, y'all walked out in the area out there, and reports indicate it's a metal detector, stuff like that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was done on the 11th of 12th.
I don't want to tell you the wrong day, but yes, it was soon after.
Fair to say, after you arrested Mr. Harrington, never went back to Molly Bar to do any additional investigation as far as trace evidence. Fair statement?
We went back out to Molly Bar Trails, I believe. I just don't know what the dates were.
Have you been back to the area of Mr. Harrington's apartment since you did the initial search at his apartment?
You're talking about, yes, we have.
And when did that occur?
I don't know the dates in 2022. The most recent one was in this year.
Well, this year, let's narrow it down a little bit more. Within the last month?
Don't want to get it wrong for you, Mr. Haran.
Pretty close to a month ago.
It ain't been long, no.
Ain't been long. A little bit tighter than this year.
Sure.
Right? Been about a month ago. Fair
Okay.
enough?
Fair enough.
Went to Molly Bar and, went to the Fed place and did a search of the area around the Fed place, right? Around his apartment, the whole complex, really.
No, not the whole
Like,
complex.
tell me where y'all went.
No, we were behind, there's a fence or a gate that runs out. We were in this little wooded area, down below in this little ditch part area. You give me a map, I'll show you where we were, but
I'm just asking you.
it's just a little wooded area we were in.
And y'all didn't have any new information, y'all were just out there looking. I've talked to you about this, correct? Y'all out there looking, right?
Yes.
And y'all were looking, and y'all were looking outside the apartment complex, correct? Outside. You can go back inside.
His apartment?
Yes.
No.
You indicated previously that, did you actually go down to Grenada to the Harrington residence?
During the search warrant, yes, sir, I believe I was down there.
And that was 2 or 3 days after Mr. Harrington's arrest, is that right?
I do not recall off the top of my head the search
Generally
warrant.
around that. generally
Sure,
around
yes,
that.
sir. After Tim Harrington was arrested, yes, sir.
All right. You also, during the course of y'all's investigation, y'all went to Lamar Park and searched Lamar Park, is that right?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't remember a Lamar Park search.
Pat?
There's a Pat Lamar Park. I think it's the same kind of thing. I don't remember that one.
I got a report that Oxford PD searched Lamar Park several times, or a couple of times. Is that right or wrong?
Like I just said, I don't.
Lamar Park was an area that came up during the investigation where, quote unquote, a lot of hookups took place. People would meet at Lamar Park, right?
That's what you're telling me. I don't know. I don't know how many times they went out to Lamar Park or. I did not go out to Lamar Park is what I'm telling you.
You didn't go, I'm not going to ask you, see, the agency, the department went to Lamar Park because several witnesses told y'all, hey, look, I met Fears told y'all, first time I ever met him was at Pat Lamar Park, right?
I don't know if that's what he
Two or
told
three
me.
of the witnesses told y'all, made reference to Pat Lamar Park. That's why
Okay.
y'all went and did Pat Lamar Park, right?
If there's reports referencing that and then they go to Palomar Park.
Everybody good? Let me know when you're not.
About done, y'all. Promise. Get back to Mr. Mathis. He was the last, he indicated y'all, he made a, I don't know if I asked you this, he had called Jay Lee that night before recording the interview was, and y'all's report indicated that there was a phone call, I believe, that he had made to Mr. Lee earlier that night, right?
Mr. Rand, I wish you just showed me what you're talking about. I
Just asking,
I don't,
do you remember whether or not?
I do not remember.
Okay. That's all I have, y'all.
You're gonna be a little while, so I don't need you ready. Let's take a little break now. I can watch Jason later.
I definitely think the state gonna redirect. I do think they're gonna redirect. But what we have been noticing, they ain't been doing no recrosses. But like I said, I think he gonna put on his own case. Okay, reading this comment, it says, TU, that's my point. Jay Lee never says, I'm going to out you if you don't do X, Y, Z. And Tim never says, don't tell nobody I had relations with you. So the motive for Tim to kill Jay Lee is speculation. No, because before so it's alleged that Jay Lee went to Tim's house twice, okay? And he went over the first time, whatever happened, he came back. And in the text messages between the two visits, there was conversation about Tim beating up Jay Lee or trying to put his hands on Jay Lee or doing it seems like something went on that first time, right? And so I think they were trying to say that like he went over there, something happened, and then he went back a second time. And when he went back the second time, he never made it out. So I don't think that, and I agree, I don't think that the motive is clear, but it just sounds like they were just using the fact that he may have been on a the down low, and you know, that would have been the thing. Yeah, I think Jay Lee had a feeling that something was gonna go on too, because he specifically called it out, like what you did, basically like you be tripping, and you don't be up. I'm not coming over there for you to be trying to whoop on me. Yeah, Lacey, you're right. A motive isn't necessary, but it definitely helps tell the story. Helps with the story. Yeah, I agree. That Google search was crazy. And to be honest with y'all, I'm having a hard time telling the difference between when they're reading between the Snapchat messages and the text messages. But either way it goes, the conversation that was written down, they wasn't over the phone. Okay, Morley, you about to get put off the bed.
Anything we need to take up before the jury comes back? No. I know it's early. We may not work all day tomorrow, but let's start thinking about, I know we can't pick jury instructions yet. We may not even get there, but at least be cognizant of the possibility of needing jury instructions. Okay? I'll just leave it at that anyway. You know, some judges make potential instructions be filed before the trial started and everything. All right, just want to make sure that we didn't get through a testimony and folks start thinking about them then anyway.
We're past that, Judge.
Okay, good. That's just want to make sure. Hey. I wasn't worried about you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. You think the jury's ready or not? Yes, sir. Ready, jury ready. All right, jury's ready. Let's try to get ready. You ready, Red?
Just looking through the exhibits real quick.
Let's get ready pretty quick here.
All right, come in.
I'm just making sure it's not one of those. I believe so.
All right. I think I've made it clear, but anything back there for drinks, snacks, any of that kind of stuff y'all want out here, y'all welcome to. I use my sugar in the Y'all don't even have to have it used, okay? I got people, okay? You may proceed when ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. You were asked on cross-examination about some text messages or social media, whatever they are, the messages about between Tim Harrington and Emily Watson.
Yes.
And do you recall that being about the screws that were left at another work site?
Yes, it was something about screws that Emily needed to pick up or she wanted to get.
All right. Was it your understanding as part of the investigation that those screws were in the box truck or at some other location?
My understanding they were in the box truck.
Okay. Do you know or have any information of whether you would need the box truck to transport those screws back to Emily Watson? Would it require the use of the box truck?
I don't think a box of screws would require a box truck to move a set of screws.
All right. And you were asked about messages with Tim Harrington regarding Laura Reed about moving a bed from Grenada.
Yes.
And I believe that was either on July the 7th or July the 8th, whatever the messages.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember when that message was, but I believe the move was supposed to be set for the 19th of July. If I'm not mistaken.
Were you aware of what Tyson King said about whether they had any moves on that day of July the 8th, 2022?
Tyson King told us they did not have a move that day.
No move scheduled?
No move scheduled.
All right. Were there any messages that you saw between Tim Harrington and Laura Reed about scheduling a move that day?
No.
All right. Do you know, as part of your investigation, whether Tim Harrington would have needed to go get the box truck on the early morning hours of July the 8th, 2022, in order to respond to whatever Laura Reed needed?
No, there was no indication of him needing to go get the box truck for anything that day.
All right. You were asked about messages between Tim Harrington and Kadarius Love.
Yes, sir.
That was in regard to, I believe, a toolbox.
Yes.
Would there be any necessity as part of your investigation for Tim Harrington to need the box truck in order to take care of that issue with getting a toolbox to Kadarius Love?
I wouldn't believe so, no, sir.
Okay. Now, as far as the messages between Jay Lee and Tim Harrington that morning.
Yes, sir.
You were asked about specific message that came from redeye_24 in the early morning hours of July the 8th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recall just the quality of the response from Jay Lee when that first redeye_24 message came in?
I was asked about who TF is this.
So that who TF is this came from Jay Lee, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, can you remind the jury of what the investigation revealed as to why Jay Lee responded that way?
Because Jay Lee initially blocked Tim Harrington, so Tim Harrington had to go back and add him on a different account, which is what we heard in the interview.
All right, to reinitiate the conversation
Yes, sir.
under a different handle.
Yes, sir.
And that handle ended up being what?
redeye_24.
Okay. You were asked about line 125. I believe that was part of that dump from Tim Harrington's cell phone. Correct?
Yes.
Contained that history.
Yes.
And recorded in that history. Are you familiar with that entry on 125?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. Now that entry on 125 was a search that was, what is the timestamp?
It's on July the 8th, 2022 at 5:57 a.m.
5:57 a.m. And that was the search about how long does it take to strangle, and then Gabby Petito's name was listed there, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you were asked about entries right after that that occurred, what, within 7 seconds?
Yes.
Now, as far as zeroing in on that Google search by Tim Harrington, would Ryan Baker have more information about that than you do?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why is that?
Because he was the one that extracted this information, will be able to provide more. I think Mr. Aranan asked me about some of this source file information. I don't understand. I told him originally I don't understand what any of it is. I just see the numbers and different letters.
And then item 128.
Mine stops at 127.
127. That was about the, does a pre-workout boost testosterone? Do you remember that?
I do remember that one. Yes.
That's not 128. Is that received? bottom of that, the bottom corner is page 15,
15.
and at the top is 128.
Yes.
And that is a pre-workout boost testosterone. That was at what time?
It's July the 8th, 2022 at 5:58 a.m.
Okay. And that was from Tim Harrington's phone dump
Yes, sir.
as originating from his phone, a search.
Yes, sir.
All right. Then it's 128, 558. There's a repeat at 129. Then there's a, after 129 at 558, the next entry is at what time?
7/8/2022 at 6:44:12 a.m.
644. And then the next line is line what?
131.
131. And that entry is at what time?
7:02:39 a.m.
Okay. And then the next entry is at what? What
7,
number
8.
Is it
132.
132?
It's instant message outgoing 7/8/2022 at 7:59:53 a.m. And it says, "Good morning. I can drop the screws off right now."
All right. Then underneath that is
33.
133.
July the 8th, 2022 at 8:04:15 a.m. Police Appreciation Week 2022.
Is that a Google search?
Appears to be a search. I don't know if it came off of Safari or Google. Again, I don't know what some of this stuff at the bottom means.
So,
but it came off of Tim Harrington's phone.
Police appreciation. Right?
Yes.
2022. That 134 indicate a Google search.
Yes, Google search Police Appreciation Week.
All right.
2022.
And then right after that, that was at 8:04:15 seconds. Then 135. What was that search?
In what ways can you celebrate police during July 7/8/2022 at 8:04:35 a.m.?
All right. So you were asked by Mr. Haran. I believe he characterized it as Tim Harrington being cooperative with you and Ryan Baker when he was interviewed.
Yes.
You remember him characterizing it as his client being cooperative?
Yes, sir.
What about based on what you knew about the investigation, would you consider the quality of his information that he provided to be cooperating, or would you have a different way to describe it?
Interviewing Tim at the apartment and then again at CID, I only summed up in one word: deceptive.
I'm sorry?
Deceptive.
And that would be based on what?
We were able to confirm things that Tim told us, and that what Tim told us story doesn't match up with the evidence we gathered.
And you can take a little time and think about those specific bits of information that you knew, that you gave him an opportunity to be cooperative with you.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury the basis of you describing his responses as being deceptive?
So, Tim would change his answers a lot, and he would not give us anything until we gave him a little bit of something. So once he knew that we had a little information, he would, at the apartment, it was, Jay Lee came over, he gave me a gift, he left. At CID, Jay Lee came over, he gave me oral sex, he left. We have to talk about a tipster. We have to give him this information for him to come out and say, you know what? Okay, he did come back. He did. He does come back and see me. Then I give him oral sex. Then he just leaves. Well, what Tim tells us is Jay Lee leaves. Okay, what happens after he leaves? How does he leave? I don't know. I just stumbling around. Tim, how does he leave? Does he walk? How does he leave the or your apartment? Well, he's not mad or anything. He just leaves. I don't know really. He leaves. I don't really know. I was in my apartment. Well, later on, he starts talking about Walmart and contradicts himself in the interview at CID, saying, when I go to Walmart, me and Jay, we left around the same time. So which is it? Did he leave? You stayed in your apartment, or do y'all leave at the same time?
And, did he provide information about his whereabouts?
Tim would tell us things as far as his whereabouts. As far as that day, I didn't go anywhere else after I left Walmart, which we found out was not true. He tells us about he goes on a run that day, which we discussed already, but I think it's worth going through again. Tim tells us he goes on a run from Lafayette Place. He goes down the route he would have took is Anderson Road, goes to Anchorage Road, goes around the back way down to Old Sardis, comes up McElroy by the airport, and turns left at Molly Bar Road, the route he says he goes, because he's got to get to Highland Square. But we reviewed video footage. He doesn't pass Rockets running down McElroy, doesn't come by. He says he goes to Highland Square, turns around and comes back to Molly Bar, or comes back down. And the first time we see him on video is first time we get him on video is 7:34 at Molly Bar Trails.
Okay.
When Tim comes by in that box truck that he didn't tell us he went and got, he didn't tell us he went out there and did that. He comes by Kokomo Chevron driving his box truck at 6:57 and still have 1.5 miles to go to Lafayette Place. It's approximately 5-minute drive from where he was. If he gets to Lafayette Place at approximately 7:02 and he's seen on video running on Molly Bar Trails, it's 7.2 miles. 32 minutes, 7.2 miles, time divided by distance. That's equating to a 4-minute, 44-second mile.
All right. And you were asked about the surveillance out at Molly Bar Trails, where you see Jay Lee's car entering the only entrance to Molly Bar Trails.
Yes.
And then minutes later, you see who your investigation revealed the identity of that person to be who?
Tim at the Harrington.
All right, and that was primarily based on clothing, build, observation, plus the surveillance video of Rockets, correct?
Yes, and the information provided by Mr. Carter.
By Keziah Carter. Now, in between the time Jay Lee's car enters into Molly Bar Trails and the time that Tim Harrington runs out of Molly Bar Trails is a short window, right?
Yes, sir. Roughly approximately 9 minutes.
All right. Did you see any cars come and go during that time?
I don't want to say that right now. I can't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Did you see any other individuals on foot walking in or out?
Oh, no, did not see that.
You were asked about trace evidence at Molly Bar Trails. Would you expect to find trace evidence days, several days later in an open parking lot?
No, sir.
Why is that?
It's the weather, it can rain, the wind's blowing, any weather related is the biggest thing in an open parking lot. People drive through there, get picked up on a tire. I mean, anything like that.
You were asked about a metal detector being used at Molly Bar Trails. Did you find the key to Jay Lee's car in any part of your investigation?
No, sir.
Okay. And you've seen the video of Jay Lee leaving Campus Walk Apartments around 5:58. Well, there's two times. And he's observed to be holding his phone.
Yes, sir.
You've seen that?
Yes, sir.
Aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever find his phone?
No, sir.
You were asked about whether you did anything to find any more trace evidence at Molly Bar Trails after you received the September 5th, 2024 scales report, more than 2 years after the investigation began.
Yes, sir.
Would you expect to find any trace evidence at that point
No, sir.
that you could collect?
No, sir.
You were asked about Timbaland Mathis and him being someone that had also blocked Jay Lee at some point
Yes.
as a contact. And we've heard testimony about that. And do you know what the difference between that Timbaland Mathis blocking Jay Lee and Jay Lee blocking Tim Harrington on July 8th, 2022?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Tim Harrington had to use another account to reach back out to Jay Lee and get Jay Lee back to his apartment. So Jay Lee goes over there, Tim tells us this, and the last message that we see is open.
All right. Now, there was cross-examination of your testimony by Mr. Horan about deception by persons of interest. Now, would you characterize, can you talk about the quality of that information in comparison to the interview at the apartment and subsequently the custodial interview at CID, the quality of the information that was being discussed between Timbaland Mathis and Tim Harrington?
Yes, I think with Mr. Mathis, it was discussing biting his nails, having a upset stomach. I think there were some other things in there that were told to me. But at the end, they determined he was at his house on camera 104 watching pornographic videos by his phone. So the difference is we go to Tim and we ask him the similar type questions that we ask everybody else. Have you seen Jay Lee? Do you know where Jay Lee is? All that. We get vague, deceptive answers to distance himself away from anything to do with Jay Lee. It isn't until we move to CID that it's okay. It's deeper relationship, deeper friendship. We were sexual intercourse or sexual acts of some kind. So again, like I said earlier, the one word I would describe Tim in both interviews is deceptive.
Would you call the types of information that you were seeking from Tim Harrington to be material?
Tim, yes, we wanted to see what we could learn from Tim. Yes, sir.
And the types of information that you were discussing with Tim Harrington centered around what time frame?
July the 8th.
And that is when, I guess, the most important aspect of all, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is what?
Where's Jay Lee?
And that gets us to the press releases.
Yes, sir.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination about Khalid Fears
Yes, sir.
and when he contacted the authorities
Yes,
about the information that he had. You recall that?
I do. Yes, sir.
All right. Would you consider if the release of that information?
Your Honor, I've allowed him to leave him on redirect. I can't stand him or object to it.
All right, I'm gonna ask you to rephrase your question.
Did you have information that Tim Harrington would have been aware of the press releases?
Tim told us he was out of town when he first saw it.
Okay.
Or learned about it. So whether he saw the press release or a friend told him, he knew Jay Lee was missing.
All right. Were you aware of any other evidence that would suggest that he was interested in the development of that story?
Oh, absolutely. So July, I believe it's July the 10th, Ole Miss does their press release, the University of Mississippi, saying, we're looking for information on Jimmy J. Lee and finding Jay Lee's car.
Did it give a time frame of when Jay Lee went missing?
I don't remember right offhand on the press release. If you have one, I'll be happy to look at it, but I don't remember the exact time. So July.
Last seen on?
Last seen on July 8th, yes, is what was
Okay.
on there, yes.
All right.
I don't remember if it had a specific time frame, because I don't know if we knew that yet, or University Police knew that yet when they released it.
I
So
didn't mean to distract your train of thought.
July the 10th, the University of Mississippi puts out a press release. We're looking for Jay Lee and we're looking for his car. If you have any information, I think they had the number at the bottom, whatever it is for the University of Mississippi Police Department. Khalid Fears calls, says, hey, I got some information for you. I talked to Jay Lee. He was going to meet somebody that he hooked up or met before earlier that night. He's going to meet somebody that he met earlier that night.
It's not a responsive question.
I believe it's responsive to the
Yes,
question.
about the press release, prior to the press release, he asked me
I thought he asked you more than that. Repeat your question.
The question is, do you have any other information on how Tim Harrington would have been aware of the press release?
That had nothing to do with the conversation with Mr. Spears, Your Honor.
I didn't hear you.
I don't know how conversation with Mr. Spears provided has anything to do with whether or not Mr. Harrington would know anything.
All right.
If you can answer the question, answer. Repeat your question to the witness, and if you can answer it, you can.
Other than him admitting it.
Okay.
As part of your investigation, did you have any other information? You do.
Yes.
You remember.
July the 10th, the University of Mississippi Police Department puts out a press release. If you know anything about where Jay Lee is, or if you've seen his car, let us know. July 10th, Timothy Harrington searches Molly Bar Apartments, Oxford, Mississippi. Then he continually follows by searching through different Facebook and other social devices, social media platforms, Jay Lee, I'm Jay Lee, Jimmy J, he's searching different variations of that. And he's also searching Oxford Police Department. He makes a search, I believe, for Ole Miss Police Department, Molly Bar Apartments, or Molly Bar Trail. There's different variations of how he would use it in there. He searches from July 10th until July 21st, actually 22nd, because he's arrested on the 22nd.
And during this time, were there any calls with any information he may have had?
Timothy Harrington never called us and said, I saw Jay Lee on July 8th. He doesn't tell us that information till we knock on his door.
And you Mr. Horan has characterized Tim Harrington's responses at the apartment and at CID as cooperative.
Now, that's a mischaracterization. I said at the time that they went to this apartment, opening up his computer, was he cooperative at that time? That's the second time he's mischaracterized.
I'll ask you to be some more specific on his question about time.
The information that was discussed with Tim Harrington in both interviews centered around Jay Lee and the time frame that Jay Lee went missing.
Yes, sir.
Did Tim Harrington possess a lot of knowledge about those two things?
Absolutely. So Tim had extensive knowledge about Jay Lee that night. And we wanted to know the information, but we had to continually pull it out of him. He was deceptive, like I said earlier. He would change his response. He was fumbling around trying to give us a response.
And so he's Googling police appreciation, and he's aware that the police are searching for Jay Lee, and he's got this information that would be relevant.
Absolutely.
About the nature of his contact.
Cross-examine the witness.
I sustain the objection.
And at any point during July 8th through July 22nd, when you knocked on his door, did he ever contact investigators about his information?
Timothy Harrington never called us once. He did not make a statement about knowing Jay Lee or the whereabouts of Jay Lee or anything with regard of him coming over, leaving until we talked to him on July 22nd.
Of course, indulgence.
Okay. Somebody dropped a set out of the ring, sound like. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honor. You were asked about, I believe, I don't know if you were shown a picture or I think you were, the video of Jay Lee coming out of his apartment at Campus Walk, what he was wearing.
Yes, yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
It feels like a long time ago.
Yeah, it does.
But you were asked about whether there was any evidence of Jay Lee, trace evidence or otherwise, being found in Tim Harrington's apartment.
Yes.
Do you have information that Jay Lee was in the apartment that night?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And what is that?
We have Timothy Harrington telling us that Jay Lee came back over.
All right. And at 5:58, July 8th, 2022, when Jay Lee left his apartment at 5:58 a.m., who was he going to see?
He's going to see Timothy Harrington.
And later, when he sends a text that says open, who was he sending that text to?
I think it was a Snapchat message, but it was open. He sent it to Timothy Harrington.
That's all I have.
Yes, which could be. All right, you're going to be remain on your subpoena. You can't see in the courtroom. I assume these people, these attorneys have your contact information. Don't discuss testimony with anyone at this time. Okay. All right. 55. Who would state call as his next witness? Everybody good on the jury? All right.
United States would call Rachel Carver.
Rachel Carver. Somebody would get Rachel Carver.
Do you swear affirm the testimony about here?
Around, have a seat in the witness chair, please, ma'am. All right. Let's take just a short minute. Just take a break. Y'all just stay right there anyway. We'll be right back.
I am going to look up the murder statute in Mississippi. I'm gonna look up the murder statute in Mississippi so we can talk about it, because I too I don't think that. I mean, they said we got 30 more witnesses. They had 30 witnesses, so we might have a slew more of people. But thus far, I don't think that they've actually proved murder. So you know what? We should look at the actual indictment and see what was he actually charged with. Let me go find the indictment. 1 second.
Proceed when ready.
Ms. Carver, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Mary Rachel Carver.
And tell me right now, how are you employed?
I am a police officer at the University of Mississippi Police Department, UPD.
And how long have you been a police officer?
Approximately 12 years.
And how long have you worked for the UPD?
About since January of 2024.
So let's go back to July 2022. Were you working with UPD then?
No, ma'am.
Where were you employed in July of 2022?
With the Oxford Police Department.
And what did you do for the Oxford Police Department?
I was an investigator in the Criminal Investigation Division.
And did you focus on any specific area of investigations?
We investigated mostly criminal cases, felony. My background is in forensics and crime scene investigations.
So your background is in crime scene investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me a little bit about your education and training in crime scene investigation?
I have a master's degree in criminology. I was a crime scene specialist in the crime scene search unit, major crimes division of the Little Rock Police Department. I am a certified crime scene technician through the University of Arkansas. I also am a certified crime scene analyst with IAI, and I'm also a state board or state certified instructor, and I teach crime scene investigation and criminal investigation at the police academies here in Mississippi.
Over the course of your 12 years as an officer and specifically in doing crime scenes, can you approximate about how many crime scenes that you have investigated?
So roughly, as an estimate, I would say I've worked over or been involved with about 1,500 cases.
Back in July of 2022, did you become involved in the investigation into the homicide of Jay Lee?
Yes, ma'am.
So you said you specialize really in crime scene investigations. Is that what you did in this case?
Yes, I was more of a support role in this investigation, and I used my background in forensics and crime scene investigation for this particular investigation.
Kind of tell us what are the duties of a crime scene investigator? What do y'all do?
So we would respond to a scene, we would document through photographs, note taking, we would search and identify for evidence, we would recover evidence, maintain the integrity of that evidence, store it, inventory it, make sure that it's taken care of.
Did you do that when you were assisting in the investigation into Jay Lee's death?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
So you said you recovered, maintained, kind of explain to me what's sort of the background, like what's the purpose of all of this? Why do you do all that?
Well, we document evidence, we search and identify it, and we also maintain that integrity. It's based off of a fundamental principle that we follow in crime scene investigation. It's based off of Edmund Locard's exchange theory. Let me go elaborate.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me, what is that?
So Edmund Locard's exchange theory basically says that every contact leaves a trace. So when two objects come into contact with one another, a cross transfer of material is done. And so when we're at a crime scene, we secure that crime scene, we're trying to freeze it. And on our side, we have two approaches to that. So as police officers and we're investigating the scene, we're going to wear like personal protective equipment, like gloves and things like that to keep our contact to that scene to a minimum. And then on the reverse side of it, or the flip side, we're looking for the contact between suspect and victim or any other evidence of those transfers.
So you said you have to secure. What does it mean to secure a scene?
So to secure a scene is we set up boundaries, we keep that scene, we keep it out to protect that evidence from being contaminated. Various factors can affect that transfer. So kind of like the weather, temperature, extreme heat, extreme cold, time, how long something's been there, the access, how many people is, whether it's physically interrupted by like being cleaned up or wiped up or anything like that. Those things can affect or damage or the likelihood of finding that transfer.
How soon after a crime should the scene be secured then? Talk about, you have to keep things from getting in and out. How soon after?
As soon as possible.
And I believe you said there's factors that affect that. What happens if it's not secured soon after the scene?
The likelihood of evidence being damaged or diminished is more than likely the likelihood of that being goes up.
You said something about, like, I believe every contact leaves a trace. What if there is no trace? Does that mean there was no contact?
No, nonetheless, there was a contact made. There's a transfer being made. We may not be able to, because of those factors that I was talking about, time, heat, weather, whether somebody came and interrupted it physically, because of those factors, that will be kind of give you the idea whether it's likely or less likely to find that transfer.
Can you kind of give me an example of what you mean by that?
Let's take this courtroom. Everybody in this courtroom has come in and had contact with this courtroom. You're sitting in your chair, the glass bottle that you've picked up, you've left your fingerprints, you've left your skin, you left your hair in this courtroom. You've come into contact with this courtroom. So therefore, there's a transfer of material, fingerprints, footwear, things like that will be in this courtroom. At the end of the day, when everybody leaves, you'll have somebody will come in and clean. The carpets might be vacuumed, the benches might be wiped down, things like that. That would diminish the likelihood of that contact being found. Nonetheless, y'all were still here. That contact was made.
You heard, or as a part of this case, you're aware that Jaylee's car was found parked at Molly Bar Trails Apartments on July 8th, 2022, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then it was towed also July 8th, 2022, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any value in going to process that parking lot in 2024?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Considering that's been 2 years in the making, and it would be, you're talking about the parking lot?
Yes, the parking lot.
The parking lot. So it's had access to the public. It's been 2 years of time. You have weather, you have dogs, people, cars coming in and out of that area. The likelihood of finding anything of value with regards to Jaylee would be very unlikely.
And that goes back to those factors you said, like, what were they again?
Weather, temperature, time, physical interaction, people coming into that space, bringing their own contact, their own DNA, their own hair, that kind of things, being open to the public, that would interrupt that transfer.
So I kind of want to start, you said you did crime scene investigation in this case with the first place that you searched. What was the first place that you searched?
We executed the search warrant on Timothy Harrington's apartment at Lafayette Place.
What year and date was that?
That was July 22nd, 2022.
And when was the date that Jaylee went missing?
July 8th, 2022. He's reported missing.
Why did y'all go? There was so much time that had passed.
I was informed or briefed on the elements that they had reason to believe that Jaylee had been in that apartment, and they had a search warrant for that apartment, and I was to respond and execute that search warrant and collect evidence.
So your goal was to find that evidence that Jaylee had been there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those factors we talked about, time, temperature, common usage.
Yes, ma'am.
Would that have affected it?
Yes, ma'am.
But you all still went to try anyways?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could please tell me, when you went to Timothy Harrington's apartment, did you take photographs?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Would you recognize those if you were to see them again?
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Carver, do you recognize these photographs?
There's a lot of them.
case Mark's ID as states exhibit 76. Now, Officer Carver, are these the photographs that you took of your, search of Timothy Harrington's apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they accurately represent what the apartment looked like on July 22nd?
Yes, ma'am.
She knew. Okay. Yes, she did.
I want to look at the picture, I'm gonna warn y'all, we may work a little late tonight, I don't know how long this is gonna go. Y'all ain't gonna bring anything, y'all ain't gonna do the football game. It may work a little late tonight.
And at this time, I would ask that the photographs taken by Rachel Carver be admitted into evidence.
No objection.
All right, that'd be B76, I believe, S76.
Yes.
I didn't go through them all. I think this. She sees me things out of her picture, I'm sure she'll point it out.
Gwen. 50.
Oh, 50. Yeah. May I publish to the jury?
Oh, you may.
Officer Carver, please look and identify what it is that we are looking at. It should appear on your screen.
Y'all seeing on your screen down there? All right, we get started.
Officer Carver, when taking pictures, is there a particular method that you use?
When taking pictures, we try to, not try to, or again, follow the principle that we start from the outside and we work our way in. Trying to do 360 so you get the full view of the area that's being photographed.
Okay, and did you do that when going through Harrington's apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
So where are we starting?
This would be the front door of apartment 5202, apartment B. Be the front door.
And what is this?
This would be the kitchen. As you walked in the door, the kitchen was to the left.
How about this?
This would be a view from the front door looking.
And I noticed that there's a marble counter and it looks like some wood type floors. Do certain surfaces hold trace evidence better than others?
It's hard to say. It just depends on the different factors.
How about this one?
I think that would be the kitchen.
And I should announce that I'm showing what has been marked as State's Exhibit 70, and this is picture number 50. And did you collect anything from inside of the kitchen?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. go through these photos, and I'm showing states.
Some personal information on there, that's, you've got his driver's license number on it. That was personal. Let's just skip that picture, and then reference would be easier, I think. That's what I'm saying.
Officer,
You can ask about the information today, Gary.
Yes, ma'am.
what did you collect from inside the kitchen?
We collected duct tape. We also collected retainers, like plastic tooth retainers, and the MacBook off the kitchen counter.
Okay, so I'm showing what is State's Exhibit 70, number 5. Is this the MacBook that you collected?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that, below it?
A Walmart receipt.
And where did you, but before that, what is this next one?
That is the serial number to the MacBook
And why do you take photos like that?
for identifying information.
And that is State's Exhibit 70, number 6. I'm showing State's Exhibit 70, number 7. What is this?
That would be a picture from the front door looking into the apartment. You have the laundry closet to the right and then the trash can to the left.
And how about,
Okay, sorry.
how about this? This is State's Exhibit number 70, number 8.
That would be the trash can in the kitchen.
State's Exhibit 70, number 9. What is that?
That would be the content of the kitchen trash can.
And why did you take that photograph?
There was a Walmart receipt found in the trash can.
So that Walmart receipt we saw earlier, is that a different receipt or the same receipt?
It's the same receipt.
And what about this?
That would be the receipt found in the trash can.
And that was State's Exhibit 7010. I'm showing number 11. What is this?
Those would be the retainers found on the kitchen counter.
Could you go through the items that you collected from the kitchen again?
Yes, ma'am. We collected the Walmart receipt from the trash can. There was a roll of duct tape on the kitchen counter as well. We collected a Walmart bag, shopping bag with gloves and gauze, which was in the laundry closet sitting to the right of the kitchen.
Is this, look, if you look before you, State's Exhibit 7012, would that represent what you just referred to?
Yes, ma'am. That is the Walmart bag with some blue latex gloves and gauze that was found in the laundry room closet.
And what is that, a close-up of that?
Yes, ma'am.
And the witness, please step down.
You may step down.
There are some items, did you bring some of those items here today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you to retrieve some of those items and open them. Could you please pull for us the duct tape that you recovered? And Officer Carver, how do you, as you pick up the item that is the duct tape, tell us about how you package it and how you recognize it.
So when we pick up the duct tape from the kitchen counter, I would place it in a bag and it would be sealed with the case number.
Everybody here?
And everybody, it'd be marked with the case number, the item number that's been assigned to it, and a description of the item would be listed on the outside of the bag.
Please pull for us the duct tape and open that up. And is that your packaging?
So this is the package that I originally put it in. You'll have the incident number, the date, a description of where I found it, kitchen counter, the roll of duct tape, the initials, and then there's some torn in the place that it was found. It's going to be secured with red evidence tape with my initials on the tape as well. The blue is from when it was tested and it was opened again.
Please open that up. Is that what you collected from Mr. Harrington's department, that's right?
Yes, it is.
And does it appear to be brand new or used?
Appears to be used.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that the duct tape be marked for identification.
It'll be marked as for ID at this time.
How about it?
I don't mind, I just asking.
I believe that these states exhibit 77.
Don't mark the bag or mark the tape itself. All right, mark the bag.
The bag, I think, look at the bag, yes. Stand. Yeah. I understand that part.
I was just gonna share. They've got the big screen
Big
on
screen,
facing,
yeah.
so you can keep yours facing you and see stuff.
Keep you on
How
full.
loud do you want this on?
I understand that at some point, I'm gonna mark everything for ID right now.
They'll just be marked for ID, but let them mark for ID and then they may bring on more talk later.
And you said you
We ran
also.
out of black plastic. We ran out of black plastic anyway.
That's the tape.
Go ahead.
Officer Carver, you said you collected the Walmart receipt. Do you have that with you today as well?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, could you please open that up for us?
This is the package here as well.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials on the tape as well, my handwriting, and as I marked it with the incident number, the date, and the description of the item and where it was found.
And I asked that the receipt be marked for identification as well.
All right. It'll be marked for identification.
So that was 78.
It'll be 78, I believe.
I wouldn't have any objection to this being introduced. I don't have any objection to those being introduced, but I don't have no objection to it being introduced.
You want to go ahead and interview 77, 78 at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, I can
All right, 77, 78, duct tape and Walmart tape be admitted into evidence.
Officer Carver, if you could please retake the stand and take us through the next area that you searched in Mr. Harrington's apartment. Officer Carver, where did you go next?
We went to Tim Harrington's bedroom, which was, as you went through the kitchen, would be to the right. This would be the marked as room number 1.
And is this still that same where you're sort of going around in a circle, showing sort of 360 of the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is this?
This is as you came into the bedroom, this would be the first angle that you would see with the dresser and the bed.
And what about this?
That would be the cross corner. As you came into the room, standing, you're kind of turning to the right as you go through.
And this,
That would be the bedroom closet in the bathroom, which is an en-suite bathroom, and then that's the door right there.
and this as well.
That would be the bathroom that was connected to the bedroom.
I apologize, I should have been announcing, I showed S18, S70, 18, 16, 15, 14, and 13. And this as well, what is this?
This would be the bathroom counter.
That would be S70, 19. Now showing S70, 48.
That would be underneath the bathroom counter.
And S70, 49.
You said S70 or S78?
I think it's S7.
78, it's 78.
78? Oh, it's 78.
I just want to make sure I was hearing right.
Okay. S78, 49.
There we go.
That's also part of the bathroom counter. Sorry, that's a drawer, excuse me.
And S78, number 20.
Be a laundry hamper next to between the toilet and the shower.
S78, 21.
It's the bathtub with the shower pool.
And S78, 22.
That would be the bathroom trash can between the toilet and the bathroom sink cabinet.
Was anything collected from the bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about what was collected from the bathroom.
So in looking through the contents of the trash can, we found several used condoms and condom wrappers that were collected.
So this is S78, 23 and S78, 24. Do these represent what you were just referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And S78, 25. As well as S78, 26. That represent what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about Mr. Harrington's bedroom? Did you collect anything from inside of the bedroom?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay. Tell me what is this? S78, 27.
That's me standing in the bathroom looking into the bedroom, and that would be the closet to the right and where the desk section is if you were looking straight ahead next to the bed.
So is this coming back out of the bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And how about this?
That would be the area between the built-in desk and the bed.
That's S78, 28. And how about S78, 29?
That would be the desk area that was across from the bed.
S78, 30.
There was some written notes that were found amongst the desk, excuse me.
And S78, 31.
That would be an artificial fingernail that was found in the bottom of a shopping bag. That was between the bed and the desk.
Okay. Did you recover that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And S78, 32.
So going now across the room, this would be that tall dresser as when you first came in. This would have been the top drawer.
S78, 33.
That was the handwritten note that was on top of the dresser.
And S78, 34.
That's another picture of the handwritten note, just a little bit more for clarification, so you can see.
And S78, 35.
This would be on the floor by the bed, be a condom wrapper.
I'm showing S78, 36.
So these items on the bed were what was collected from the bedroom, Tim Harrington's bedroom, and the gray blanket, the bed liner, that's what was folded over, the pair of black gloves, the two unopened condoms, and then the one open condom wrapper, a gray Nike zip-up hoodie, and a pair of gray sweatpants.
Did you take close-ups of each of those things?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
So S78, 37. What is that?
That would be the pair of black gloves.
S78, 38.
That would be the Nike gray zip-up hoodie.
And young may the witness please step down from the stand?
You may step down.
Could you please locate the gray Nike hoodie that you collected? And where was this collected from?
Tim Harrington's bedroom.
Why did you think it was relevant to collect this?
One of the elements that I was briefed on was that I believe he was wearing a sweatshirt when in the video at my bar.
Yeah, let's have it. First, I think that's 79.
This is a brown paper bag marked E. I apologize.
You try to identify that for us, please.
It's marked with the case number, the date that it was collected. It's taken from room 1, which is Tim Harrington's bedroom. And then it's the gray Nike hoodie with the zip.
Could you open that up for us? That please, does that accurately represent the gray Nike hoodie that you collected from Tim Harrington's bedroom?
Yes.
No objection to admission.
All right, this time I move to have it entered into evidence.
All right, that'll be admitted. It's 79.
Now, Officer Carver, after after your search of Mr. Harrington's bedroom, where did you go next? And if you would like to stay here, you can, or you can take.
We went into the second bedroom, marked number 2.
Okay. And if you could look, you do have to read the order. Yes. Okay, yes, thank you. I'm showing S7839. What am I looking at, Officer Carver?
This would be the bedroom door to bedroom number 2.
And why did you go into this room?
It was open and unlocked, and we had access, and there were clothing items scattered all over the bedroom.
And what am I looking at here, which is S7840?
A mid-range picture, closer a view of the bedroom with the bed and the clothing items.
And S7841, what is that?
So as you were going into the bedroom, if you turn to the right, this would be the view of the closet and the built-in desk from the doorway of the bedroom.
And S7842?
This would be the space from the laundry hamper with the clothes of the built-in desk across from the bed.
And S7843?
And that would be a picture of the built-in desk and the shelves.
And what am I looking at in S7844?
That would be as you were walking in the bedroom, right there, kind of the doorway of the bedroom door, the trash can, and the items that were on the floor.
And S7845?
It's a different angle. The bedroom door would be to the left of this picture, and you see a pile of clothing next to the trash can.
And S7846?
This was a gray Nike hoodie that was on that pile of clothes from the floor, the previous picture.
And S7847?
That would be a pair of black shorts with some gray and black striped underwear. That was found also in that pile of clothes that was on the floor.
Could you please tell me what you actually collected from the second bedroom?
We collected the gray zip-up hoodie and the black shorts with the underwear.
Your Honor, may the witness please step down?
Come around.
Officer Carver, could you please locate for me the gray hoodie and send it to the court reporter to mark for identification? And Officer Carver, do you recognize that package?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials on the evidence tape, and the date that I had sealed it, it has the item number.
No objection to introduction.
And I'd ask that the package of the gray hoodie be entered into evidence.
It'll be admitted. S80, gray hoodie.
It can come room 2, would be the gray 90 that you would zip.
Would you please open that package up? Is that how you remember it, Officer Carver?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Officer Carver, if you could please put that back in the package and we will move to your next search warrant. Officer Carver, where did you search next?
So after the search warrant of Timothy's apartment, I returned to the Criminal Investigation Division where I executed a search warrant on the white Ford Escape.
And did you take photographs of that search?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Officer Carver, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
And does accurately represent the photographs you took on July 22nd?
I'm sorry, I have no objection to photographs. I thought you already meant.
This is a different batch of photographs.
I apologize, Ron, I can't hear you.
Now,
I'm asking that the photographs of the white Ford
Okay.
Escape be entered into evidence.
they've been marked as 81.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. No objection, they'll be admitted.
And Officer Carver, we're going to go through these and you just explain to me what your process is and what we are looking at. So Officer Carver, what am I looking at here?
This would be the passenger side view of the Ford Escape.
And for the record, I'm showing S81, 81-1. And what about this?
This would be from the passenger side front view.
And that's S81-2. And why do you take so many pictures of the outside?
Again, we're doing the concept of the 360 all the way around, so you get a full picture of what the area or the vehicle looked like and the condition that it was in.
And show S81-3.
This would be the front of the Ford White Escape.
How about S81-5?
This would be the rear of the Ford Escape.
And S81.6.
So this would be the interior shot of the driver's side area.
And what about this? S81.7.
That would be the steering wheel.
S81.8.
This would be kind of a bird's eye view of the cup holders, looking down into the cup holders of the front console.
And why did you take so many pictures here as well?
So we can document the current state of the vehicle, and we get all of the area that has been documented.
And what about S81.9?
This would be an interior shot of the driver's side rear seat.
S81.11.
This would be an interior picture of the interior passenger side rear seat.
And were you able to, did you recover anything from the white Ford Escape?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Go through that process with me.
So once photographs are taken and we've documented the exterior interior condition of the vehicle, we'll search the vehicle for any items of evidence that we might possibly identify. And if we do, we'll catalog those. The next is we swabbed different areas of the vehicle for possible DNA. I swabbed, there were 4 swabs were taken. I'm sorry, I believe there were 5. Excuse me. May I refer to my notes real quick?
Yes, you may.
Yes, there were 4 swabs taken. So one was from the interior swab of the driver's side, another was from the passenger side, another from the front, the passenger side rear, driver's side rear, and then the back cargo area. They were swabs taken of the interior.
And Officer Carver, when did Jaylee go missing again?
July 8th, 2022.
And when was this done?
This was July 22nd, 2022.
We talked about distance and time. Why did you still process this car?
So we, like I said, for traces of Jaylee being in that car. Through the elements that I was briefed on when doing the search warrant, it was saying that Jaylee possibly could have been in the car, and so we were looking for that. We were looking for that connection of Jaylee being in the car.
And Officer Carver, did you do any other processes in the car? I think we go through everything.
There was additional processes. So once the DNA swabs were collected, I took what was called trace evidence, which would be minute pieces of evidence like fibers, hairs, things like that. I collected that through called tape lifts. Anybody ever had like a lint roller before that you would take tape and you would tape the different areas? So I did the driver's side front seat, driver's side rear seat, passenger side rear seat. We took tape lifts and to secure that, which would be like lint, fibers, hairs, things like that that may have come on the seats. So we collected those. And in addition to, I also visually looked using an ALS, which is an alternative light source, which would be the different wavelengths. So like a flashlight, we have white light. This would be an alternative light source with different wave frequencies. So a blue light, ultraviolet light. Those assist in helping to see small pieces of fibers. They'll fluoresce under that light. So it's easier to see with the naked eye than with like a white light. And then also at the end of it, I processed the vehicle using a blue star, which is a chemical luminescence for blood. And it was a presumptive blood test spray, but it came up with negative results.
And that blue light test you just referred to, where did you do that at?
We did it in the rear cargo area of the back seat.
Showing S81, number 16. Is that where that is?
That's the rear cargo area of the Ford Escape.
Okay. And I believe is this, what am I looking at? Is S8119.
So this would be the ALS under a blue light frequency, usually about 350 nanometers. Not trying to get in the weeds on that, but it's a different wavelength of light.
And what about S8120?
So this is using that blue light with an orange filter to cut through the different wavelengths to help see if any of biological material might fluoresce under that light.
If you tell me, did you go through everything that you collected from the car?
I'm sorry?
Did you go through everything that you recovered or collected from the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Officer Carver, what was the next search warrant that you executed and when was it?
The next search warrant that I executed was on a white box truck that was also located at the Criminal Investigation Division, and that was done on the 26th of July, 2022.
Brief indulgence, Your Honor. Sorry, this part. These are just the pictures I took outside of the truck.
All right, cousins, it's getting deep.
I am showing the witness what has been previously entered into evidence as S51. Officer Carver, do you recognize this box truck?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is this the box truck that you processed?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Officer Carver, I'll have these marked ID first. Officer Carver, do you recognize the photographs I'm handing you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they accurately represent the box truck and the items you collected from the box truck?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this time I moved to enter into evidence 3 photographs of the box truck.
3 photos from box truck.
82.
Admitted.
Officer Carver, what are we looking at here? I'm showing S82, number 3.
That would be the rear of the box truck.
And did you open it, or was it open and you went inside?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
I'm showing S82, number 3. Do you recognize what I'm showing, Officer Carver?
So it'd be the interior of the box truck.
And how about S82, number, I think I said 3 before, but this is number 3. What is that?
That's the interior of the box truck from a different angle.
And what day did you say you were able to process this truck?
July 26, 2022.
And what did you collect from this truck?
We collected this pile of blankets and some miscellaneous items like bath mats, a roll of shrink wrap, trash can, mostly the moving blankets. That was what we collected.
Was that in these, I believe we were speaking before, I was asking if all this was packaged together, or how was it?
So I packaged I kind of broke this pile up into 3 groups. So it was marked as T1, T2, and T3. I did not shake or pull out the blankets individually and wrap them because they were already bundled up together. And I did not want to try to lose trace evidence, meaning those hairs and fibers, by shaking them out and moving them around as much. But because they were already all together, I just kind of folded them in on each other and I packaged them in 3 separate packages, and they were marked T1, T2, and T3 coming from the truck.
And Officer Carver, earlier we spoke about the importance of preserving crime scenes and evidence. Are you aware if this truck remained in use between July 8th and when you processed it on July 26th?
Yes, it had been in use.
And could that affect evidence that could be recovered from it?
Yes, ma'am, it can.
So these are the items that you recovered from the box truck.
Yes, ma'am, this was the condition when I found it on July 26th.
Are you aware of the items that are in the box truck there right now? Were in there on July 2022?
I don't know, I'm not aware.
Now, Officer Carver, did you execute any other search warrants?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Now, please tell me what that was.
Another search warrant was executed at the residence of Tim Harrington's parents in Grenada, Mississippi.
Okay, and when was that?
That was July 29th, 2022.
Everybody good on the jury? Let me know when you're not. Don't be bashful. I know I'm real timid, but some of y'all may not be though.
Time to crush your doubts and prove that permanent dental implants aren't just strong, but they're also
All right. Gonna be photos from Grenada home.
Yes, Your Honor.
One check in there, one item. Check in there, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Carver, if you could please look at the screen and describe for me what it is you're looking at.
This would be the front of the house off of Broadmeadow, Drive.
How about this?
This is also the front driveway.
And why do you take pictures like this?
Again, we do a 360 of the area, so we get a full perspective of what's going on and where things are located and kind of orient.
I'll show one more to speed things up. We did a 360 of all of this area.
Yes, ma'am. There was a 360 of the house in the backyard from all angles. And see the angle from the house, front of the house into the side yard.
And Officer Carver, did you enter the house? Well, so this one, Mr. Carver, I'm showing S80, I think it's 85, 83, number 10. All those cars, were they already there?
The two vehicles in the driveway, the black sedan and the white SUV, were already there prior to. The rest of the vehicles were going to be law enforcement personnel.
And I'm showing S83, number 12.
This is an angle coming from the side of the house looking into the double garage on the driveway, the front driveway.
And S83, number 14.
And this is the front of the house. To the right would be the double garage.
And S83, 17.
This is another angle coming from the front of the house looking onto the street.
And is that showing the house across the street?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And did you enter the home as well?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Where did you go when you entered the home?
We photographed the entirety of the house with all the pictures, and we entered into Tim Harrington's bedroom.
I'm showing S83, number 18. What am I looking at?
This would be the doorway into the room that was occupied or used by Tim Harrington.
Showing S83, number 19.
That would be the door closed.
S83, number 20.
This would be from the doorway looking into the bedroom, kind of slightly to the left angle.
S83, number 21.
This with the lights turned on, and again, this would be another angle into the bedroom from the bedroom doorway.
And S23, or 83, I apologize, 22.
Another angle from the bedroom doorway.
And did you collect anything from this bedroom?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Could you kind of go through with me what you collected from the bedroom?
So from the bedroom itself, there was a white V-neck t-shirt that we collected from a duffel bag that was in the bedroom. We also collected some sheets and a bed liner that were inside a blue midline plastic bag found buried in the closet. We collected those as well. And then that was from that bedroom.
And to complete the 360, most of it, what are we looking at here? That's S8326.
That would be the side of the bed and the nightstand.
And S8327.
That was as the door was opening, things were being taken out and looked through the nightstand cabinet, and these were the pictures that we found.
Did you remove any of the items from the inside of the S8328? Shows the inside?
Yes, as we were searching the cabinets and drawers, things were kind of pulled out so we could search through the drawers.
And did you remove any of the items and photograph them?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Is this showing those photographs? It's S8329.
Yes, ma'am, those items as they were removed were placed on the bed and photographed and recorded. We had some notepads and then the KY jelly and another, some books.
And S2380 or S83 number 30.
A cell phone and a check.
Officer Carver, you stated that you recovered some clothing. Where did you recover the clothing from?
It was from a duffel bag within the bedroom.
Brief indulgence. some of these. Officer Carver, what are we looking at here?
That was the closet in the bedroom, Tim Harrington's bedroom.
And how about here?
This would be the bottom of the closet.
And what did you say you recovered from the closet?
You'll notice to the left of the picture is a blue plastic bag. Plastic bag, and inside the contents were bed sheets and a white bed mattress liner.
Is that an S8345? Is that plastic bag?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this what you're referring to in S8348?
Yes, ma'am.
And Officer Carver, I believe you stated that you collected a gray, or what clothes did you collect? I'm sorry.
It was a white V-neck t-shirt.
Is that located in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could, please step down and identify that V-neck that you collected. And please hand it to the report reporter to mark for identification. And Officer Carver, how do you recognize?
So on the markings of the bag is labeled with the date 7/29/2022, has the report case number, search warrant from the address of their house, and it says Tim Harrington's bedroom, and left on the list of the duffel bag, and it was a white V-neck t-shirt.
That's the session. And then I need, give it a number though.
Yes, sir.
84.
84.
That's right, sure.
White V-neck t-shirt, yes, sir.
Please open that up for us. Thank you, Officer Carver. And you can please retake your seat, just a few more photos we identify for us. Okay, Officer Carver, showing S83, number 56, what area of the house is this?
This would be the double car garage.
And what did you recover from the garage?
There was a black wheelbarrow and gardening tools and shovels.
And showing S83, number 63, what is that?
That would be the black wheelbarrow that was recovered from the garage. It was behind the cars in the corner.
And I'm showing S83, 65, what is this?
That would be the garden tools, the rake, the, I guess, hose, the shovels, other gardening tools that were collected.
And why did you recover those items?
These were items, again, when I was briefed on the elements, stating that Tim Harrington had been seen in a video with a wheelbarrow and garden tools.
Please step down and identify the wheelbarrow and the 2 shovels, 3 shovels. If I
Let's sign the numbers in anyway. Okay, I understand. Oh.
is that the wheelbarrow you recovered?
Yes, ma'am, a smart E3 evidence tag with the incident number, the date, and the location where it was filled.
And being held by the Creek warrant, are those the 3 shovels you recovered?
Yes, this was the 3 shovels found from that bucket in that picture that was just presented. They're also been tagged with the date, the incident number, and the location of where they were found.
And where were they found again?
They were found in the garage. The tools were found in the garage in the bucket by the doorway. The wheelbarrow was found in the corner behind the cars.
I believe there was no objection to admitting them into evidence. And I'd
Are
like,
you assigning separate numbers to them or all?
I think all 3 can be together. There'd be the items from the garage.
All 4?
All 4. I
Okay,
apologize.
okay.
Separate.
That'd be,
Yes.
wheelbarrow and 3 shovels.
Hey.
Right, yeah.
Mr. Freeport's ever had one of these.
I think the court reporter may be easier to do the separate for numbering.
All right, let's just make the wheelbarrow 85 then, okay? Let's make the wheelbarrow 85, a yellow handle shovel 86, a green handle shovel 87, a red handle shovel 88. Just in your order right there.
Give me just, hold on a second, don't even. Right, okay. Where do you want this?
Wherever, hands it to you. Okay, let's not do that.
Inside? Watch this.
Man, I got some leaves I need to rake. All right, I've admitted the wheelbarrow was 85, the yellow handle shovel was 86, the green handle shovel was 87, and the red handle shovel was 88. They'll all be admitted in the evidence.
Now, Officer, if you could just please run through the dates and the places that you searched one more time.
The first search warrant was conducted on Timothy Harrington's apartment at Lafayette Place, and that was conducted on, I believe it's a Friday, July 22nd, 2022. The second search was done on Tim Harrington's white Ford Escape. That was also conducted on July 22nd, 2022. The third search warrant was conducted on the box truck, and that was conducted on July 26th, 2022. And then the search warrant executed at his parents' house in Grenada, Mississippi was conducted on July 29th, 2022.
And when did Jay Lee disappear?
July 8th, 2022.
Brief indulgence.
Let's, are these all up there on the podium exhibits have been admitted? Unless you're gonna need them, Mr. Moran, you gonna need them or at this point?
A couple, I don't want to touch them until they get back in order.
Let's get them back in order and get them back to the court reporter. And then we'll start fresh shuffling the deck
Give her a
anyway.
few minutes, John.
All right, we're gonna take a break. We'll be back in, when y'all get through, let us know, okay?
He said we taking a break, okay? We'll be back when y'all get through. So they getting ready to line up the exhibit. So how y'all feeling about that? I mean, they went through and searched a bunch of stuff. They searched his house, his apartment, his car, the box truck. They went to his parents' house, and collected a series of gardening tools. Like there was a lot kind of going on there. So like, what are y'all thoughts on that? I know me and Columbus were kind of talking about capital murder. And the thing about the capital murder charge is that when you charge someone with capital murder, you have to say that they did a murder, and then there's an underlying felony that you're saying was being committed while that murder was occurring. And so they are alleging, so he's been charged with capital murder. And so they're alleging kidnapping. And I think Columbus was saying that they didn't have to prove the kidnapping, but there is a requirement for that. Like they do actually have to prove or present some type of evidence to support the kidnapping theory because it is an underlying felony. Otherwise, it really isn't capital murder. So I know we were kind of talking about that, but I strongly believe that they're going to have to. I think it's going to come down to the argument, and I think that's also going to help us understand what type of charges actually go back to the jury for them to make a decision on. Now it's clear that of course they did a lot more than we anticipated earlier today. So there may be a few more witnesses from the state side to kind of come in because all we're hearing is about the items that they collected to do testing with, but we haven't actually heard any test results. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out a little bit. I don't think we're going to get to it today because it's about 4:15. So he usually wraps them up by 5 o'clock. And then I think tomorrow, in addition to that, they're going to be going on a little field trip to do a distance ride between a couple of locations. So this case has been pretty interesting, I will say, from start to where we are. Yeah, they will have to prove that kidnapping. Absolutely, because it's an underlying felony. And I mean, anytime that you are alleging something, you got to prove it. Otherwise, you're going to be subject to having your charge knocked down to something lesser, right? And that's what I was also telling you, Jen. Like, they don't have to necessarily indict on the lesser charges. They can come later at the end, just like they always do, like a directed verdict at that. At the end of the trial, and everybody's done their thing. They can also talk about what evidence has been presented and if it supports a lesser charge, and adding that into the jury. Adding that into the jury instructions. Lene, it does sound like the jury wants to work tomorrow. It sounds like they're going to be working tomorrow, and it said something about a 10 o'clock start. I may have to go back in and get my numbers together, but I'm pretty confident that they are wanting to they're wanting to work tomorrow. The jury is sequestered. So they are not allowed to go home. They are staying in a hotel, and these folks are trying to get it over with. All right, they trying to get it done. Yeah, it's better. They're trying to get it done. Right now, I believe they are proving that Tim caused the death of Jay Lee, but how he did that is the question. Absolutely. Joanna says he said 10. I agree with them. I'm gonna throw y'all stuff up here because I know we got like 110 people watching from over on X. Hey, our X family. Hey, Twitter fam. You are all more than welcome to come over and join us over here on YouTube. We do have conversations going on in the chat that I don't always post up top. So if you're listening and you've got questions or you just want to engage, right? You want to talk about what you're hearing, you're more than welcome to come over here on YouTube and party with us because we have a good time. Child, I don't know how we gonna watch court tomorrow, but we gonna be here though. We gonna be here. We ain't gonna get behind. We gonna be here. Our judge is so funny though. He always cracks little jokes, and he always needs his little breaks. So, and when he says he need a little break, he need a little break. Okay, he be like, give me 2 minutes. He be gone for 2 minutes and be right back. It is so funny, and it is the cutest thing ever. Jen Wynn says that the state supposedly has 30 witnesses, and they have called maybe 10 as of now. Cindy says it's not normal for the courts to work on weekends, but with them being sequestered and so close to the holidays, I don't blame the jury. I don't blame them either. Get it over with. Lene says, wow, makes sense. The judge on fluid pills. Jen Wynn, he got him a little water pill back there. That is hilarious. All right. Kay don't blame them either. Don't blame them either. I was playing with these different brand things because I'm like, ooh, I do not like the yellow or the orange or the blue or the pink. I'm gonna go back to the purple. I like the purple. The purple is cute, and I do like the block. I think the block is nice. It looks clean with the block. That one's the classic is so big. I like the block. Missing comments. I'm sorry. They say he go to the bathroom too much. I'm laughing hard. Ooh, them stutters do not make it better. Y'all are so funny. The judge is rocking and rolling with this case. Absolutely. He sure is. He sure is. I'm trying to order some hot cookies, but I guess everybody think they need cookies today because I can't order none. So I'm a little upset. Oh, apparently my cookie is sold out. That's the problem. That's tragic. I'm going to a different store. That is tragic. I want some sushi and rice for dinner. Cindy, that doesn't sound bad. We actually had Chinese food. I guess that was lunch. We had that a little bit earlier today, but we'll be eating it for dinner too. We sure will. We will be having it for dinner as well. Ugh. I don't understand what's happening. Why I can't order my cookie. My son is in his room having a ball. So Taylor, are they going to be in court tomorrow or just going on a joyride? I'm not sure, Cindy. I would think that they doing both. They might be going on a joyride. I'm gonna have to go back and re-listen to it. Did they ever decide on the field trip, or was that in chambers discussion. They were talking about it, in open court earlier. So I'm gonna go back and listen anyway because I missed part of the cross examination of the detective, and I think it said during his time on the stand. So I'm gonna go back and see. Miss Morley has woken up. Yes, son. What? Yeah, Miss Sharonda said, hey, Marley. Say hey. Hey. Can you say hey to Miss Wyatt? Hey. You trying to get cookies too, huh? Yeah. Miss Beta said hey. Miss Cindy said hey. They said hey. Molly say, look, Mom, I'm trying to get to that song.
All right, how's the jury coming, Ricky? You know if they're about ready or not?
Sorry.
Think the jury's about ready or not?
I think he'll back in.
All right, everybody ready? Before we bring the jury in, I don't know how much longer y'all are planning on going today, but I want to try to finish this witness as all possible, even if it goes back to 5 o'clock anyway. All right, call the jury in. Wait a minute. Well, yes, sir, you got something, Mr. Creekmore?
I was, you said bring the jury?
Oh, yeah, I thought you were talking. Go ahead, bring them in. All right, everybody good on the jury? You may cross-examine for the defense.
Thank you. Ms. Carter, what's your rank now? I'm gonna, mind if I just call you? Where you currently employed? I missed it, and what's your rank?
I am a police officer at the University of Mississippi Police Department, and I'm a patrolman.
Patrolman now? Okay. You indicated that, correct, that you have a procedure by which you, as far as collecting evidence, you put the tapes out, basically, you do the tape strips for collection of evidence on certain material, whether it be the crime scene, right? I call it tape.
I'm not sure what you mean by taping.
As far as trying to collect hair or fiber after you put the light on something, you see something, how do you collect that? Put Blue Star on something, how do you collect that?
Are you talking about tape lifts or Blue Star?
Tape lift, I call it tape.
tape lifts, it's using strip of the tape and treat kind of like a lint roller. You're pushing it onto the cloth or the area and lifting it with the trace evidence, which is the hair and fibers.
Okay, did you do that procedure? I mean, you just don't go on a piece of carpet and say, we're just gonna do lifts, tape lifts. You use Blue Star or whatever it's called. Let me know, tell the jury what you do in an effort to determine whether or not a piece of carpet or a bedding or anything may provide you some evidence of value once you put a light on. Tell us about how that works.
Trying to figure out your question. You're wanting,
question
because
is-
Blue Star is different from tape lifts.
I
So,
understand that.
okay.
But how do you determine when you go to a spot whether or not you're going to do a tape lift on a room this size, is what I'm saying?
If I was to process this room, how would I determine if I'm going to do a tape lift?
Yes.
That you're
Sure, that's what I'm asking.
I would do a visual inspection of the area and search the area visually. And then I could run an ALS, which would be the alternative light source over that area to see if there was any stains or anything visible under that light. And then I would take tape lifts from different areas on the rug.
And I assume you did that in Mr. Harrington's apartment,
No, I did not.
and were there no surfaces based on what you learned about the investigation that you may need to do that?
Can you rephrase your question?
There was a couch there. There was, I think there's a rug, some bedding, beds, stuff everywhere, clothes everywhere. Did you do any ALS investigation or evidence search in Mr. Harrington's apartment?
Yes, I ran an alternative light source over his bed in his bedroom.
Okay. And did you take any tape lifts?
No, sir.
You did not. Did you do it anywhere else in his apartment?
No, sir.
All right. Did you have the benefit of summaries from any officers before you went into Mr. Harrington's apartment? What y'all may be looking for?
I was briefed on the elements surrounding of what the need for the search warrant was. I read the search warrant as to what we were able to take and to look for.
Okay. Additionally, did you find out whether or not there been any evidence that there may have been some sexual activity in that apartment between Mr. Harrington, Mr. Lee, before you went in there?
I was made aware through the investigation elements that I was briefed on that there may have been sexual activity between Mr. Harrington and Mr. Lee in the apartment.
And did you feel like it was important to do the ALS light source stuff in the bedroom only based on what they told you, or other locations?
Based on just the knowledge of the sexual activity in the bedroom and the condoms being found in the bedroom and the bathroom area, I ran the ALS in the bedroom only.
Okay. Now, when you got to Mr. Harrington's apartment and you did your ALS, was anybody helping you? They backed out and you did that on your own. I mean, did you tell people to leave, say, look, I gotta do this crime scene?
No, there were other officers assisting.
Okay. Did you find any evidence or did you have any concerns at all that the crime scene may have been contaminated whatsoever?
Coming, the fact that it was 14 days after the report was made, those 14 days, I can only come in as I found the situation or found the apartment as it was when I came into it. Other officers were there to assist.
You're not representing to this jury, are you, that DNA of individuals dissipates or is completely eliminated by virtue of time frame of 14 days, are you?
It's a possibility, yes.
That's only if someone, like if blood's on this floor and it's there for 14 days and you find it 14 days later, if it hadn't been contaminated, then you can take that as strong possibility you're gonna find blood there, right? At that location.
Yes, if it hasn't been contaminated, hasn't been open to the public, hasn't been exposed to extreme heat, those factors that I talked about earlier, the likelihood of you having a recovering evidence is more. Yes.
Yeah, sure. And that's why y'all went in there on the 20th. I mean, you didn't go in there and wait, say, look, it's 14 days later, we're not gonna do this because we're not gonna find anything. You did that because there's a probability that if there's semen, saliva, blood, or urine at that scene, that you're in there to collect those items because your protocol is that's not too far removed in time to collect evidence of that nature, correct?
So when arriving at a scene, regardless of the time frame at that moment, I'm looking for evidence.
Sure.
Now, again, the possibility can go, likelihood is less or more depending on how those factors come into play.
My question is, 14 days is not an inordinate amount of time for you to be concerned about the collection of those items I just described, absent any unusual circumstances corrupting those particular evidence items, correct?
14 days is a long period of time if it's been open to the access of people. Because again, time, temperature, manipulation, and cleaning up, I don't know if those things happen or not, but in a 14-day period, yes.
The apartment didn't look like it had been cleaned up in some period of time, had it? Ms. Carter?
I would describe it not as filthy. It was cluttered, but not filthy.
When you went to the house of the Harrington residents in Grenada, all these materials, all these shovels, this wheelbarrow is materially in the same condition today as it was the time that you seized them or they were taken, right?
Materially, I would say no, because they've been in a different location. They were moved to a different location.
I understand, but looking at them, they're materially in the same condition. I know they've been moved.
He's on cross-examination. I'll let you keep that.
I know they've been moved, but there's nothing about this wheelbarrow and these 3 shovels, the condition of them, otherwise couldn't get them into evidence with them. But nothing about this wheelbarrow and these 3 shovels alarms you that it's not in the same condition as it was when it was seized at the time when you went to the Harrington residence, right?
Looking at these items today, and having, when I last seen them, it was 2 years ago, they appear to be in similar condition as to how I found them.
They haven't been materially altered in any way. They haven't, that's not a trick question.
No, I'm trying to understand what you mean by
It's not been
materially
materially
altered.
altered. It appears to be the same 3 shovels, the same wheelbarrow, the same condition
That I saw them in as of 2 years ago, correct?
Thank you. And I want to clear something up a little bit. September 5th, 2024 day, you have any idea when the analysis of these items that you testified about actually took place at the either Scales Laboratory or any other location?
I cannot answer the questions with regards to any of the analysis done because I was managing those reports.
Now, as far as any crime scene or potential crime scene pertaining to the Harrington apartment in Oxford or the box truck or the Harrington house, as far as the submissions that you did on those items, after you submit them, you're basically done with it, right?
Yes, sir. My role was to go to the scenes, execute the search warrants, to recover those items, inventory them, and place them into evidence.
Photographs that council opposite introduced of the box truck, are there any more photographs that you have that you didn't introduce?
My understanding, there were more photographs that I took, yes, of the box truck.
And did you, in this truck right here, I don't know how to work this thing, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Come on.
Cindy, I would have to agree with that. I think that the way that he asks the question, it just comes off as being arrogant. Like it's not given insufficient. It's not given misrepresentation. It's just not. I think it's the way that he's asking the question.
Y'all got that worked out amongst yourselves anyway. Good, nice time.
I want to show you, Ken, this photograph, which is back of the box truck. This appears to be that's the photograph that you took of the box truck during the course of the search. This wooden area here, that's the bottom of the box truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you take any of the tape lifts or find anything in the bottom of this box truck that supported any reason to take a tape lift off of anything in that box truck?
I did not do any additional processing in the back of the box truck due to the factor of time having been, meaning the vehicle had been used multiple times. From my understanding of what I learned through the investigation, I did not do additional tape lifts in the back of the truck, no.
But it's possible, is it not, that there could be, if there were blood, urine, saliva, dried items of that nature on the wooden portions of the box truck or the wall or in the interior of the truck, it's possible that evidence could be there through either light source, ALS source, or other mechanisms to get
The possibility of that, like we were talking, biological material is what you named, Sliva. The possibility of those being present, if there had been contact, yes. The likelihood would be diminished as it had been a very long period of time and multiple people had access to that area.
multiple people having access to it, but you didn't take any samples to determine whether or not it had been scrubbed or cleaned or anything like that, right?
No, sir, I did not.
All right, next item is next photograph. You see the broom up there.
Yes, sir.
Do any examination of broom?
No, sir, I did not.
As far as the residents of Harrington, I believe S83, interior of the bedroom, you took some photographs of the duffel bag, shirt in it.
Don't recall, I'd have to look.
Well, let me ask it this way. The condoms that you found, that you have displayed in one of the photographs where they're across the tub, that's a display photograph of those, correct? They were laid out. That's not how you found.
No, that's previous pictures before that were from the trash can of where they were found. And that was more of a display to understand the number of condoms that were found in the trash can at that time.
Of the photographs that you took, correct me if I'm wrong, the ones that have been introduced in the evidence, condoms across the tub and the clothes on the bed were found and put on the bed and photographed them on the bed, correct?
Correct.
And those are the only two photographs that I recognize, other than one photograph in Harrington House. It appears that you opened the drawer, took a photograph inside the drawer, then took some items out and took a photograph there.
Yes, sir.
Right, and we've had testimony about some other items, credit cards, checks, things like that. Those display photographs are the only other photographs that have been introduced at this time that you recall that they were found in that location. Is that correct?
The cards, the check, the things from that was from the parents' house in Grenada. The condoms were from Timothy Harrington's apartment in Oxford. So there were two different locations. And rephrase your question.
The Harrington House, can you tell the jury which one of the photographs of the Harrington House in Grenada were display photographs where you pulled items out and displayed them? There's a lot of photographs. Do you recall which one of these were display photographs?
I would have to look at them.
The one in the hand certainly is a credit card, right?
Yes.
The wheelbarrow was found in that location, in that photograph. Y'all, I'm approaching, is that okay? Yeah.
You're asking me?
Yes.
Yes, that's where it was found.
Okay. And shovels were found in that location, correct?
Yes.
Did you, this SW450, you opened up did you open that up or was it found that way?
Another officer opened that because they were assisting in the search.
Okay, who was that?
I don't recall.
But it wasn't like that.
It was not displayed open like that. Physician found it.
I thought I saw one more.
But just making
I
sure they
got
didn't fall.
it. I got it. Thought I saw one of the t-shirts that you referenced was taken out and photographed. Is that right or wrong? You remember?
I don't recall. I'd have to
Thank you.
look.
I think that's all I have for this witness. I think.
Once you gather up the paperwork there and then consult with you, make sure.
That's all I have.
All right, redirect.
Officer Carver, on cross just now, you said when things haven't been contaminated, then you can find it. What do you mean by contaminated?
Again, those factors, whether they've been,
We just need a little bit.
I'm sorry. I hear myself being louder. Contamination can come from various factors. Again, to use the analogy, blood on the floor, it could be cleaned up, it could be wiped up, it could be stepped through, it could be, if it's exposed to extreme heat, there's things that can alter evidence, those factors.
So contamination refers to those four factors that can change what?
Well, just how it's altered, how it's viewed, location of how it's viewed, it can diminish its value. Heat kills DNA, so if it's under extreme heat, things like that can destroy DNA. So again, these factors can alter the state of that evidence. It can be delicate, it can be diminished, or it can be destroyed completely.
Is the time period of 14 days from when Jaylee went missing to when the apartment of Mr. Harrington was searched significant?
Yes.
Why is it significant to you?
So 14 days, when it's unsecured, an unsecured area, meaning we haven't put tape up, we haven't put boundaries up, we haven't kept any unnecessary traffic from coming in and out and messing with that area. Those factors are in play. You can, you can be cleaned, it can be wiped up, it can be just by walking through the room, it can be dislocated or moved somewhere else. Shaking a blanket, hair fibers can be shaken off of the linens and things. So it's in 14 days time, a lot of factors can come into play.
Do you have any knowledge of whether or not Jaylee, it was confirmed by Mr. Harrington that Jaylee was in his apartment?
Yes, that was I was made aware through the elements of being debriefed that Jaylee had been in Tim Harrington's apartment.
Brief indulgence. You did several swabs and tape lifts, and they were asked about. How do you, when you tape lift something, so this floor, do you put tape all over the floor? How do you do it?
I would do it in various sections. So again, first the area would be visually searched or examined visually. If you see something like hair fibers, but you can go ahead and do it that you'll know that area that you want to tape lift. You can take different areas. It's recommended to take various samples from different areas within that location. The tape lifts with the car were taken due to they were car seats, there were hairs and fibers or hair-like fibers found on the seat, and so they were also collected, and that's why they was used through a tape lift.
And you do the same thing with swabs?
That's correct, yes.
Is it possible when you swab an area or you tape lift an area that you could just miss something?
So when you swab an area, possible DNA, you're running your Q-tip, the swab over that entire area. And then I'm talking hypotheticals, so you would send that. There may be DNA on that swab. It may not be enough to create a profile, or it may not be any at all, or just very little. So it doesn't mean that just because it didn't come back as a DNA profile that there wasn't any there.
And just as last question, multiple people having access to different areas, does that affect the value of any evidence you could find?
Very much so, because the more, again, kind of like in the courtroom, the more people that come into contact with an area, they're leaving their transfer of material as well. So the more people, the more open access you have, the likelihood of that evidence being missed, diminished, or devalued.
No further questions.
All right, Ms. Whitney, you find excused?
Yes. Thank you.
You say yes?
Yeah.
All right, you're free to go, you're free to stay. Whatever you want to do, okay? All right, y'all got a short witness out there. I want to get as much done as we can today. Mr. Creekmore, y'all got anybody short out? Y'all got any short witnesses in present? Let's make that a yes or a no. If you don't, say if you don't, you don't. We got plenty of work. We're going to work a little while longer whether the jury stays here or not. That's all I need to know anyway. If nobody has another witness, I'm going to excuse the jury for the evening, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, thanks for a long day on a Saturday morning. Remember the court's instructions. Don't talk about the case. Don't allow you to talk about the case. Don't forward expressing your opinions or investigate the case in any way. Avoid any media coverage of this proceeding. We're probably going to work some, but not much tomorrow. But I got to talk to these folks and see what our game plan is tomorrow. We'll keep you informed, okay? All right, thank y'all. Everybody, let the jury get out. everybody's gone. I'm gonna talk about tomorrow, but if y'all got anything else that we need to talk about before we talk about tomorrow, we can do that anyway.
No, sir.
Yeah, we did, raise yesterday morning, I believe, the issue of the expert disclosure of over 1,000 pages, a couple of days ago. And I don't know when you want to take that up.
I don't want to take it up at 5 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. I understand that.
They've had 5 days to go through it.
Yeah.
They've had 5 days, Judge. 5 whole days.
Let's talk about tomorrow. Hang on, go ahead. No, if you got something else, I don't want to take up the expert issue. Now, I want to talk about tomorrow's plans first, and then if we have time, we'll talk about the state. Is the state moving and asking me to allow the jury to go on a bus ride?
Yes, Your Honor. We, jury from Forest County, which had a couple of maps introduced. The areas are fairly close to the courthouse, but I think it would be advantageous. And,
Hang on one second.
As long as they.
Hang on, listen. We got the bus, these are buses that hauls them back and forth from the hotel, is that correct?
Yes.
You got enough room for some tag-alongers if we decide to go on, without have we got to make any special arrangements, I'll say that.
Guys, they're still recording up there.
All right, we still in court, we still on the record, I'm gonna let them, if we not, we're still on the record. Is it gonna be any undue burden on anybody to
No, sir, I don't think so.
All right, let me ask this, if we go on a bus ride tomorrow, I think we'd have to have some understanding about where we're going and procedurally. Don't gonna need no need to go on a bus ride. We don't have somebody there pointing out the locations.
We're gonna take 2 of them, John?
Do what?
We're gonna take 2 bus rides?
No.
Well, it might be the defense wants to go on a bus ride.
Well, I mean, we'll do it all on the same trip.
Well, I ain't been any proof on that the defense put on yet.
Well, I mean, if you want to take another bus ride, if you asked us to, we will anyway. I'll say this, we got a jury from Forest County that don't know anything about Oxford, Mississippi. If this was a jury from Lafayette County, I would not consider a bus ride. Hang on, let me talk. I would not consider a bus ride if we had, but we got a jury that from out of county that doesn't know anything about these locations. And I think the easiest way, we could spend a lot of time with maps and pointers and measurements and all that. But the easiest thing to do, since they're going to be riding on the bus anyway, put them on a bus and let them ride anyway. We'll talk about what all stops, how many stops the bus makes anyway. But I'm going to allow a bus ride. So have you shown that, Mr. Horan?
the state would suggest that the,
While y'all look at that for a minute, let me talk about a little more about procedure. If we do want to go on a bus ride, if there is any media present, they can watch the bus leaving, they can film the bus leaving, they can film the bus coming back with no videos of any jewels, but not follow along behind us. We'll announce for the record where we're going before they go. If they at some other point want to go make their own tour, they can anyway. But let's talk about where the bus needs to go. Yes, sir.
They hadn't arrested me yet, first of all.
Okay.
And unless they're gonna arrest, before we take this bus ride, I'm gonna object to it. Talking about different locations, we got paper, we're gonna talk about locations, part of their investigations, where people live, things of that nature. If we had a case here in Lafayette County, and there were 15 locations, the court wouldn't allow, if it was a Lafayette County jury, you just
assuming, Your Honor, that the people in Lafayette County have any more or less knowledge about a location if they live in Taylor, Abbeville. My point being, Judge, it's gonna put undue emphasis on the state's case if we do it right now.
The state can make their case in the order they want to. You want to take a bus ride in your case, we'll take one in your case. Why would it make any difference if they took it right now or at the close of their case?
Because Mr. Baker is gonna testify about anticipation. If they don't bring it out on direct, Mr. Baker and Mr. Burke is gonna testify about other locations, especially Mr. Baker, other locations relevant to the case, can testify about 5 or 6 other locations, haul them back out there again. I'm just asking.
I don't know. Let me, I don't want to take one trip, Mr. Creekmore. I'm not going to carry them anywhere that we haven't discussed. That's not, hang on. I'm not going to carry them anywhere that we haven't discussed.
Some of the locations in the report.
And I'm not going to carry them anywhere that hadn't discussed before we discuss them. If we get, let me talk a little while, Mr. Horan, okay?
I'm sorry.
I'm not carrying a jury anywhere that they haven't heard discussed. It's practical in the morning. They're gonna have a early lunch at 10:30 tomorrow. It's practical at this time to let them go on a bus ride in the morning. They've indicated they want to wash clothes and stuff like that tomorrow afternoon. If it later develops that either side wants to have another bus ride, it's about 200 yards from his hotel from here, and a bus is sitting in front of it. We talk about a radius of 5 miles at the most. We got a bus driver that we're paying. It's no big deal. If anybody wants more bus rides, we'll give them bus rides. But we're talking about not leaving more than 5 miles from this courthouse and a bus sitting out there running. So I'm not going to hinder the state or the defense in putting on their case in the order that they want to put their case on. We'll argue now, I'm going to let a bus ride, about what the stops on the bus ride will be, and see if anybody wants to have it. If at the close of the state's case or at the open of the defense case, anybody want to take another bus ride, it'll take about 10 minutes to do. Unless you want, and if you want to go to Grenada, I'm gonna assume Mr. Jerry from Hattiesburg don't know nothing about Grenada either. I'll give you that option. All right. I'm not saying. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I've told you 2 or 3 times, and I mean that.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about where we want to go.
Campus Walk to Lafayette Place. From Lafayette Place to Malabar Trails. From Malabar Trails back to Lafayette Place through the back road, Anchorage Road. I'm sorry, from Malabar Trails.
Let's hear the state's proposal on a starting place and an ending place.
From Malabar Trails parking lot to the Walmart. So you go from Campus Walk to Lafayette Place, from Lafayette Place to Malabar
There you
Trails.
go. You carry me faster than I can think.
Campus Walk apartment, J. Lee's residence. From there to Lafayette Place, which is Tim Harrington's residence. From
Okay.
Tim Harrington's residence to Malabar Trails, which is where J. Lee's car was towed.
Let's talk more specifically about that. Are you proposing to follow the route that was in exhibit whatever.
Yes, sir, Rainbow Flammers.
Rainbow Flammers,
Jackson Drive.
volleyball, we'd be talking about going from Lafayette, past Rainbow Cleaners
Yes, sir.
to
And then
Rebel Drive,
past Rebel Drive, left on Molly Bar, past Rockets, into Molly Bar Trails. I think they'll be able to get out of Molly Bar Trails.
all right. All right, once you get to Molly Bar Trail,
From Molly Bar Trails, we would come back toward Rockets, take a right on McLemore Drive, to go that back route, Anchorage Road, back past Lafayette Place to Jackson. Take a right on Jackson, go to the Walmart. From the Walmart, you would come out, and go up to 6, to the Links.
okay.
And then from the Links back to the courthouse. And it may be, there's another way to go to the Links from Walmart. It's back down
We-
Jackson.
We'd go on the manner that's been the scene on the video. All right.
I'm a little confused. You're talking about the route only that's on the video of Jay Lee's car.
I'm talking about,
I want to apologize for it. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was kind of.
Not they cut the audio on us when he went to apologize. Thank you, Lacey Ann, for the super chat. I appreciate the sticker, girl. Yes, honey. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nah, it was them. It was them up in here. They over there tripping over there down there in Mississippi. They probably don't even know we don't got no audio. They need to get it together because I want to know where they going. It seemed like they going a little bit of everywhere that was talked about because the jury not even from Lafayette. They're not even from Lafayette County or Fayette County, how they say it down there. Yeah, no, I'm from St. Louis, and we don't say Fayette. Yeah, Morley, come on, girl. Let me take you. I'm finna take you, girl. Come on. We don't say that. We say Fayette. So it's Lafayette here. I think they say Lafayette down there. So, little stuff like that. I think that it's a difference too. I think that even when even when Jay Lee was having conversation with his friend, he wasn't even using the word strangle. It was like, do you like to be choked? Like that was the nomenclature that they were using. So for him to go look up strangulation, it gave, I'm finna kill you. It gave, I'm finna kill you. Okay. They from Hattiesburg, the jury. That's what they, you know what I'm saying? It didn't give how to, you know what I'm saying? I don't know why you need to know how to put your hand around somebody's neck and apply a little pressure. I don't know why you got to look that up because it seems self-explanatory. You know what I'm saying? I understand that there are erroneous spots in the neck and people do enjoy that type of pleasure, when they engage in a sexual activity. But it's just like, baby, strangulation, it gave Michael Myers. It didn't give, you know what I'm saying? Safe word, Lacey. Okay. It just did not translate to pineapples. Beta, I seen your comment too about sanity and having something to girl. We are so grateful to have you over here in the chat. We are so grateful. I am so grateful to have you over here in the chat because you keep us together over here. Okay. I'm too bad they cut the audio. I'm hoping that we get a little bit back soon. We get something back soon because they ain't you know, watching the trial with other people ain't gonna be as fun. You know, it ain't gonna be as fun. So shout out to y'all for watching with me on this Saturday because cool, you could have been stuck in that long crime check. It's like no. It's not me that's messed up the audio, y'all. We really waiting on Law and Crime to fix it. Because we don't know what's going on. It's Law and Crime that they got the audio messed up. And it ain't Maurice. Yes, y'all. I know you're trying to grow your channel, but I love this little chat. Our chat is so intimate. It's like everybody know each other. We get new people pop in here every time we go live. We get somebody new in here. It's like we one big internet family. Also, Mr. Dennis Byron interviewed Miles Farley's attorney today. So that's the interview that y'all can go out there and watch. I did not switch it over because I felt like we was balls deep into this. We was balls deep in this here trial, so I didn't feel like switching it over. Probably Cindy. Thank you, Lacey Ann. Lacey, she didn't gift somebody a membership. Hey, Edward. We was balls deep into this trial today. So I was like, I'm not gonna cut us off to go jump on over there. We're gonna stick right here and get through it. But if that's something that y'all interested in and want to check out, make sure you get on over there to Mr. Dennis Byron's channel and watch his interview with Miles Farley's attorney. Is you cool? Yep. Lacey Ann gifted somebody else a membership. Make sure y'all tell Lacey Ann. Miss Lacey, thank you. We appreciate it. I'm sure waiting on my first YouTube check so I can give me some better light and get my setup together so we can have a good streaming experience. So I appreciate it. Yeah, she's rocking. You're gonna win if I can help it. Thank you. Jill Wednesday, she want to follow the bus. But it seems like they about to take a ride around town. He say it's a 5-mile radius. And they gonna ride around, and it's not gonna burden anybody. So they not already paid the driver. You know. So everybody and it's like the people wanted to wash their clothes. So it don't seem like we're actually going to have court tomorrow. But it do seem like they're going on a field trip. I don't want no smoke with their law enforcement down there. Yeah. Yes, and you don't be down there getting booked. Don't be down there getting booked. That is too funny. Jen said she's an hour away from Oxford. Yes, Monday should be interesting, Beta. We could watch the bus leave and come back, Ed. I want to hear the judge on that attorney. I'm disappointed. I am too. He starts apologizing and they didn't hit the boop. They didn't cut the audio off on us. All right, well, y'all, it's 5 o'clock. We done done our 8 hours today. We've been on here for 8 hours watching the trial. So I need to go ahead and get my Taylor Talk content down because I will be releasing a Taylor Talk video tomorrow. On that video, I will be talking about the United Health Group shooting or unaliving of the United Health Group CEO, the TikTok ban, and I may even throw in some content about the YSL remaining folks. So be on the lookout tomorrow for a Taylor Talks that's going to drop. If you follow me on Instagram, I'm sorry, not Instagram, because my Instagram is actually a personal account, so I really don't accept anybody on there. But if you follow me on TikTok or on X, I will post a link or post a clip of it so that y'all can come and y'all can check it out. Y'all can check it out. I did get a request to go to do a Taylor Talk on Wendy Williams. It's a lot. It's a lot of information on Wendy Williams. So I'm still gathering my information, but if the people want Wendy, I'll give you a little Wendy. I'll give you a synopsis on Wendy. Yes, I got a Taylor Talk series. If you didn't watch my last episode, just gone. It's from last week. I think I'm gonna do one once a week. Go on over there and watch it. It was pretty good last week. It was pretty good. I did lawsuits last week. So, all right, well, court's over for today. But again, I'll be dropping a Taylor Talk tomorrow. No court tomorrow. We'll be back on Monday. And I will see y'all later. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with me. I hope y'all have a good weekend.